Southern Fortunes, Sweet Tea Witch Mysteries, written by Amy Boyles, narrated by Hollis McCarthy. 1. Rufus Mayes stood in the middle of my store, familiar place. With his dark hair slicked against his skull, the sorcerer looked deadly. However, he'd exchanged his usual dress of leather and chains for a soft black sweater, was that cashmere? And jeans. I stumbled over my words. What did you say? He opened his arms wide and smiled.
I said, because of my service to the town of Magnolia Cove, I have been allowed back into the good graces of the people.
He placed a hand over his heart.
In short, I'm allowed to live here again.
My grandmother Betty had informed me that Rufus would be returning to town, but I hadn't known when. Looked like the time was now. I leaned forward so far I almost tipped over. So you've been allowed back? He rolled his eyes.
Don't act so excited to have me.
I pressed my fingers to the worry crease forming between my eyes. It's not that. I had heard you were returning. I didn't realize it would be so soon. Rufus ran a hand over his chin.
I did help save the town on Halloween. If it hadn't been for me, things might have gotten out of hand.
Anger pinged in my chest. If it hadn't been for you, we never would have found ourselves in that predicament in the first place. That was absolutely true. If Rufus hadn't told a Gorgon that the town housed a small time machine, said Gorgon never would have shown up, the time watch never would have been broken, and we never would have been plunged in a never-ending Halloween. But yes, Rufus did help save us from the mess. So, what are you going to do? I said. He punched his hands into his coat pockets.
Well, I thought I might get reacquainted with the town. Perhaps help out, however I can. I've been asked to teach charms, or what you'd call wards, at the Southern School of Magic. I may eventually open a shop that sells them.
Charms? He eyed me coolly. I had the feeling my asking a question after each of his statements annoyed him.
Yes, charms. I'm good at making them.
I don't know that I've ever seen one. Mischief glittered in his dark eyes.
Have you not?
I shook my head. Rufus pulled his hand from his pocket. With it came a round of metal. It looked like silver and held an unpolished amethyst in the middle. Symbols had been stamped on the back side. He dropped it into my hand. The thing jumped in my palm. Ah! Rufus laughed.
It likes you.
What? Rufus nodded to the amulet. He spoke slower this time.
It likes you.
The charm buzzed and jived in my hand almost as if it was dancing. What? I don't understand what it does.
It's a charm for protection. I make a lot of those.
I hitched a brow and did my best to keep the sarcasm from my voice. You need a charm for protection? Strange. He pointed to my neck.
It's a lot like that locket.
Oh, yes, I giggled nervously. Silly me, I forgot about that. Axel gave this to me. I held the locket out for his inspection.
It's lovely.
He slid a thumb over his lower lip.
I suppose you think it's silly that I'd no protection spells.
You have a pretty dodgy reputation, I agreed. He raised his palms in surrender.
You caught me. I haven't always been an angel, so yes, I often need more protecting than the next person. That's why I have this one. I can make others, plenty of others. I think Magnolia Cove may use my services.
Given that the magical shields had a difficult time keeping you out, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes,
he said, studying me. A shiver ran down my spine. His gaze darted away.
Well then, I thought I'd stop by, let you know what was going on before you found out from a random person. But I see my reputation, as usual, has preceded me.
I hitched a brow. Rufus, did you just say random person? He coughed into his hand.
Yes, it appears my speech is becoming more lowbrow.
I cleared my throat.
I don't mean that as an insult. On the contrary, it's good to keep up with others, especially if I'm going to sell amulets, wards, charms to them.
I nodded. Sounds like a good idea. The door shot open. A gust of hot wind whipped around the room. It was cold outside, still winter. The only way to create a hot breeze was by magical means. My gaze cut to the figure striding in. A whirlwind of air unfurled in front of Axel Reign, my boyfriend and Magnolia Cove's resident private investigator. The gale kissed me lightly on the face, but it ruffled Rufus from head to foot. The wind that had clearly been brought on by Axel's anger died as he took his place beside me. Axel scowled at Rufus.
So, you're already here.
Rufus nodded.
I'm making my rounds, letting people know I've arrived. Think it'll keep a hunting party off you?
Axel did not like Rufus and clearly didn't attempt to hide it.
Very funny, Wolf,
Rufus said.
But yes, the more people who know sooner, the better. I've always found it best to be safe than sorry.
His gaze washed over me.
I came to say hello to Pepper. You've done that, Axel said.
Rufus smiled slowly.
Yes, so I have. Pepper, it was nice seeing you again. If you need anything, she won't,
Axel said. Rufus's gaze never left mine.
If you do, don't hesitate to call. I believe you have my number.
My cheeks burned. Rufus's attention always made me feel vulnerable, like I was on display. It made it worse that Axel had seen us talking. He didn't like my tenuous friendship with Rufus. And me? Rufus confused me. He made my head a jumbled mess. Rufus turned on his heel and left, leaving me alone with Axel, who would now question me to death about Rufus's reference to calling him.
You have his number?
I sighed. Yes, I do, and I'm not ashamed of it. Remember when you freaked out and hightailed out of town? Well, Rufus called me. And if it hadn't been for him, half the town would have undergone deathly withdrawals from pumpkin and pecan pies. So I don't want to hear one word about it. Yes, I've got his digits. Do I call Rufus Mayes? No, I do not. I crossed my arms and glared at Axel. He shrugged.
Fine by me. I don't care if you have his number.
He opened his arms and folded me into a hug.
Just so long as you call mine first.
I laughed. Of course. I tipped my head back and Axel kissed me. His lips slid over mine like butter. I moaned. When we parted a few seconds later, I spoke. Hey.
Hey yourself, he said. That's a much better welcome than seeing Rufus. What was he doing here?
I don't know. Talking about amulets. Oh. I opened my palm and showed Axel the one Rufus had left. I don't think he meant to leave this. He said it was a protection charm.
Let me see that.
I dropped the amulet in his hand. Axel's eyes darkened.
Does it hum or buzz for you?
Yes.
It doesn't for me.
Axel's face soured. I bumped his hip with mine. Maybe you don't have the right touch. He wrapped his arms around me.
Oh, I've got the right touch.
He dipped his head and kissed me. It was long and deep and made my groin stir. Stir as in we were getting close to dangerous territory. I didn't stop myself from rubbing my hands down his t-shirt. His muscles rippled underneath. You're going into dark places. He whispered it in my mouth, which made emotions stir even more in me. Maybe I want to. Axel took my hands and pulled back.
I want to move into this, I really do, Pepper. But what you're asking for... Look, there's something I need to tell you.
I rocked back on my heels. What's this? Before you were the one wanting to move in this direction. The fire burning in his blue eyes stopped me short.
That was before I left you.
He leaned his hips against the counter and tugged me to him.
When I was gone, I discovered some things I haven't told you.
Fear gripped me. If we're intimate, will you turn into a werewolf forever and never be able to change back? Axel, I thought we had real trust. I thought we'd put secrets behind us and we're going to be open. No secrets, remember? Axel sighed.
It isn't a secret. But it's something I discovered. I guess I always knew it, but I just never really thought about it until now. I've dated other girls.
I groaned. Oh no, not the I've dated other girls speech.
Yes, that's exactly what this is. It's that speech. But there's something else you should know about it.
What's that?
If you and I do this, I'm afraid it'll be much more.
Oh, wow, you mean you'll feel things? Anger sparked in his eyes.
It's serious.
Okay, so it's serious. Tell me, I can handle it. He nodded.
Okay. Well, if we do this, it may mean something more.
More than I love you?
Yes.
What the heck was Axel talking about? Why wouldn't he just come out and say it? The suspense is killing me. Will you just spit it out? Axel slid his hands over my cheeks and rose. He kissed my eyelids.
There are old legends out there about some werewolves, even half-wolves. The legends say that once they connect with the right man or woman, when they reach a certain point in their lives, something magical happens.
You're stalling, I whispered. But I honestly didn't mind. To have Axel's arms around me and to breathe his scent of leather and musk was like heaven dropped down onto Magnolia Cove. Only minus the pearly gates and, well, you know, all that goes with it.
I'm not stalling,
Axel said.
I'm working up to it. There's a difference.
I rolled my eyes. Is there?
Absolutely. One means I want to avoid the situation entirely. The other means I will say it. I'm only trying to pump myself up enough to spit it out.
Okay, so get pumping. He chuckled and squeezed me tighter.
You never give up on anything, do you?
I do not, I said proudly.
Good for me, I suppose.
His gaze snagged me. I swear Axel's eyes stole my breath nearly every time our gazes met. There was something about his clear blues that made love ignite in my heart. Just saying.
When I was gone, I worked with a shaman.
That I knew.
But what you don't know is that he showed me things about myself. Things I didn't know. He knew more about the power of the wolf than I'd ever been taught. There were old tales of skinwalkers in his tribal history. I won't go into it, but there are similarities between skinwalkers and werewolves. One of the main things is with mates.
Mates? I laughed nervously. It felt like I was in a fourth-grade science class. Like the Australian version of mate? Like, good day, mate? My accent was horrible. Axel laughed.
Just like that.
I swatted his arm. I know you're kidding.
I am. But what he said was that when I pick the person I want to be with, it'll be serious.
Oh, okay.
And that goes for the physical aspect.
Oh. I frowned. I don't know what you mean. I'm not sure.
Boy, you sure don't make things easy on a guy, do you?
I'm not trying to be difficult.
But yet you are.
He sighed and kissed my temple.
Which is why I love you.
My heart catapulted against my ribcage. Luckily, my body stopped the organ from flying out and plopping to the floor. Okay, so what is it you're trying so hard to not tell me? He threw his head back and chuckled.
Okay, here it goes. When I find the person I want to be with, it'll be for life.
I waited for something cataclysmic to happen, like the sky to fall. Is that it? I said. You'll be with someone for a long time? He nodded slowly.
Yes. Pepper. He told me that I will mate for life. That means a deeper bond than love or intimacy. My protective instinct will be 1,000 times stronger. I will also be more dominant. It's the alpha male in me. It's not a light relationship. It's tangled and serious. Not for the faint of heart.
My stomach somersaulted. For life, huh? Then it hit me. Axel and I had started our relationship saying none of it mattered. But the truth was, it was about to matter very much. He just admitted when he picked his mate, it would absolutely be for life. His life, his mate's life. My life? The knowledge sank in like I was sponge cake and it was strawberry sauce. Sweat sprinkled my brow.
You're sweating,
he said. I wiped the sheen away with the back of my hand. No, I'm not. But obviously I was. My heart thundered against my chest. I felt like Axel had just dropped the weight of the world on me. I did my best to keep the tremor from my voice. You'll mate for life, I said weakly.
That's right,
he said.
With you.
2. Axel's words still whirled in my head when I got home. What? Amelia yelled. The town decided to let Rufus Mayes enter. Why? So we can all be killed? I pegged my purse and kicked off my shoes by the door. I don't think Rufus is going to kill us. He's tried before, Amelia said. He's also helped us. Betty dropped a steaming pan of biscuits on the table. He's helped us and deserves a chance. People can change. Amelia clapped her hands and a bowl of melted butter appeared. She dabbed the tops of the biscuits with the liquid. Who says sorcerers can change? There have been sorcerers who were upstanding citizens. Cordelia clomped down the stairs. Besides, I think Rufus has proved that he can be good. He helped us at Halloween. Amelia smirked. Well, whatever. But don't anyone say I didn't tell you so. When it all goes to heck in a handbasket, don't come crawling to me crying, saying, Amelia, you were right. Will you save us? No one's going to do that. Cordelia said so flatly I had to bite back a laugh. Anyway, I dropped into a dining chair. Rufus says he's going to teach at the Southern School and maybe open an amulet shop. Betty sat and pulled a biscuit apart. Steam rose from the baked dough. Amulets? What sort? I shrugged. I don't know anything about amulets. Protection? What other sorts of amulets are there? Betty chewed thoughtfully. Well, there are amulets for all sorts of things, to attract goodness, to repel badness. I suppose there's a market for it. But what do we have to fear here in Magnolia Cove? Cordelia quirked a brow. You're kidding, right? Someone dies almost every other week in this town. Betty swatted the air. Coincidences. I guarantee we won't see any deaths by unnatural causes anytime soon. My cousins and I exchanged a look before we burst out laughing. Sure, I said. Want to bet on it? Betty glared at me. Kid, I don't make bets. I shrugged. Just an innocent one. You seem so convinced, that's all. Yeah, Amelia joined in. You do. You seem extra confident about it. I think we could do a little wager, and you'd probably win. She shot Betty a hopeful look. After all, who runs this town? Betty thumbed her chest. I do, obviously. She glared at us. What do you want to bet? You first, Cordelia said. You always want something out of us. What do you want first? Betty rubbed her hands with glee. I've got this new guy I want Amelia to meet. No, Amelia yelled. I couldn't stop myself. I burst out laughing. Amelia, he might be great. I doubt it. Amelia whipped her head toward Betty. Let me see him first. No. Amelia's jaw dropped. What? I said no. She rapped her knuckles on the table. If this is a bet, we all go in blind. I win, and you go out with a new man I've picked for you. But you can't see him or know anything about him first. Betty was basically declaring all-out war on the situation. To say she wanted to set Amelia up with a man was one thing. And let's not forget the mishap that occurred when Betty set Amelia up with a man. Betty fussed up Amelia's picture so much she looked like Farrah Fawcett, 70s hair and all. So there was no telling what sort of guy Betty had found for Amelia this time. If this guy is desperate enough to turn to Betty for a date, I already know I won't like him, Amelia grumbled. Cordelia knuckled tears from her eyes. He might be perfect, cuz. Come on. You're a sweet tea witch, and we witches aren't afraid of anything. Except Betty with a credit card. Amelia folded her arms and narrowed her gaze. Why's that? I said. Who needed a credit card in Magnolia Cove? What you couldn't buy, you made. Cordelia smiled mysteriously. The last time Betty had a credit card, she accidentally ordered a llama from the internet. I glanced at Betty. You're kidding. Betty pulled out her corncob pipe and packed the tobacco with her finger. I prefer to forget my indiscretions. Cordelia's brow curved into a question mark. Don't we all wish we were so lucky? I clapped my hands. Time to get us back on track. So, if Betty wins, Amelia goes on a date with a man of Betty's choosing. Everyone in agreement? My gaze bobbed around the room. My family nodded. Okay, then. I opened my arms. If Betty loses, what happens? Amelia nibbled her bottom lip. Betty should have to publicly declare we're superior witches to her. Cordelia laughed. Dream on. I clapped my hands. I've got it. If Betty loses, she will have to tell us the secret spell. Cordelia and Amelia gasped. Yes, Cordelia yelled. I'm so there, Amelia said. Oh, the secret spell. Yes, Betty will have to reveal how to work the secret spell. The secret spell was one that could change a person's mind about almost anything. It wasn't to be used lightly, and it certainly wasn't to be used to trick a person into doing what you wanted, if that something was bad for that person. Say you had a crush on a guy. Well, you couldn't simply use the spell to convince him to like you, because that went against certain laws of good magic. The secret spell could be used in a dire situation, to convince someone not to harm you, for instance. But there were rules. Betty chewed on the end of the pipe. You can't use it any more than once a year. We know, Cordelia said. That's why you've never given us the spell before. Yeah, Amelia added. You said there was no point in knowing it if we could only use it once a year. And I said it for good reason, kid, Betty said. I quirked a brow. Well, what do you think? You like those terms? Betty glared at me. She hated the terms. I almost laughed. But if she wanted Amelia to date this mysterious guy, she'd have to surrender to what we wanted. Betty spat in her palm and extended it. I accept the terms, witch's honor. My cousins spat in their palms. I did the same and extended my hand. A blue flame swelled from the middle of our circle and plumed to the ceiling before disappearing. Betty cocked one eye wide. The deal is struck, girls. There won't be another murder in Magnolia Cove for some time. If there is, I will teach you the secret spell. If there isn't, then Amelia has to date a man of my choosing." I swear Betty was about to rub her hands with glee. She might even don a black hood and offer one of us a poisoned apple. Yes, she reminded me that much of a wicked witch. "What's the timeline?" Amelia said. Cordelia cocked her chin. "Yeah, we didn't say." "1 month." Betty pointed at the fire. "The hearth fire will keep us honest." The fire blazed and crackled in response. I folded my arms. "Seems fair." I winked at my cousins. "Besides, the three of us know someone will die way before then." Betty scowled but said nothing. Amelia blew our grandmother a kiss. "For good luck. You'll need it, the way murders happen in this town." "I don't need luck, kid." I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, we know. You run this town. At least, unofficially." A knock sounded from the front door. Betty pushed up from the table. "Someone's come to give early congratulations to you on your match made in heaven, Amelia." "Ha ha, very funny." Betty flicked a hand and the door opened before she reached it. Garrick Young removed his wide-brimmed fedora.
"Afternoon, ladies."
"Afternoon." Betty gestured for him to enter. Garrick dipped his head as he stepped through the frame. The man was tall, lithe, and I couldn't help but notice how Cordelia's eyes sparkled when he entered the room. Those two had been dating for several months. I didn't press my cousin about their relationship. Mainly that was out of fear that Cordelia would throw something at me. But really, it was because my cousin was a private person. Betty flared her arms in welcome. "To what do we owe this honor? It's not every day that the sheriff of Magnolia Cove drops in unexpectedly. I assume this is town business and not a social call." "Maybe someone was murdered," Amelia offered. "Then you'd owe us, Betty." Garrick scrubbed a hand down his cheek.
"I'm not even going to ask what that's about."
Cordelia rubbed his arm. "I'll fill you in later. You're going to love it."
"I doubt it."
Garrick slid the brim of his hat between his thumb and forefinger.
"Betty's right. I'm here on official town business."
"What is it?" Amelia batted her lashes, not in a seductive way, more like in a deer-in-headlights manner. "I'm an inquiring mind, and I want to know." Betty gestured for Garrick to sit.
"Thank you."
He stretched his long legs out in front of the couch. The four of us perched around him. I was as curious as they were. What would bring Garrick here? He fiddled with his hat.
"Seems Mayor Battle wants to retire."
"So soon?" I shot Betty a confused look. "He only became mayor after the last one tried to kill me." The mayor when I moved to town was Peter Potion. As I said, he was replaced after attempted murder. Garrick nodded.
"Yep. Seems good old Barnaby Battle is ready to hang up the old mayoral hat."
"Looks like we've got to find a new one." Betty stroked her chin. "Shouldn't be too hard. We'll make a list of eligible candidates and ask to see who's interested. It's what we did the last time." Amelia grabbed a slip of paper. "Okay, I'm ready to play secretary. Now, who's the best candidate we've got?" Garrick leaned forward.
"Well, there's Sylvia Spirits."
"Ooh, she would be great," Amelia said. "She knows a lot about Magnolia Cove, and her family has lived here forever." Betty rubbed her chin. "Sylvia would be good, but there's no guarantee she'll take the job. Who else?" "Carmen Crapel." All eyes switched to me. I shrugged. "What?" "She's a successful business owner and has a level head. Unless you steal her recipes, that is." Which was true. At Thanksgiving, a witch had appeared and stolen one of Carmen's recipes. Needless to say, that had turned out to be all the ingredients needed for a disaster. Garrick wagged a finger at us.
"Those are both good, but I think we're forgetting some of the essential folks in this town."
"I know." Cordelia's lips curved into a secretive smile. "Pepper would be great. You've garnered so much of folks' trust in the past few months. Oh, no, I don't need that sort of responsibility. I crisscrossed my arms in warning. Besides, I'm sure I haven't been a resident long enough to run for public office.
She's right.
Garrick donned his hat and rose.
I don't think Pepper would be as good as someone else.
Who? Amelia frowned. Who are we forgetting? Garrick pointed to Betty.
She's standing right there and practically runs this town.
Betty's eyes widened. Me? Garrick nodded.
That's right. I'd like to officially nominate Betty Creeple as next mayor of Magnolia Cove.
He paused.
Well, Betty, do you accept my nomination?
Betty's gaze darted around the room.
I don't know what to say. I'm more of a backstage person.
Garrick opened the front door.
Say yes.
Betty fingered her corncob pipe. Yes. Well, this should be interesting. 3.
You looking forward to your first day as teacher?
Axel and I sat in his living room. A plate of red velvet cake lay in his lap. He forked nibbles into my mouth. I'd refused to eat a slice on the grounds that the extra calories would add to my waistline. I might raise my nose at an entire slice, but I wasn't above snatching bites. He stared at the remaining 2 bites of cake.
Are you going to leave me any?
I'm considering it. He chuckled and slid the plate to the coffee table.
Well, are you?
Am I what?
Excited about teaching.
I rolled my eyes. If it keeps Salt Swift from pestering me to death, then yes, I'm ecstatic.
Have fun, but watch out.
He took a long sip of water from a glass. How can you drink water without adding jelly beans to it? He choked. I snapped my fingers and his choking immediately stopped. Sorry, I wasn't trying to kill you.
Jelly beans in my water just might.
He shot me a dark look.
I don't like really sweet things.
Unless it's me. He smiled in the most delicious way.
Unless it's you. And red velvet cake. Here. You have a crumb.
He leaned so close I stopped breathing. What? Where?
Right here.
He licked something from the corner of my mouth.
Icing.
I grabbed a pillow and hugged it, hoping it would dispel some of my pent-up raw energy. Seriously, my entire body pulsed and throbbed. The sexiest guy ever can't lick icing from your mouth while you pretend it's no big deal. And here I thought you were about to get all hot and heavy on me. Axel kicked off his shoes.
It's a big decision.
I can make it right now. I nodded enthusiastically. He shook his head.
No, I don't want you to make any decisions now.
Axel extended his hand. I reached for him and he threaded his fingers through mine.
We might not be making decisions as heavy as the one you're referring to,
by which he meant mating.
But we can make other decisions.
Like what? He tugged me to him until my ear was pressed against his chest. Warmth seeped into me. His body heat flowed over me like bathwater.
Like how you deal with the other teachers tomorrow.
I jerked up. Why? What do you mean? He brushed a strand of hair from my mouth.
I hear they're difficult, and that's putting it nicely. You will be giving your lecture on familiars in my own class.
I followed Salt Swift down the hall at a clipped pace. His dark hair flowed behind him, and his creamy, caramel-colored skin was so flawless it looked airbrushed. It was impossible to know how old the man was. He could have been 200 for all I knew. Or 30. Definitely not 30. He had way too much attitude for that. Your class?
Yes. I teach potions, but we're taking a small break to learn familiars. Obviously, this isn't a semester-long discussion, so you'll be taking 3 hours of my lecture time.
3 hours? Seemed like a lot. I had 2 hours' worth of stuff to talk about. How would I fill up the last one?
You have 1 hour for the next 3 days. 10 o'clock sharp.
Okay, great. Maybe.
And a few teachers will probably sit in as well.
My stomach nodded. It was one thing to lecture to students, another to teach actual witches. Other witches, more practiced witches. Witches are probably all around 1,000 times better at craft than me.
You appear scared.
Me? I laughed nervously. No, of course not. I'm perfectly fine. Salts paused outside a door and leaned over to whisper in my ear. I managed not to vomit at the obvious flirtation, but only barely.
Don't worry. No one else here knows as much about familiars. You are the authority. Remember that, and everything will be fine.
Before I could respond, he threw open the door and swept into a class full of students.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a real treat for you today. Pepper Dunn has come from Magnolia Cove to teach us all about picking familiars and what you need to know about them.
The room full of boys and girls clapped. I nodded, and Salts disappeared. In the back sat 3 grown witches. They wore purple lipstick and similarly cut purple dresses. Oh, and I don't want to forget to mention that the sneers on their faces were similar as well. Good morning. I clapped my hands. Let's talk about familiars. For the next 40 minutes, I spoke to the students about what to look for in a familiar, and some of the ways familiars can be used to assist with magic. Now that we've covered the basics, which animals make the best familiars, and ways to channel your magic through a creature, let's talk about matching. I clasped my hands and paced in front of the room. Most of you know that familiars are creatures you can communicate with on a certain level. They can help you focus your magic and guide you in spells with their own sensitivities. But do any of you know how to find the familiar best suited to you?
Do you?
Came a voice from the back. A blonde woman wearing one of the purple dresses smirked.
Do you know how to pick a familiar? Just because you own a shop doesn't mean you can help someone pick.
I snapped my fingers. That's a great question, Beverly. She answered. Beverly. That is a great question. I tell you what, tomorrow I will bring in a cat that's not matched with anyone, and I'll show each of you how to pair. How does that sound? How will we know you're doing it right? A dark-haired woman next to Beverly shot out. I pointed to her. And you are? Prissy. Prissy, that's a great point. Each of you will see and feel the magic. I'll make sure of it. I glanced at my watch and prayed to all that was good in the world that my lecture was over. The hall bell pealed. Well, that's enough for today. The students wasted no time scrambling to gather their books. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Beverly gathered her minions. She smirked at me before leaving.
We look forward to seeing you, too.
Somehow I doubted it. I gathered my things and was about to leave when a voice boomed behind me.
I had heard Salts convinced a new teacher to wrangle the kids, but I had no idea she'd have a horde of nasty teachers to contend with, too.
Standing in the doorway was a medium-sized man. He was very thin and wore a stylish tweed jacket with a soft yellow V-neck sweater underneath. His smile seemed genuine, and the twinkle in his dark brown eyes appeared full of mischief.
But I see you've already met the welcoming committee.
If they're the welcoming committee, I'd hate to see the one that's used to throw people out.
Darling, those are the hounds from hell.
Our gazes locked, and I laughed. I'm Pepper Dunn.
I'm Burton Tweedle, but most people call me Bert for short.
How do you do?
Bert. Oh, dear Lord, they're finally gone.
A woman clipped up beside Bert. She wore a belted dark wool dress and red boots.
I thought they'd never leave.
Did I forget to mention she had a pencil stuck in her hair that created a rather frazzled bun? It was darling, and the most human thing I'd encountered at the school, which was quickly turning into quite an interesting experience.
Dedra Tipple, meet our new friend, Pepper.
Hello. Her gaze met mine, but then zipped back toward the hall.
You'll have to forgive our dear Dedra here, Pepper.
Bert crossed one wrist elegantly over the other.
She's been working on quite the scholarly endeavor, and I'm afraid it's consuming her.
Dedra rolled her eyes.
It's not consuming me.
Bert shot her a pointed look. Dedra shivered.
It's just that the nature of my work can be a bit, controversial.
I nodded toward the class. I totally understand. I don't think my talk on familiars went over very well. Bert clasped his hands in front of him.
Ah, you must be referring to the meanie 3.
I stifled a giggle. Beverly and Company?
They're horrible.
Dedra leaned forward.
We avoid them as much as possible.
What do they teach?
Tarot and divination, Bert said. You would think, when you're asking the stars about your life, that you'd be humble.
But they're not, Dedra whispered. Think they own the joint.
Comes from having a long family witch lineage.
Bert straightened his jacket's lapels.
But that's another story for another time. We just wanted to come by and say hello.
Yes. Dedra stepped toward me. We couldn't make your lecture today, but we hope to tomorrow. What do y'all teach? Bert placed a hand on his chest.
For moi, I teach magical ingredients and their common uses. I own the supply shop in Magnolia Cove. Magical elements.
Yes, I've heard of it. Bert offered his arm like a perfect gentleman. I took it because, well, I didn't exactly deem Bert the harmful type. He seemed to me to be the sort of gentleman who played for the opposite team. He was gay, y'all. Bert splayed his fingers across his chest.
Well then, you'll just have to stop by my shop. It's truly a magical place.
The three of us walked down the hall together. They were so easy to talk to, it was a pleasure being with them. And you, Dedra, what do you teach? She peered out from around Bert's other side.
Witch history. It's my passion.
I cocked a brow. Oh? I've never thought about our history. I don't know why. I suppose I should.
It's simply fascinating. You know about the Salem witch trials?
Of course. Dedra scratched her head with the pencil.
Some of the women who were witches in that area but weren't accused of the craft escaped and ended up down here.
Really? This was fascinating.
Yes, and Dedra's family is among them, Bert said.
Is that true? Interesting tidbits here.
She blushed. It is. I come from a long line of witches. Don't be so bashful.
Bert pulled her in closer.
Go ahead and tell her.
Dedra leaned over as if she was sharing a secret. I come from one of the oldest witch families here. Other people, who shall remain nameless, think their families are old and pedigreed, but they aren't.
Cue chilling music.
Bert laughed.
But seriously, the witches who think they own this school are some of the worst offenders.
A shudder fissured down my spine. If you're referring to one of the visitors in my class, then I wouldn't want to be the person who tells them that. Bert clapped a hand over mine.
My dear, these women have barks worse than their bites. For the most part, that is.
I prefer not to find out. We reached the front door. My gaze swept across the elaborately decorated foyer and up to a staircase. My breath caught. Standing at the top of the stairs was Rufus Mayes. His dark eyes met mine. I shivered, but not because he creeped me out. No, I knew some of what was inside Rufus Mayes. He'd been bad in the past, but I genuinely believed he was trying to make things right in his life. After all, he'd helped me on more than one occasion. Yes, he'd once attempted to kidnap me, but he hadn't done it since. So I knew a hint of goodness lay hidden in his heart. Now, it may have been buried so deep down that you needed a blasting kit to find it, but it existed. Anyway, like I was telling y'all, it wasn't the sharpness in his gaze that caught me by surprise. It was what he was doing. His elbow rested on the wall, and he was smiling and laughing as he spoke to a woman. Rufus was flirting. But it wasn't even the flirting that made me flush under my collar. It was who he was flirting with. Rufus Mayes was standing in the middle of the Southern School of Magic flirting with Beverly, the witch determined to ruin my class. She hadn't said that, but I knew it was true. My gaze flickered from Rufus, and we headed outside. Maybe he didn't know Beverly had it in for me. If he did, I prayed he'd tried to talk her out of it. But as I walked, a feeling of dread washed over me. I shot a glance back toward the house in time to see Beverly's face filling a window. Yep, she had it out for me. I only hoped I'd be able to stand my ground against her. 4. Today, we're going to learn how to match with your familiar. To demonstrate, I've brought this kitten. I hooked a hand under the fur ball I'd brought and laid her gently on the table. The kitten took one look at the crowd, and instead of bolting, she purred softly. I smiled. You'll notice that animals used as familiars are different from the more domestic.
How is that?
Beverly shot out from the back of the class. I took the kitten and walked her down the aisle. Feel free to pet her, I instructed to the children. To answer you, Beverly, they're different because the inherent fear many smaller creatures have to humans isn't there.
We aren't human. We're witches,
Prissy snickered. I paused. Yes, I suppose you could say that, but we still have basic similarities to humans. We're not vampires or werewolves.
Thank God,
their third friend chimed. I let the rest of the children pet the kitten and returned to the front of the class. Now that you've all met her, the way we figure out if an animal can be your familiar is to work a simple spell. Something small like levitation. It's all that's necessary. I settled the kitten on the desk and picked up a book. When you work a spell in front of a potential familiar, you want to focus on the creature. If the animal is a good match, you'll know.
how?
Beverly shot out.
Will pixie dust surround you?
I could feel my face burning. I wanted to say, no, but if you're not swallowed up by the earth, then it's a good chance you've done something right. I don't know why that response came to me. It wasn't like it actually made much sense. Beverly makes a good point. I was now smiling so hard my cheeks hurt. Though pixie dust won't happen, something else does. A witch matched to his or her correct familiar takes on a glow. It's quite remarkable. I don't know if y'all will be able to see it as clearly as I can, but we'll see. I'll demonstrate first. I pinned my attention on the book and the kitten. The book rose. The kitten pawed at it playfully. You'll see there isn't a real connection between me and the kitten. The book floated down in a rather wobbly way and settled back on the table. That just means we don't make a good pair, y'all. But that doesn't mean one of you won't. I grinned widely at all their young, shining faces. It was so precious. I wanted to squeeze their little cherub cheeks and wrap them in hugs and feed them cookies. But I didn't want to deal with the aftermath of children and cookies. No, thank you. So now, let's go around the room one at a time and see if anyone is a perfect match for this kitten. One at a time, the children approached the desk. Their eyes widened as each and every one levitated the book while focusing on the feline, and, one at a time, none of them matched. Until the very last child. It was a young boy. He sat all the way in back. A fringe of dark bangs shielded his eyes. He approached meekly with a timidity that bordered on frightened. My heart lurched. I gave him what I hoped to be an encouraging smile. "Your turn." The boy extended a hand and the book rose. It didn't wobble, it shot up as if yanked by an invisible rope. The boy reached out with the opposite hand and stroked the kitten. Then he glowed. My breath hitched. There was nothing more splendid, more humbling, than standing in front of a witch or wizard in this case, while they fed off the connection from their familiar. Can anyone see that? I glanced around the room. I knew my expression beamed hope, desperate hope. I hated to think what Beverly and her crew would do if they couldn't see or at least feel the power the boy worked. "No," Beverly said rudely. I didn't even bother looking at her. "Anyone else?" "I feel something," said a little girl. "I think I might see something," said a boy. "Yes, look there." Another girl pointed to the boy. "I see something." "Me too," said a young man. Then the room erupted as boys and girls shouted that they could see a slight glow. It wasn't as bright for them as it was for me, but it was tangible. As much as I almost hated to admit it, the slap in the face that Beverly received from the class witnessing and reacting to the familiar pairing was awesome. "Wait a minute." Beverly rose. She lifted her chin and stared down at me. Yes, she managed that from across the room. Quite a feat, I know. "What is it?" I said, innocently enough. "Anyone can match a wizard to a kitten. That's easy. Nothing hard about that at all." Well, I would disagree. I pointed to him. He was the last child to come up. All the others had gone. It was only him. The animal doesn't matter. "Doesn't it?" she said smartly. Like, what was her problem? I'd never stepped on her toe or looked at her cross-eyed or anything. Why did this Beverly lady hate me so much? I folded my arms and puffed up my chest. No, the animal doesn't matter. If a witch is supposed to match with a certain familiar, then she or he does. That's what counts. She quirked a brow. "So, any animal could be matched?" I rubbed my forehead. "I went over the best ones yesterday." Beverly stepped forward as if this were now a challenge. "But could you match anyone to any creature?" Every eye was on me. No pressure. "Realistically, yes." "What about this?" Beverly snapped her fingers and suddenly a serpent lay coiled in her hands. The children gasped. "I don't appreciate you scaring them. That's not what this class is about. It's about familiars. There's nothing scary or evil in that." "Scared?" She arched her arm until the serpent and Beverly were eye to eye. "There's nothing scary about snakes. These children use snakeskin in potions and divination." The snake's tongue tasted the air. My stomach twisted. "So, do you think you can do it?" she said. Had I missed something? Do what? "Match this snake. Pair it just like you did the kitten." I laughed nervously. "First of all, there are no guarantees it will match." "Aha, so you admit it. You brought a kitten because they're easier to match." My skin burned with anger. I spoke slowly and through gritted teeth. "I sell kittens. Yes, some animals, like cats, are easier. I've explained that already. 3 times now." Beverly shoved the snake toward me. "Then prove it with something hard. Prove that a more difficult animal can be matched." "Is it yours?" The children's gazes bobbed back and forth between us. I felt like I was being put on trial for a crime I'd never committed. All I wanted was to help folks, y'all. That was it. I didn't need any of this drama. Beverly's head snapped up at my question.
My snake? Why would you ask if it's my snake?
Because you're holding it.
Not mine.
A slow, evil smile crept over my face. Yes, I know it was evil because that's how I felt. I felt a jolt of evilness fill me as I glared at Beverly. Please come to the front, Beverly. The witch hesitated.
You can take the snake.
I waved dismissively. No, not me. The two of you look comfortable. My gaze washed over the room. Don't they look chummy, kids? Yes, came a chorus from the children. I placed the flat of my hand on the book. Now, I would like for you, Beverly, to perform the same bit of magic that we've already shown. I grabbed the wizard boy by the shoulders and pointed him toward his seat. Take the kitten and the shoebox with you. We'll discuss the rest in a few minutes. He obeyed while Beverly's eyes shot flaming arrows at me. I smiled sweetly. Come now, don't be shy. You know how to do it. Levitate the book and focus on the snake. The snake coiled around Beverly's arm as she placed her free hand over the volume. It rose high and steady, but Beverly didn't glow. The witch smiled at me. I knew what she was doing. Beverly was cheating. She was pretending to use the snake, but she wasn't. Not at all. All of this was an attempt to make me look very, very bad, like I didn't know what I was talking about, so I did something I shouldn't have. I knew it was wrong, I knew it was totally uncalled for, but Beverly and her evil gang of minions had pushed me to it. A thought flared in the back of my mind. Tether. A connection was instantly woven between Beverly and the snake. I'd purposely redirected Beverly's power to weave into the serpent. It wasn't like it was hard. The snake and Beverly were already connected. After all, he was her familiar. That's when Beverly glowed. I would say she beamed like an angel, but that would have been an insult to angels everywhere. What I will say is that Beverly was luminescent. The students gaped and clapped. Well done! I joined the thunderous applause. And I didn't think you'd be able to match with the reptile, but I see you pair beautifully with it. Now, are you going to take the snake with you, or do I need to find it a home at familiar place? Beverly sneered at me.
I borrowed him. I'll be sure to return the creature.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I filled my lungs with a deep, cleansing breath and smiled at the class. That's all for today, kids. I'll see you back tomorrow for our last lesson. The kids shuffled from the room. I approached the little boy who'd matched with the kitten. My name's Pepper.
I'm Hatcher Gray.
Hi, Hatcher. You matched with her. He stroked under his chin.
Yes.
Would you like to keep it? His gaze darted to the floor.
No. We can't have pets in the dorms.
The words left his mouth with such sadness my heart cracked. I felt so bad for him that I wanted to just give him the kitten and tell Salts that he needed to make an exception for little Hatcher. Well, okay. I hoisted the box under my arm. I'll tell you what. Anytime you can come to my shop and visit her. How does that sound? Bright light filled his eyes. Hatcher nodded enthusiastically.
It sounds great.
All right, then. Promise me you'll visit?
I promise.
With that, Hatcher bolted from his chair and left the room. I turned to watch him go. My heart sank when my gaze snagged on Beverly and the gang. I decided to beat her to the punch. Nice try with all that pretending the snake wasn't your familiar.
You could see right through that, could you? Her mouth curled into a hideous sneer. I could. I folded my arms. Listen, I don't know what I did to become the butt of your anger, but whatever it was, I take it back. She threw her head back and laughed. Long curls like serpents unfurled down her back. You can't take back what you are. What am I? You don't like head witches. Listen, I can't help that. No. She took a threatening step closer. Your grandmother might have accepted your half-blood, but you're not a true witch, and even all your crapul lineage won't change that. Ah, so she didn't like me because my father had been a human. Let me guess, you're full witch and from old blood? That's right. She eyed me from crown to toes and back. Stay out of my way. Or what? Or else. She threw the snake at me. I screamed and thrust out my hands only to watch it disappear at the last minute. Pathetic, Beverly said. She and her cohorts cackled. As they left the room, Prissy said, I wish I'd thought of that, making the snake disappear. But you didn't. You're not as smart as me, and you never will be. Beverly plumped her hair. That's why I teach divination, and you only teach tarot. Prissy glared at Beverly when she wasn't looking. Come on, Beverly said. Let's go to magical elements. I need more divination powder. They disappeared, and I sank onto a chair. Thank goodness tomorrow was my last day at this school. Those women were horrible. I rubbed the heels of my hands into my eyes and sighed. Rough day? My back tensed. Just hearing Rufus's voice unnerved me. I kept my eyes shut and rubbed my temples. What would make you say that? Oh, I don't know. I just saw Beverly and her friends leaving. They aren't exactly the nicest. The sound of a desk chair being scraped across the floor filled the room. I peeked out one lid. Rufus indeed sat behind a desk. He looked absolutely ridiculous, stuffed into something fit for a child. I burst into laughter. Now, what could be so funny? I pointed at him. What? Haven't you ever seen a 6-foot-tall man sit behind a middle schooler's desk before? No. His arms flared. Well, now you have. I shook my head. Listen, I know you're friends with them and all, but I'm glad tomorrow is my last day here. I cocked an eye at him. And what are you doing here? I told you about the job teaching charm making. I dug a hand in my pocket. The metal ward buzzed against my fingers. Right, I forgot. That reminds me, you accidentally left this in my shop. He raised a palm. Keep it. I understood. He'd made it for me. I clutched the metal to my chest. Thank you. He wiggled out from the desk. Listen, I'll speak to Beverly about you. Y'all two certainly are chummy. His eyes tightened. I've known her a long time, that's all. He slid his hands into his pocket. Not that it matters to you. It doesn't, I said too quickly. Can I walk you to your car? We were interrupted when Bert entered the room. There you are. I rose. Hi there. He pointed toward the door. I'm heading over to my shop to take over for the night. Would you like to come? I know you've never been. I cringed. I don't know. Beverly said she was heading over. Pah. He waved the air. She never stays long. She walks in, grabs some divination powder, pays, and leaves. She'll be gone by the time we arrive. I turned. Would you like to come, Rufus? My gaze washed over an empty room. Bert slipped into his coat. Looks like your friend disappeared. So he had. 5. Magical Elements was beautiful. Colorful pillar candles squatted on circular tables scattered throughout the room.
One wall, lined with shelves, held mason jars filled with different powders. Potato sacks stuffed with magical powders leaned against a wall. Scoopers had been plunged inside, and empty mason jars sat on a table, making it a magical self-serve area. While a glass case held jewelry of all sorts, necklaces dangled from a delicate tree limb that sat atop the counter, and a box of uncut, semi-precious stones glinted in the light. "This place is truly magical," I whispered.
"Thanks."
Bert swept past me and took his position behind the counter, relieving the man who stood there grinning.
"It is magical, isn't it?"
said the young man. "It is," I agreed. Bert motioned to him.
"Connor, meet Pepper. Pepper owns the familiar shop in town."
Connor wagged a finger at me.
"So you're the owner."
I raised my hand. "Guilty." Bert slipped from his coat and pegged it on a rack.
"Has it been busy today?"
Connor shrugged.
"Busy enough to keep me occupied. Dedra came in a little while ago. She picked up that book you'd ordered for her." "Thanks for giving it to her," Bert said. "Everything else goes smoothly?"
Connor tipped his head toward the rear.
"I'd be better if the Wicked Witch wasn't here."
I peered around a display of walking sticks, dubbed wizard sticks. Beverly and her gang of Beverlys chatted near the back wall.
"You need to stay out of it,"
Beverly snapped at someone. I leaned over farther and saw Rufus. What? How had he beaten us here? And why had I agreed to let Bert bring me? And why was Rufus butting into my business? Why was I asking so many questions that didn't offer answers?
"It's a simple request."
Rufus's voice floated to me.
"One that's none of your business."
Prissy saw me and elbowed Beverly. Beverly's head whipped in my direction.
"And she's here, too."
The witch smirked.
"Was this your plan, Rufus? Force me to see she's good?"
Heat flushed my face as Rufus spoke.
"She had nothing to do with it. I came here to ask you to ease up." "On her?"
She sneered.
"You've got to be kidding. I can't believe you, of all people, would defend the likes of the half-breed."
Bert cleared his throat.
"Is there a problem?"
Beverly's gaze sharpened on him.
"Of course there's a problem, Professor Tweedle. The school is letting any witch teach, I believe, in pedigree."
Bert leaned over the counter.
"Then perhaps you should look closer at yourself, because from what I hear, your own family tree isn't as golden as you think."
Beverly's mouth dropped. She recovered quickly and threw her head back.
"Oh, that is rich. Who'd you hear that from? The witch history snob?"
Bert said nothing. Beverly sauntered over to the counter. Sparks flicked from her fingertips.
"Let me tell you something."
She pointed a red, coffin-shaped nail at him.
"Little Professor History doesn't know what she's talking about either."
Bert waved his hand.
"Why don't you get what you always come for and be gone, Beverly?" "With pleasure."
Bert's gaze flickered over the counter.
"Connor?"
Connor, who was slowly slipping into his coat while watching the spectacle with interest, whipped his head toward Bert.
"Yes?" "Where's the divination powder? I left it right here."
"Oh, I had to move it because it was on the book you ordered for Dedra. Those two didn't get along." I quirked a brow. That was an odd thing to say. A book and powder not getting along? Once Beverly left, I'd have to ask what Connor meant.
"Oh."
Bert snatched the pouch from the counter and dropped it in front of Beverly.
"Your powder? Is it right?"
she said surly. Bert's voice sharpened.
"Why don't you check and we'll make this the last time I order it for you?"
Beverly flicked her hand dismissively.
"Fine by me. I'd be happy to find another magical shop that doesn't deal with unsavory people."
A hand lightly touched my shoulder. I didn't have to glance over to know Rufus stood next to me.
"I'm sorry," he whispered. "I was only trying to help."
I know. I shot him a dark look. You made it worse.
"I'll fix it."
Truth shone in his eyes. Good luck, I murmured. I didn't think anyone short of Satan would have a chance talking sense into Beverly. And the only reason I thought Satan would was simply because he was more evil than she. At least I hoped so. Beverly tossed Bert a handful of dollars for the powder and then whirled around. She dangled the bag by the strings and shot me a cruel smile.
"Do you know what this is?"
I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. I would not let this witch intimidate me. No way. Is that a trick question? You've only said about 100 times that it's divination powder.
"But do you know how it works?"
No.
"Beverly,"
Rufus warned.
"stay out of it,"
she said sharply. Her eyes narrowed.
"I asked the little witch if she knew how to use it."
I raised my hand to Rufus in warning. He needed to stay out of my business. His lips tightened to an invisible line. I don't know how it works. I folded my arms. Why don't you tell me, Beverly? School me a little like I schooled you today. Her cheeks flared pink. Ah, the memory of the snake bloomed. It proved to be a touchy subject with her. Good. I was glad. Beverly opened the pouch and dipped her fingers in. She pinched some of the powder and let it flow back inside. It fell in beautiful silvery strands, like stardust.
"The divination powder works usually with a conduit like water. I close my eyes and focus on whoever's future I'm trying to see. Usually it's mine or a paying customer. But I tell you what," she took a threatening step forward. "I'll read yours for free, right now."
No thanks. I wanted to step back, to get away from her. Working against intuition, I moved forward. I wouldn't let this woman intimidate me. She's chicken, Prissy said. So chicken, the other woman said.
"Beverly, that's enough."
Rufus walked around to shield me from her. Why, she said innocently,
"Who doesn't want to know their future? I bet she does. Don't you?" "That's enough, Beverly," Bert said. "Time to leave."
Okay. Her voice sounded defeated. Rufus must have believed she would leave because he stepped away, putting me straight in Beverly's line of fire.
"But anyway, just for argument's sake, let's see what happens."
Beverly scooped a handful of powder into her palm. She uncurled her fingers and blew the line of dust straight at my face. Rufus shot out a hand toward me. The ward in my pocket immediately hummed. I clapped a hand over it. A line of power snaked up my arm. I didn't know what it was doing, but it didn't hurt. It felt like a bumblebee was buzzing in my pants. Rufus raised his other hand, and the silvery dust swirled back to Beverly and swarmed around her head. Her hands clasped around her neck.
"Stop it! Get it away!"
Rufus's brow creased. He cocked his head in confusion and lowered his hand.
"Stop it! It's killing me!"
Beverly opened her mouth. The powder flowed in. Her eyes widened. One of her friends whacked her on the back. "It's killing her! Do something!" Rufus waved a hand, but nothing changed. The silvery powder had flowed into Beverly's lungs. Bert leaped over the counter. He wrapped his arms around Beverly's waist and attempted the Heimlich. She coughed and gagged. I focused on Beverly and pressed my fingers to my temple. I wanted the powder gone, out of her lungs and mouth. The dust flew outward, hitting the ceiling and splashing to the floor in a mess of crystallized crumbs. Bert released Beverly. She slumped to the ground, eyes wide open. Prissy gasped. She fell to her knees and grabbed Beverly's hands. Rufus bent at the knee and placed a hand to her throat. After several moments, he faced us.
She's dead.
What about CPR? I raked my fingers through my hair. Can't we help her? Sadness flared in Rufus's gaze. His dark eyes looked nearly black against his pale skin. He shook his head.
We can't help her. Beverly was poisoned.
Rufus shot a look to Bert.
Poisoned by your divination powder.
6.
You're telling me that Rufus Mayes stood right next to a woman, declared she had been poisoned, and you don't think he had anything to do with it?
I sat in Axel's living room, sipping a cup of hot cocoa. I dragged my gaze from the white swirl of cocoa skin and sneaked a glance at him. The scowl on his face couldn't have been any deeper if I'd hired an excavator to dig it. Seriously. His brow furrowed, his lips clamped, and his blue eyes reflected the color of a turbulent sea. I don't think Rufus had anything to do with it, no.
Pepper.
Axel sighed. He drummed his fingers on the kitchen counter and glared at me. What? I settled the cocoa on an end table and straightened my back. His head jerked slightly. What is it?
You don't see it. The council decided, behind the town's back, by the way, that Rufus was safe to allow entry.
He flashed his palm before I could argue.
I know what good he's done in the past few months, I'm aware of it. But I don't think he should be given free rein. Argue all you want, sometimes, and don't take this the wrong way, but sometimes you are naive to people.
I bristled. If I'd had fur, it would have stood at attention. I'm not naive. His gaze drilled into me so hard I felt my chest constrict. My gaze darted to the floor. Okay, maybe sometimes I'm a little too trusting, but Rufus has helped us.
Not us. You. He's helped you.
His jaw clenched.
He knows we're together, and yet he hands you a protection ward. Why? Because he wanted to ensure you weren't killed instead of Beverly?
That's not why. I scowled. Listen, I only told you what happened so that you'd know. I didn't do it so you could flip the conversation to why Rufus Mayes is guilty. You've worked with him before, too, you know. Axel smirked. Why could he make a smirk sexy? What kind of gift was that?
Let's be honest. It was just plain unfair.
We were fighting, dagnabbit. He wasn't supposed to look hot and sexy when I wanted to win an argument. Totes unfair. That's what it was. He plopped onto the other side of the couch and slid over until we were sitting hip to hip. I leaned away. Axel wove his arm around my waist and tugged me to him. He nuzzled my neck and inhaled.
You always smell so good, like strawberries.
It's my conditioner, I said flatly.
You smell good enough to eat.
You are changing the subject.
For good reason.
He inhaled again.
I don't like talking about other men when we're together.
Makes you jealous.
Makes me homicidal in a werewolf sort of way.
I leaned away. That's almost as frightening as you saying Rufus Mayes can't have changed. Axel sighed. He pulled away and tipped his face to the ceiling.
I give up. Whatever. You think he's a good guy, then he's a good guy, but don't say I didn't warn you.
I twisted to face him. I don't think he's guilty, but that's who the town will suspect. He protected me, Axel.
That's my job,
he growled. I stiffened. Sore spot?
Slightly.
He rubbed his palms down his thighs.
It's my own fault. I left Magnolia Cove and you bonded more with Rufus. He's twisted your image of him. He's even twisted my image of him. He's helped us, I know, but don't think you can teach that dog new tricks. It isn't possible.
I curled my fingers through his. I'm saying he deserves a chance. Axel lifted my hand and brushed his lips over my knuckles. I shivered.
I'm trying to build us, to focus on us. I know what I want, but I have to prove I'm worthy.
You do? He pressed my hand to his chest.
Don't pretend I don't. You trust me with your life, and you trust me somewhat with your heart, but not 100%.
I love you, I argued.
And I love you.
I shivered at the sound of those words escaping his lips. Axel released my hand and slid his palm over my cheek.
You think you trust me, but you bring up Rufus.
I leaned away. I don't know what you mean.
You relied on him while I was gone.
He shook his head.
Stupidest mistake of my life, leaving.
He rubbed his face.
But I had to. If I'd stayed, I wouldn't have learned more about my powers, and you wouldn't have created the potion that allows me to control the beast. But that came at a price.
I quirked a brow. So serious.
It is serious. When I was away, you turned to Rufus for help. You have a connection with him that could end up driving a wedge between us.
Only if you let it, I said. He released my cheek and sat up, leaning his elbows on his thighs.
When I said what I did about mating, it wasn't to scare you.
It didn't.
He smirked. Didn't it? It doesn't scare me because I know what I want. But when I explained to you that if we take the next step in our physical relationship, everything will change, you freaked out.
I scoffed. I did not.
You did. I don't blame you. How can I? I just told you that I will mate for life. That's serious stuff. If someone had told me that same thing 6 months ago, I would have run for the hills.
He sat back and stared at me with a gaze so full of fire my breath caught in my throat. What are you saying? I chewed the inside of my lip as I waited for his response. Are you saying you want to take our relationship to the next level? After you left, a couple of months ago, is that what you mean? He sighed.
I'm saying that I'm looking forward to this relationship.
So am I. It annoyed me that he would think otherwise.
Are you? Rufus Mayes is case in point.
He took my hand limply in his.
I'm not saying anything to scare you. I've never questioned my feelings for you. What I questioned is how I can protect you when I become a raving beast once a month. Hurting you would have crushed me. I've told you that before. This isn't new, but what is how our relationship will change. You want the next level of our relationship.
He shot me a pointed look.
The one behind closed doors. I've explained what that means to me. I don't take it lightly, and neither should you.
I gulped. I don't.
I think...
He paused, seemed to consider what he wanted to say next.
Remember when we got together? You'd just come out of something.
Yes. He licked his lips.
Tell me something.
Anything, I said dramatically to lighten the mood. It worked. He smiled slightly.
Tell me. You were all hung up on a guy who didn't care about you. Did you rush things with him?
I stiffened. I don't know what you mean. He nodded.
So you did. Sleeping with someone doesn't magically fix all your problems with them.
I know that. And you're not supposed to know things about me, things I don't want you to. He gave me a kind smile.
I'm jealous of Rufus, I admit it. But if we sleep together, our bond will become unbreakable. Having Rufus in the picture will drive me crazy.
I shook my head. I don't know what to say. Rufus and I are friends.
It's not a friendship I trust. Not on your side, but his.
Axel tapped his finger to my nose.
We're not taking any steps until I'm sure you're ready, I'm ready, and we're ready.
There was nothing I could say, not really. Nothing that would add anything to our conversation. I stared at the floor and managed a weak, okay. Yeah, it was a lame response, but it was all I had. He'd properly scolded me. Axel hooked a finger under my chin and tipped my face until our gazes hooked.
I know what I want, Pepper. I think I may have always known. The question is, do you?
Thoughts collided in my head as I traveled home. Axel had offered me a lift, but I'd brought my cast-iron skillet. The cold wind felt good as it smacked my face. It sliced over my clothes, sending splinters of frigid air pricking my skin. My flesh would chafe, but I didn't care. Axel's words swirled in my brain as I flew over my town, the place I had grown to love in a short time. The gingerbread houses, painted vibrant colors, stood out against the skeletal winter trees. Spring would arrive soon, and I couldn't wait. Witches below me scurried to their skillets or cars. The crowd that had gathered outside magical elements had dispersed. I spied my own shop, familiar place, and swept down to land. I lashed my skillet to a pole. A laugh caught my attention. Prissy strolled down the street with the girl I'd been referring to as the other Beverly. They sashayed, ponytails swinging with authority, shoulders back as if they owned the road. Strange. Shouldn't they be in mourning? Or at least hanging their heads a little bit? I would be if I'd lost my friend. As they passed, I reached out to Prissy. I'm sorry about Beverly. She recoiled. Like I said, I'm sorry. Prissy's eyes narrowed. She took one look at my extended hand and dragged her gaze to meet mine. Beverly was right about you. My hand fell limply to my side. How's that? Her lips twisted into a sneer. You're weak. All half-breeds are. The purer your blood and the older your family, the stronger you are. I wanted to ask what happened to pathetic little Prissy. Prissy had been Beverly's minion, but she'd also seemed a sad, tragic figure unable to think or act on her own. She reminded me of a high schooler obsessed with being part of the in crowd. I'd learned that once you removed a person from the offending crowd, they turned out pretty decent, because what they wanted all along was acceptance. They'd been seeking it in the wrong place. Not that I would know anything about that, it was simply my observation. Anyway, those thoughts had led me to think that Prissy would actually be human once Beverly was removed from the pot of grits. Apparently, that was not the case. Confusion twisted the other woman's delicate features. I don't remember Beverly ever saying that witches from newer families are weak. Did she say that? Be quiet, Valerie, Prissy snarled. I stiffened. I'm sorry you feel that way, but I'm still offering my sympathies about Beverly. Prissy nodded as if that was the only acceptable way to respond to me, and the women strolled on. I shivered. It was cold outside. Best to get in where my body could thaw out. Prissy should consider doing the same, but it wasn't her skin that needed thawing. It was her heart. Anyway, as soon as I stepped inside familiar place, warmth pricked my flesh. I unwrapped my scarf and draped it on a coat stand. Betty, you here? My grandmother waddled out from the back. Pepper, how am I supposed to campaign for mayor when I'm stuck in here all day? I thought you'd be back hours ago. Oh, well, in case you hadn't noticed, there's been a death. She scowled. Are you sure about that? A death? I raked my fingers down my face. Unfortunately, I was standing right in front of the victim. Dang it, Garrick should have called me. As this town's potential new mayor, these are things I want to know. I sat on a stool and stretched my legs. The skillet left my muscles stiff. Releasing the tension was heaven. Oh, there's something else you want to know. What's that? It was murder. Betty frowned. Does Amelia know? I don't know. Why? Betty rubbed her chin. Great. Let's keep it that way. I cocked my head in disbelief. What are you talking about? She folded her arms in a dramatic flourish. Because I'm not giving up my secret spell. Not for anybody. 7. What do you mean you're not giving up the spell? Amelia, Cordelia, Betty, and I sat at the dinner table. I had to admit, Betty had outdone herself tonight. She'd whipped up mashed potatoes, chicken fried steak, biscuits, white gravy, fried okra, and even apple pie. Clearly, the guilt was strong with her. You can't go back on a deal. Amelia's voice rose to a squeak. Pepper says there's been a murder. We made a bet. She pressed a finger into the table. A bet, and I won. For one thing, we only have Pepper's word that there's been a murder. We don't know with absolute certainty yet. The doorbell rang. Cordelia wiped her mouth and rose. I'll get it. Whoever it is, invite them to supper. Betty heaped more potatoes onto her plate. There's enough for half the town. Cordelia opened the door. Garrick tipped his head. Hey, ladies. For once he wasn't wearing his police uniform or fedora. Instead, Garrick wore a thick winter coat and knit hat pulled down to his eyes. Cordelia stepped out of the way. Come in. Won't you join us for supper? He patted his belly. I haven't eaten yet. Come on, Garrick. I waved him in. There's plenty. Even the new mayor said so. Betty glared at me. I'm not mayor yet. Garrick shrugged off his coat and wove his finger through his light brown hair. Smells delicious. I'm starved. Amelia rose. Let's make some room. We shuffled our chairs while Amelia grabbed another plate and silverware. Garrick eased down beside Cordelia and flashed her a 1,000-watt smile. Thank y'all kindly. His gaze swept over the fixings. This looks great. Betty talked while Garrick built his plate. Tell us, Sheriff, to what do we owe the honor of your presence? One side of his mouth curled into a smile. I wanted to go over some pre-mayoral stuff with you. She folded her hands. I'm all ears. It's official. Mayor Battle is stepping down, so you'll need to register over at City Hall. Consider it done. I'm also afraid you might have some stiff competition. Betty's brows shot 2 peaks. Oh, who else has decided to run? Garrick grimaced. Gilda Goldenheart. Betty's gaze narrowed. Are you sure? I'm sure. Amelia cleared her throat. That's some pretty stiff competition there. She has tons of money to spend on a campaign. She could hire a flock of bats to spell her name in the sky. Steam practically poured from Betty's ears, but what Amelia said was true. I'd met Gilda Goldenheart when I first arrived in Magnolia Cove. Her boyfriend, Ebenezer Goldmiser, had been murdered, and I had thought Gilda was guilty of said murder. I'd been wrong, but at the time all signs had pointed to yes. The town loves her, Amelia said, adding a tongue click at the end. She lost her boyfriend to a murderer. She's a sweet old lady. 2 things you don't have, Betty. I have other talents, Betty snapped. I'm a warm, friendly, caring person. The air stilled. The 3 of us cousins exchanged a look before we burst into laughter. Betty glowered. I am warm. I can prove it. By revealing the secret spell? I batted my eyelashes to help us win our case. Betty focused her laser gaze on Garrick. Pepper seems to think there's been a murder in town. I'm calling hogwash. Garrick sipped his water. It's not hogwash, it's true. Looks like someone poisoned Beverly Unk. Betty took a long sip of tea. I knew what she was doing. Stalling. My grandmother didn't want to teach us the secret spell, but she couldn't renege on the bet. It had been magically sealed. There was no way Betty would be able to crawl out of this. She could beg, steal, and cheat as much as she wanted, but that pact had been made in a way it couldn't be broken. Even Betty Crapel couldn't find a loophole. "Who did it?" Amelia said. Garrick stared at his food.
"You know I can't talk about that."
"I was there," I chirped. "The only people around were Bert, who owns the store, his employee Connor, Beverly, and her 2 minions. Oh." I let the O hang in the air. Cordelia poured herself another glass of tea. "Oh? Did you forget someone?" "No." I stuffed okra into my mouth to avoid talking.
"She's forgetting that Rufus Mayes was there."
Garrick scooped mashed potatoes onto his fork with help from a biscuit.
"He threatened Beverly right before she died."
I swallowed a knot of okra. He did, but not because he was going to kill her. "You sure about that?" Amelia said. "He was protecting me." Heat dotted my cheeks. "Beverly tried to start a cat fight with me." "Like I said, are you sure he wasn't going to kill her?" Amelia spoke through a bite of biscuit. "We all know how Rufus feels about you. He's got the hots for Pepper." "Amelia," I sighed. "Please, let's not talk about this." She shrugged. "Okay, but if Rufus thought Beverly was going to hurt his woman—" I pounded the butt of my knife onto the table. Amelia jerked in surprise. "I'm not his woman," I growled. "Of course you're not," Amelia said. "You're Axel's woman. All I'm trying to say is that Rufus likes you. Everyone knows that. It's not as if you like him back." She forked food around her plate. "One person pining over another who doesn't have the same feelings isn't a new thing. It's old as time, right, Betty?" "Very funny, kid. I'm not 1,000 years old." Betty's gaze flickered to Garrick. "You think Rufus killed her? It won't look good if the town's next mayor allows a newly minted citizen to remain, one who's potentially dangerous." Garrick rubbed the back of his neck.
"He just returned to Magnolia Cove. Why would Rufus have done it?"
Like Amelia said. Cordelia pulled her long blonde hair over one shoulder and stroked it. "For Pepper." Garrick grunted.
"Doesn't sound good enough."
Silence settled around the table. The events leading up to Beverly's death wormed their way through my brain. I realized what Garrick was thinking. "You're not looking at Bert, are you?"
"I'm afraid I can't tell you that."
His lips pursed to tell me that's exactly what he was doing. "But Bert wouldn't have done it," I argued. Garrick shrugged.
"You never know anyone's motives. Bert and Beverly had both taught at the school for a long time."
"And Beverly bought her divination powder from him." Garrick said nothing. "Garrick." I settled my cutlery on the plate. "Beverly was Bert's customer. I don't think he would have killed his money train."
"Didn't he fire her as a customer?"
I slumped into the chair. "So that's it. You think that Bert killed and fired her as a customer? You must have more evidence that they didn't get along." Garrick folded his hands and leaned forward.
"Think about it, Pepper."
He cut his hand across the table.
"And this is all I'm going to say about it. The only person who would have touched the divination powder was Bert."
"Or his assistant," I protested. "His assistant was there, too, don't forget that."
"So then, 2 hands. 2. And out of both men, who had more interaction with the murder victim?"
"Your mama," Amelia chirped. Everyone at the table turned to her. A giggle bubbled up in my chest and exploded out in a stream of laughter. Everyone else laughed and the tension dissolved. Technically, I understood what Garrick was saying. Bert had opportunity, but I didn't think he had motive. Bert seemed to be a good man. I could feel it. He wouldn't have murdered Beverly. He talked about her, sure. Didn't like her, obviously, but murder? I didn't think so. We finished up dinner by discussing Betty's mayoral strategy. I think your slogan should be, "You can bet on Betty." Amelia smiled proudly. Cordelia nodded appreciatively. That is good. She clicked her tongue. I think you should go with it. Betty cracked her knuckles. I'll consider it. You can bet your heinies that Gilda's going to have something along the lines of, "Go for gold with Gilda." Amelia's voice filled with wonder. That's good, too. You are so screwed. If this mayoral contest comes down to choosing based on slogans, you'll be out on your butt. And that's why I'm not teaching y'all the secret spell. Garrick hitched a brow. Secret spell? It's a spell that can change someone's mind about something, Cordelia explained. But you can only use it once a year, and you can't use it stupidly. Like I would do, Amelia said. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? Cordelia's gaze slid to Garrick. I don't think he quite knew the depths of Amelia and Cordelia's love-hate, hate-love relationship. I wasn't going to say that, Cordelia explained. Of course not, I said. Anyway, who's ready for dessert? Garrick left after eating a huge wedge of apple pie topped with ice cream. Once he was gone, Amelia turned on Betty. Secret spell. You owe us. Betty sighed. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? I wrapped her up in a bear hug. I don't know what you're so worried about. Think we'll use it on you or something? No! Shot out of her mouth faster than a bullet from a rifle. My mouth dropped. You are. This was the most fascinating turn of events since I'd discovered I owned magic. You were afraid of teaching us. You think we'll use the spell on you. I do not. Betty's lower lip tightened. Amelia shot me a look of disbelief. Yes, you are. You're afraid that once we learn the spell, we'll make you change your mind about something. Cordelia sank onto the couch and propped her legs on a footstool. I wouldn't have believed it unless I saw it. And even now it's hard to believe that Betty thinks we would do that. Yeah, Amelia said to Betty. It's almost as if you're scared because you've used the spell on us before. Yeah, Cordelia seconded. But we didn't know about it. Exactly. Amelia poked the air. So I think you did. I think you've used the secret spell on us, and you're afraid we'll exact some sort of crazy revenge. Don't give yourself too much credit, Betty grumbled. Y'all aren't capable of making me change my mind about anything big. The best y'all could do is make me forget about having an extra serving of banana pudding. Why would you want to forget about that? I raked my fingers through my hair. That sounds like the best idea ever. Amelia laughed. Okay. So, if the three of us swear not to use the spell on you, then you'll show us, right, Betty? Betty opened her mouth, but Amelia cut her off. Otherwise, if you don't, you'll be reneging on our witch's agreement. I hate to think what would happen if you did that. Betty yanked her glasses off. I wouldn't even think about doing that. I'd rather kiss a pig than mess up the deal. That's not what you said to me earlier, I murmured. I've changed my mind. She shot me a scathing look. I'm allowed to do that, right? I suppose. I winked at my cousins. So, Betty, does this mean you'll teach us the secret spell? That now we'll know all the mysteries the universe has to offer? She cackled. Ha! This won't help you solve any mysteries, but it will help if you ever need it. Okay, girls, hold on to your hats. You're about to learn how to change someone's mind. 8. The only way to work the secret spell is with this. Betty pulled a pouch of tobacco from a box on the mantel. Tobacco? Amelia said, stunned. You use tobacco to work the secret spell? Betty nodded. Why do you think I smoke my pipe? I've got to be ready to talk somebody out of whatever bad thing they're considering at any time. Ladies, a threat can happen any moment. We must be prepared."
"Well, I'm not going to smoke tobacco to work that spell," Cordelia said. "You can just forget it."
Cordelia waved us off and headed upstairs.
"I'm too tired for all this.
Y'all have fun. Amelia, if you think this is worth it, you can tell me in the morning."
"I will,"
Amelia shouted. Cordelia disappeared up the stairs, and Amelia turned to Betty.
"I want to know how to work it. I don't care about the tobacco. I can smoke a little from a pipe if I have to."
Betty's lips coiled into an evil smile. "You won't be smoking it." Confusion washed over Amelia's pixie features.
"I won't."
"No, you'll be chewing it."
"Ew,"
my cousin grimaced.
"I have to chew it."
"And eat it, and it might make you sick to your stomach. But that's the trade-off. You want someone to change their mind about a plan. You get yourself a pinch of my tobacco, chew it up, swallow it." I took the pouch and sniffed. "Smells like earth and rain." Betty winked. "Best tobacco there is." I sighed. She was probably full of baloney, but I mean she was keeping her part of the deal, I supposed. I handed the pouch to Amelia so she could smell.
"Ugh, I have to eat that."
Betty grinned like the Cheshire Cat. "Yep, you eat a pinch, and when the magic is rolling around in your stomach, you command the other person to change their mind, to do something else. It only works once, and you've got to be quick and sure. But it works." "If you say so." I was pretty unimpressed. I mean, it was only a bit of tobacco that you ate and probably vomited up later. Not exactly what I considered high-class spell work. Betty snapped her fingers, and 2 smaller pouches appeared in front of us. "For y'all. Take those and use them wisely. Remember, only once a year." She wagged her finger. "And both of y'all promised not to use it on me." "Paranoid much?" Amelia mumbled. "I heard that." Betty fisted her hands to her hips. "Now y'all get out of here." I went to my room, where I found Matty the cat and Hugo lounging. I towed off my shoes and sank onto the bed. "Rough day, sugar?" Matty bounded from the window and hopped onto the mattress. "A lot happened today. A witch was murdered, and I'm afraid an innocent man may end up accused." The feline kneaded her claws in the comforter. "When has that ever happened?" I shot her a skeptical look. "Never, right?" "Well, sugar, all you can do is what you can do." "What does that mean?" "It means what it means. I suggest you get some rest. This will work its way out." "I hope so," I mumbled. "It will. You'll see." The next day was supposed to be my last at the school. Relief was so tangible I swear it pricked my skin. I'd just entered the foyer when I encountered Salt Swift. "Miss Dunn," he cooed. "Hello, Mr. Swift." He eyed Hugo. Yes, I'd brought the dragon to school with me.
"Do you really think it's wise to bring a dragon?"
I glanced down at the face that was more innocent puppy than ferocious dragon. At least it was to me. Hugo is well trained. He's still young and won't hurt anyone.
"If you say so."
He sniffed.
"I assume you heard about Miss Unk?"
"Beverly?" I said.
"Yes, that's her. When you finish your class, could you see me in my office?"
Not really. I was ready to be gone from the school. But Salts had been nothing but kind to me. "Sure."
"Have a great final lecture."
The lecture itself went okay. Prissy and the third minion, Valerie, did give me some grief, but it wasn't nearly as bad as when Beverly pushed and poked me every 5 seconds. I did a wrap-up of what we had learned. and demonstrated for the class what magic was like when you used your familiar to assist. I introduced them to Hugo, and we worked a few simple spells. The kids oohed and awed. By the end of the class, I felt a sense of fulfillment, as if I'd done something good for the students. I gave a few of them hugs, including Hatcher, and left to speak with Salts.
Enter.
I pushed open the door to his office and stepped in with Hugo at my heels. Salts reclined behind his desk, fingers steepled under his chin. The potion master rose when he saw me.
Please, sit, Miss Dunn.
Thank you. He regarded me for a moment before speaking. It was unnerving having Salts stare at me as if I was supposed to begin the conversation when he'd invited me.
I hope you've enjoyed your time at the school.
I have. It's been a great opportunity. I appreciate you offering it to me.
You're very welcome. Now, Miss Dunn, I understand you were a witness when Miss Unk was murdered yesterday.
I hadn't expected the conversation to take this turn of events. Yes, I was there.
I'm sorry you had to see such a tragic event, and I understand Miss Unk had threatened you.
I glanced to the floor. I really hadn't wanted to enter this conversation. Yes, she did, I said quietly. She tried to blow divination powder into my face.
I understand Rufus Mayes stopped her.
I paused and stared at Salts. Was this why he'd called me here? To ask about Rufus? Yes, Rufus stopped her in order to help me. Salts pressed the tips of his fingers together.
I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but Mr. Mayes was recently hired by the school.
I am. I've seen him here.
He has how should I put it?
Salts' gaze bobbed around the room.
Rufus Mayes has a reputation?
Yes, I know.
We've hired him to teach charms and wards, but with all this mess about someone possibly murdering Miss Unk and all the suspicion on him, I don't know if Rufus is right for the school.
Why was Salts talking to me about this? I had nothing to do with Rufus Mayes and his teaching contract.
I was wondering if you would consider teaching on more of a regular basis.
Ah, so that's what this was about. Me taking Rufus's spot. I don't know if you realize it, Mr. Swift, but Rufus Mayes is somewhat of a friend of mine. I can vouch for him and say he had nothing to do with Beverly's murder. And to be quite honest, I'm surprised you'd consider getting rid of him when Beverly was a horrible person and she was employed by you. The woman threatened me. She made my classroom horrible by suggesting I didn't know what I was doing, and by dismissing what I said at every turn. Salts eyed me coolly.
Are you telling me you think Rufus Mayes is better suited to teach here than Beverly was?
Yes, burst from me before I could stop it. He is. Beverly Unk was a bully, and less a role model for the children than Rufus Mayes. He leaned forward with such interest, you'd have thought I'd just shared the secret of life with him.
And that's your honest opinion?
Yes, sir, it is. Someone killed Beverly Unk, but it wasn't Rufus Mayes. Salts yanked down his suit jacket.
I must say you intrigue me, Miss Dunn. You remain so cool and calm, even going so far as to defend a man who has wanted to cause you harm in the past.
The past defines a person as much as they repeat the mistakes they made from it, I said. Rufus Mayes wants a new chance at life. I say we give it to him. His mouth curved into a slow smile.
Very well. But there is another reason I called you here.
Salts unfurled a cloth draped over a birdcage. Behind the silver bars lay a creature tucked into a ball. I recoiled when I realized what it was. That's Beverly Unk's familiar.
Yes, it was left in her rooms with her things. No one here at the school is able to take care of it, so I'm giving it to you.
I shot him an incredulous look. And what am I supposed to do with it? He shrugged.
Sell it, I suppose. I don't know. It isn't my problem. I'm giving the snake to you to do with as you please.
But
No need to thank me.
I wasn't. I had the feeling the look of surprise on Saltz's face was priceless. If only I'd known him well enough to be sure of that. Mr. Swift, I don't have room for the snake. Regardless of the fact that the reptile belonged to Beverly and was already her familiar, I simply can't take it. I'm sure you know it can be very difficult to transfer someone's familiar to another witch.
It isn't impossible,
he argued. Maybe not, but it's not easy. I rubbed my temples, trying to ease the growing frustration. I've managed to match familiars that had lost their witches, but they were mammals. I've never managed it with a reptile.
Have you ever tried?
That was beside the point I wanted to say. But Saltz had been kind enough to offer the teaching opportunity, and I didn't want to spit in his face. Besides, it was easier to keep friends than make enemies. Or so I had thought until I met Beverly. I sighed harder than a pig when easing into a mud hole. I suppose I can take the snake. Saltz clapped his hands.
Splendid. You're doing us a great favor.
If, I added loudly. He quirked a brow.
If what?
There's a young boy named Hatcher in class. He matched with a kitten. Saltz's jaw tightened.
I'm aware of young Hatcher.
Can he keep it?
Having animals in the dormitories is expressly forbidden.
But it's a familiar, and he's a young wizard. Surely some witches are allowed to have familiars. I'll take the reptile if he can have his kitten.
I can't break the rules for one child.
I narrowed my eyes.
However,
Saltz added,
we might be able to make some sort of arrangement. From what I understand, the kitchen may need a new cat to keep the mice away.
Why don't you just use magic? I mean, this was a school full of witches. Why would they need a cat to keep mice away when they could simply spell them?
Sometimes,
Saltz said with a smile on his face,
the simplest remedies are the best.
So the school will keep the kitten for the boy? Saltz nodded.
And you will take the snake?
My insides knotted into tiny pretzels that would never unknot. I was sure of it. I swallowed down a surge of bile that threatened to edge its way out of my mouth and smiled brightly. As I coiled my fingers around the cage and stared down at the glittering ebony eyes of the snake, I said, "Well, of course, I'd be happy to take him off your hands." 9. I dropped the cage onto the counter at Bert's Magical Elements.
What's this?
His eyes widened.
Oh, no, don't tell me. That's not Beverly Unk's familiar.
Oh, yes, I said bitterly. That's her familiar. Dedra Tipple wove her way around Bert. She blinked at the coiled creature.
What are you doing with it?
I gestured in frustration at the serpent. Saltz made me take it. He thinks since I own the only familiar store in town that naturally I'm an expert on all things reptile, and we'll be able to match this little cuddly creature with a new witch lickety-split. Bert's expression darkened.
He's certainly ambitious.
But, I said quickly, the reason why I brought the creature here is to see if it could help us.
Unless it knows who killed Beverly, I don't see how it can.
Bert shook his head. I squeezed his shoulder. I heard that there's been some pressure on you.
Oh, no pressure, he said bitterly. Only that Garrick Young has spoken to me 3 times since Beverly was poisoned with her own divination dust, and I've been asked how I handle the stuff repeatedly.
His shoulders sagged. Dedra and I exchanged a look. My heart lurched. I didn't know Bert well, but I knew he hadn't murdered Beverly, which was why I had shown up, to help. I presented the snake as if it were a prize on a game show. I thought if any creature could help us, it would be Beverly's familiar. Dedra blanched. Do you really think it can? She quickly added, because it's a snake, after all. How intelligent can it be? I can be very intelligent, the snake said in my head. I nearly fist-pumped the air. Bingo! He talks. Move over, sister, Bert said to Dedra. We need that snake to tell us everything it knows about who hated Beverly and would have wanted her dead. So many were jealous, the snake hissed. Jealousy? My eyes widened. That's what he says. Bert grabbed a pad of paper and a pen. Let's hear names. Dedra patted his shoulder. As much as I'd love to stay, I have some work to do. Bert dragged his gaze from the snake and hugged his friend. How's the book? Dedra wrapped a scarf around her neck. It's interesting. Thank you for ordering it. What is it? I said. It's an old genealogy book written by one of the first witches to settle in the area. Awfully big for genealogy, Bert said. It wasn't just that. There's old potions and spells in it, too. She tugged on a pair of gloves. But anyway, I've got some work to do. Let me know if the snake tells you something important. Will do. Bert blew her an air kiss. Kisses, darling. Dedra blew one in return and left. Bert rubbed his hands. Now, let's learn some of the nitty-gritty. He clasped a hand around my forearm. You realize everything Beverly might have been hiding is in this familiar. I'll do anything for its help. Anything. I unhooked his hand and smiled gently. Maybe it won't take that much work. I cleared my throat and glanced at the snake. What's your name? Sylvester. Sylvester? Is that what you said? The snake uncoiled and twisted around a vertical branch. Yes, it hissed. That's right. So apparently the whole cliché about snakes talking and elongating their S's was correct. At least it was for this guy. I'm sorry about your mistress. There will be another. We albino boa constrictors move to another witch easily. What did he say? Bert bent until his eyes were level with Sylvester's. He said he'll find a new witch quickly. Bert wagged a finger. Maybe he didn't like Beverly either. Before I could ask, the snake answered. Animals do not have a say in who we become familiars to. We match with someone, and that is it, even if we don't like them. I rocked back on my heels. I'd never considered that before. I always assumed when an animal and witch paired that it was pretty much love. But what if the animal didn't like the witch? Worse, what if the witch treated the creature badly? She wasn't nice to you. Beverly wasn't nice to anyone. And now I had the perfect lead-in. Did she have any enemies? Anyone who would want to kill her? Her friends. I'm sorry. What did he say? Bert grasped the cage. I thought he might shake the cage to death. I placed a hand gently on his. Calm down. Bert's face crimsoned. His head sagged. I'm sorry. It's just... I know, it's okay. Sylvester said that Beverly's friends should be looked at. Bert grabbed my shoulder. Heavens to Betsy, honey. Have you seen what's happened since Beverly bit the dust? Bert's dramatic tone nearly made me double over in laughter. I bit my lower lip to stop myself. They're being nasty. Prissy's leading Valerie by the nose, practically taking up where Beverly left off. Now, it's only the two of them teaching divination and tarot.
From what Dedra told me today, Prissy is forcing Valerie to take a test to prove she's capable of teaching the subject.
Almost sounds like Prissy couldn't wait to get rid of Beverly. Beverly never did treat her well.
Those three were like a bad knockoff of Heathers.
I laughed at his reference to an 80s movie starring Winona Ryder.
But it's not just them. Rufus Mayes is back. Bert nudged me. He threatened Beverly right before it happened. Heck, she attacked you.
Bert studied me.
If you'd poisoned the powder, it would have almost been self-defense.
I bristled. My face must have betrayed what I thought about that, because Bert shook his head.
I'm sorry. Not about Rufus, because he's a wild card, but what I said about you. I know you didn't do anything to the divination powder. You couldn't have. You just walked in with me.
But Connor had been here.
Bert scraped his fingers down his face. Oh, my word. Why didn't I see it before?
See what?
Connor was here. He could have done it, tampered with the divination powder. But why?
I quirked a brow. That's what we need to find out. I had dropped Hugo at the house earlier, but no one had been home. Needless to say, when I entered the cottage with a snake, a few hairs were raised. Amelia threw up her hands.
Oh my gosh, is that a snake?
So maybe a little more than a few hairs were raised. Amelia's voice reached such a high pitch I was surprised the roof hadn't ripped right off. It's a snake, yes, it was Beverly Unk's. Salt Swift made me take it.
Why, so you could scare us to death?
Amelia shrieked. No, so he can find a new witch to be familiar to. Cordelia popped a nut from a candy dish in her mouth.
Don't you think the police will want to talk to him?
I'll run him by after...
After what?
Amelia glared at the snake suspiciously.
After it squeezes us to death.
I sighed. His name's Sylvester, and he does talk.
Not to a room full of women.
I scoffed. What? Cordelia said. The snake says he won't talk to us since we're women. I grabbed a handful of nuts and ate them between talking and thinking. You talk to me in magical elements.
The wizard.
And that was all he would say. I clapped my hands. Okay, who knows why Beverly Unk might have been murdered? I raised both palms. Besides the fact that she was purely evil, that is. A gust of wind blew the front door open. It slammed into the wall. Betty appeared, looking the Terminator, ready to annihilate anyone who stepped in her path. I rose, afraid that some sort of witch war had broken out. What is it? What's wrong? Betty staggered in. She walked stiffly as if a rod was drilled into her back.
Are you okay?
Amelia rushed to her. Do we need to call the doctor? Betty shook her head.
No, girls, this is nothing a doctor can solve.
Then what is it? Cordelia slid the rocker over so Betty could slump into it. Betty inhaled a deep shot of air and glanced at each of us in turn.
It's the mayoral race,
she said dramatically. The three of us cousins exchanged confused looks. I spoke first. What about it?
Gilda is pulling out all the stops in this one. She's playing to win. Girls, she's going to bury me. Bury me. Me. And I run this town.
I hugged her shoulders. Oh, it can't be that bad. What could she do that would beat you?
She's bringing up the family history.
Okay, I still didn't get it. What family history?
Amelia's eyes enlarged to plates.
You don't mean the family history, do you?
She can't mean that, Cordelia said quickly. There's no way. I fisted my hands to my hips. Will one of y'all please explain what the family history is? Betty rocked back and forth several seconds before her mouth finally opened. Years ago, before I was born, it was rumored that one of our ancient ancestors dabbled in black magic. Cordelia and Amelia both stared at the floor. Is that it? Give us a real problem. I didn't deem rumors to be important. Oh, no, it gets worse, Betty said. I thought the rumors were dead, buried, but it seems that Gilda's bringing them out. Okay, I said, patiently waiting for someone to blurt out exactly what was going on. There were other rumors that our family dabbled in dark magic in order to attain certain secrets. Betty pressed her lips tightly, as if she didn't want to tell me the truth. Either that or she didn't want to admit it to herself. Either way, I was waiting and listening. When Betty didn't speak, Cordelia took over. Unlike Amelia, who was all fluster and wide doe eyes, Cordelia filled a room with her presence, embodying the confidence, if not pompous righteousness, that went with being a witch. It's an observation I've made since living in Magnolia Cove. The stories go that our original Crapple ancestors possessed knowledge that held arcane spells. Old spells capable of harnessing more magic than we're currently capable of. What sort of spells? The kind that can teach you how to control a person completely. Like a zombie? I gasped. Gross and weird. Yes, like that, but other things. Let me put it this way. Betty snapped back to life. If mortals knew we existed, there would be another Salem witch trials, and this time it would be much, much worse. There's a reason we live here in Magnolia Cove, away from them. I thought it was because y'all just wanted to live next to folks like you. That's part of it. The rocker creaked as Betty moved back and forth. But the other part is that we only live here because mortals can't know what we are. The knowledge in our family history suggests there's a spell that can fool mortals when we're around. Amelia fluffed her pixie cut. That we can work magic that stops mortals from knowing what we are. So we'd be able to blend in? I smirked, but was still a bit confused. Yes, Cordelia answered. We could blend in and wouldn't be noticed. We'd be able to live and move freely. Even work magic freely, Betty said. If we were able to work magic in front of mortals and not worry about it, we wouldn't have to fear what they would do if they really knew we exist. I rubbed my temples. So then, that's what Gilda said. She accused the Crapples of holding onto this knowledge that could essentially be a game changer for witches everywhere. Betty poked the air. Exactly right. She accused us of keeping secrets. Now the entire town thinks we're a bunch of liars. I rubbed her shoulder. Oh, it can't be that bad. Her gaze zeroed in on me. Fear shone bright in her eyes. It sent a sliver of fright straight to my heart. If Betty was afraid, then I should probably be terrified. But I shrugged it off. What's the worst that could happen? Betty craned her head to stare at the front door. They could show up and throw the lot of us in jail. Who? I shot a worried glance to my cousins. The townspeople, Betty said. The residents of Magnolia Cove. I swallowed a knot in my throat. This was bad, y'all. Very bad. 10. There really isn't anything we can do about that right now, though, is there? My gaze bobbed from my cousins to Betty. No, Betty admitted. All we can do is dispel the rumor. So, is it a rumor? Or was there knowledge written down somewhere? No one answered. The first sign that something is wrong in a happy land is when no one answers a simple question. "Well," I said forcefully, "is there something with that sort of information? And if there is, why isn't it in the vault?" The vault was Magnolia Cove's very own place where magical objects, both dangerous and not, were safeguarded. The thing is, we don't know. Cordelia sank onto the couch. No one does. We don't know what it was written on. But there's no doubt that there's a lot of power in the Crapel family. Amelia pointed to the fireplace. "Look at the hearth fire. It keeps the magic alive in Magnolia Cove. That fire came from an ancestor. So if there was a secret, it's not that hard to believe." I studied the three women. But where is it? Betty caved first. "We don't know. That's the truth." I clapped my hands to signal we needed a change of topic. "Well, since there's nothing we can do about this, and there's a murder investigation going on, I say we leave it. Until the population of Magnolia Cove appears on our doorstep and demands our secrets, I say we forget all about it. Agreed?" Amelia and Cordelia nodded. "Betty?" She grumbled something unintelligible. I crossed my arms and glared at her. "Betty, what do you say?" "Fine." She yanked her pipe from her pocket and shoved it between her teeth. "But don't say I didn't warn you." The best thing to do is campaign. I put some spunk in my voice to signify this was a call to action. "Remind the folks why you're a better choice than Gilda." "Sure. I'll remind them that I run this town." There was no energy in her words, but I wouldn't let that stop me from injecting my own life in them. That's the spirit. Now, if y'all will excuse me, I've got a phone call to make. I hefted Sylvester the snake up the stairs to my bedroom. I settled him on the floor and slid my phone from my pocket. Sylvester's tongue flickered from his mouth. "You look like a tasty treat." My gaze swept from the snake to Mattie lying by the window. "Snake, you even think one thought about eating me, and I will run my claws down your back while you sleep." "Feisty." "Stop it, you two," I snapped. "Snake, the other animals in this house or in my shop are off limits. Understand?" Hugo padded into the room. He sniffed the air and stared at the snake. Smoke curled from his nostrils. "Calm down, Hugo." The snake danced back and forth in a challenge. "Sylvester, I would take the dragon's warning seriously." Sylvester coiled into a ball and watched us, his eyes glittering. Hugo slumped to the floor, but kept a watchful gaze on the serpent. I thumbed my phone on and dialed. Axel answered on the second ring.
"Hey."
"Hey," I said. Long pause. Usually Axel would ask me how my day was or what I was doing for supper. If he'd already heard about Betty's encounter with Gilda, he'd wonder how she was doing. But none of that happened. I'm not gonna lie. It hurt. My chest tightened. It wasn't like we were broken up. I needed to decide if I wanted to be mated to him. That was a huge question. I would do anything for him, but what he was talking about was that our relationship could go no farther until I made a decision. It made me wonder if he'd been reading teen vampire novels. You know, the one where the guy won't consummate the relationship unless the girl marries him. That's exactly what I felt like. Except there wasn't a hunky shapeshifter in the background screwing with my emotions. Wait. Just another wizard sorcerer who'd given me a protection stone. I closed my eyes and thought I was the biggest idiot ever. Of course Axel was angry about the stone. The locket he'd given me for Christmas had its own protection spell. Why did I need two pieces of protection? My actions made Axel think I wanted Rufus to protect me as well as him. Of course he wasn't going to push our relationship any farther. Axel was right. I did have crap to figure out. I had a lot of crap to figure out. I shook my head and sighed.
Are you okay?
He said. Sheesh. I'd been so lost in my own thoughts I almost forgot we were on the phone. Boy, did I need to pull it together or what. I have Beverly Unc's familiar.
Interesting. How'd you get that?
Did I hear amusement in his voice? Salt Swift gave it to me.
And he didn't think to hand it over to Garrick?
I wiggled out of my jacket and sank onto the bed. Garrick doesn't speak to animals.
Good point.
Long pause. The snake's sexist. Axel barked a laugh. Oh, I'm not kidding, I stammered. Sylvester, that's his name, told me a few things around Bert Tweedle, but when I got home it clammed up. Said it won't speak again unless there's a wizard in the room.
So, you called me.
He almost sounded bitter. That's not the only reason. I wanted to talk to you. He didn't say anything. I sighed. Time to go for broke. Look, I'm confused. You're talking about big things. I raked my fingers through my hair in frustration. You own my heart, Axel, there's no doubt about that. You own every bit of me, but the whole mating thing makes me clam up. Don't ask me why. He exhaled. When he spoke, his voice sounded weary.
Come over. Bring the snake.
My heart jerked with joy. Can I come now?
Yep, I just started dinner. You'll be right on time.
I arrived at Axel's a few minutes later. I left Betty still sulking by the fire. I hated to tell her, but sulking wouldn't help. She needed to get up and get moving. She'd figure it out sooner or later. Anyway, when I arrived at Axel's, the smell of roasted tomatoes filled the house.
It's pasta night.
Axel heaped a mound of noodles into a bowl and topped it with sauce.
I hope you're hungry.
Starved. I settled on a stool at the counter. Before I picked up my fork, I pulled the locket from under my sweater. Axel's gaze flickered to it and then darted away. He didn't hide the smile curling his lips.
You still have the protection stone in your pocket.
As soon as the words escaped his lips, my stomach tightened. He was right. I'd forgotten to remove it. How do you know?
I can feel its magic.
I squinted at him. You can feel its magic? He sat beside me and picked up his fork. Energy, raw, powerful stuff wafted off him in waves that nearly knocked me over.
Or was that simply testosterone? You could too if you focused on it.
I think you're simply a more powerful wizard than I am witch. His jaw twitched, but he said nothing more about the stone. Instead, our conversation switched to our days and what had happened. I explained what I'd learned from Sylvester about looking into the people closest to Beverly, but that was all. Axel listened and ate. His eyes darkened. He was thinking, but he didn't say what. When the dishes were cleared and cleaned, Axel picked up the cage.
The cellar,
was all he said. I followed him down. Axel's cellar thrummed with power. An electrical surge fissured up my spine and made my scalp tingle. The snake felt it too. Sylvester uncoiled and became much more active. He slithered as if hunting prey. Axel peered down at him.
Do you want out?
Yes, yes. He wants out, I said. I tell you what, I'm going to stand all the way over on the other side of the room, and you can release the snake. Axel squashed a smile, igniting his face.
He's a constrictor, Pepper. He's not venomous.
I don't care. I crossed to a corner and backed up until my spine touched the wall. Okay, go ahead. I'm ready. Axel unhinged the lock. I exhaled, waiting for him to open the door. That snake would sense freedom and slither away faster than you could say lipstick on a pig. I was sure of it. The door swung open. The snake poked out its head and tasted the air. "Come on," Axel coaxed. The snake slithered up Axel's arm and coiled around his bicep. Ah, a wizard, where I belong. I swear Sylvester sighed with relief. He likes you. The snake raised its head and inspected the room. "Good," Axel said. "Maybe he'll tell us some things." I took a tentative step forward. "What would you like to know?" "Anything that will help your friend Rufus." His words came cold as ice, and they pierced my heart like a shard of glass. I pulled my lips into my mouth and nearly bit them off to tamp down my anger. "I'm not trying to help Rufus. I'm trying to help Bert. Sylvester, tell me more about Beverly and her friends." The light caught the snake's eyes, and I swear they twinkled. "Beverly made money with her friends." "How did they do that?" The snake unwound slightly from Axel's arm and shuddered. "Ah, a wizard," it said again. "Yes, I know you like being near a wizard. I get it. Now, how did Beverly make money with Prissy and Valerie?" "With false divinations." "What?" "Yes. They would read the divinations of young, uneducated witches, but the foretellings would be false." I frowned. I don't understand. Why would they give witches the wrong futures? "For money." The serpent waved its head back and forth as if in a trance. "It would be wrong. The witch would pay for it to be changed." "For it to be changed?" I shot Axel a confused look. He nodded in understanding. "Beverly took money to tell the future, but she sold witches on the wrong future, and then took more money to work a spell that promised to bring better luck into that witch's life." "Oh." My hands flew to my cheeks. "She conned people." He nodded. "Exactly. Now the question is, who did she con? That's the information we need to take to Garrick." "There was one." Sylvester lifted his head. "There was one what?" "One who was angry. You know him." I immediately thought he was talking about Rufus. My breath hitched. "What do you mean I know him?" "You spoke to him today." I didn't want to say more in front of the man, but Beverly had offered her services. I dropped my forehead into my palms and sighed. This was bad. This was very, very bad. "What did the snake say?" I shook my head. "Sylvester said that Beverly used her divination power on Bert. She cheated him." My gaze locked on Axel. "Basically, the snake is saying that Bert had motive and opportunity to kill Beverly." Axel unwrapped Sylvester from his arm. "Sounds like something Garrick might want to know." "Yep." I exhaled a deep shot of air. "You're right. It sounds exactly like something Garrick would want to know." Axel scrubbed a palm down his jaw. "We need to tell him." 11. "I thought you said this guy was a friend of yours." Garrick Young shook peanuts from a bag into his palm and tossed a handful into his mouth. It was the next morning. Axel and I sat in Garrick's office watching him eat a meal of peanuts and Coke. Breakfast of champions, y'all. "He is my friend, but I thought you needed to know this." "Then how do you hear about Beverly selling bogus divinations?" I sighed. "From her familiar." You think it's telling the truth? It's a snake, you say?" I shot Axel a confused look. He lightly tapped my wrist with his finger. "Snakes have been known to lie." "Y'all mean like Adam and Eve?" Axel nodded.
It goes back that far. But that isn't the only incident in history. There have been others.
Garrick shook the bag into his mouth and chewed loudly.
Like Axel says, throughout history, serpents have been known to be good fibbers. For what it's worth, Garrick, the serpent seemed to be telling the truth,
Axel said. Garrick rubbed his chin.
If Bert had been cheated out of a substantial sum, that might be enough to murder. If the whole thing about the divinations is true.
Snake, he said again. The women seem capable of it. Garrick couldn't completely discount everything Sylvester had told us. Surely there was a gem of truth in there somewhere.
Yes.
He kicked his feet off the desk.
It has potential. That strikes me as a possible lead.
He took a swig of Coke.
You say her friends were in on it? That's what the serpent said.
Axel tugged on the cuffs of his dove-gray sweater. The color made his blue eyes appear cold, icy. Or maybe that was simply where our relationship stood at the moment. Garrick rose and pulled on his leather duster.
I'll question folks.
He tugged his fedora onto his crown.
I appreciate the tip, but these women, Pepper, could be dangerous. I'd stay away from them if I were you.
I scoffed. And what makes you think I'm going to run up to them and start talking, huh? He shot me a scathing look. My face burned from embarrassment. If I'd had a tail, I would have tucked it between my legs. I lifted my palms in surrender. Okay. I'll leave well enough alone.
Thank you.
Garrick studied Axel.
You make sure, okay? I'll do my best.
He jerked his head toward me.
But you know how she is.
I resent that. If I'd had something in my hand I could have thrown at both of them, I would have. Axel chuckled as Garrick disappeared out the door.
Come on, let's grab some breakfast.
We headed to Spellin' Skillet. I ordered an omelet filled with pulled pork with a side of grits, and Axel had an omelet filled with really healthy stuff like tomatoes and peppers. Way to eat healthy and make me look bad, Axel. Thanks. I tried not to stuff my face and eat like a lady, but I hungered on the point of starvation. In the end, I think I sort of managed my goal. Sort of. Who cares? It wasn't like I was waiting for Axel to marry me or anything. Our relationship had been put on hold.
You look absolutely gorgeous when you eat like that. Makes me want to up and marry you.
My fork clattered to the plate. I wiped my mouth. Is that so? I shot him what I hoped was an elegantly arched eyebrow. And here I thought we were biding time to see if we'd hit the hay together. Wrong thing to say. His face darkened so fast I thought a storm cloud had rested atop his head. Sorry.
You think this is all a game? Is that it?
I swallowed a bowl of food. No, of course not. He grabbed my wrist. The wolf in him seemed to want to jump from his skin. In half a second I was reminded that Axel was indeed very, very dangerous. And also way sexy.
I told you about this to save you, not scare you. To let you know what's in store, if you want to journey with me, that is.
His nostrils flared in anger. My skin burned under his grasp. I glanced away.
Look at me.
I forced myself to meet his gaze.
Mating creates the strongest bond you can imagine.
We already have a strong bond, I argued. We connect when you're the beast.
And how close did you feel when we did that?
Close, I had to admit. As if Axel had curled up inside my ribcage and coiled around my heart.
Yet you fight the rest of it. If you want a physical relationship, it will change things. Really change them. Not in a bad way, but in a different, good way.
I pulled from his grasp and sank back onto the seat. All I said was that I was ready to move to another phase of our relationship. Then you tell me that means we're mated for life. Yes, I admit it freaked me out. You're talking about... I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds very, very big and deep. very deep. Yes, I'd absolutely chickened out. I didn't want to say what it sounded like he was talking about, not any sort of word that started with the letter M. Nope, I did not want to talk about that at all. Axel's blue eyes were filled to brimming with a thunderous storm.
I only told you so that you'd know what you were in store for. It's only fair. I'm an open book. You asked me, and I admitted it so that you'd know.
Now I know, I snapped. As we stared at each other, neither of us speaking, I wanted to tell him that I was foolish keeping Rufus's protection amulet. But I couldn't. It felt like a betrayal of my friendship to Rufus. Was I too quick to forgive Rufus for what he'd done? Spelled me so that if I used my magic it went into him? But he'd helped us. Yet, that had only been for his benefit, hadn't it? When he came to Magnolia Cove for Halloween?
Rufus isn't your friend,
Axel said. I stared at my plate. Axel paused a minute, then grabbed his jacket. He tossed cash atop the table and rose.
You ready?
I guess so. He dropped me off at Familiar Place. Before I wiggled from the rover, Axel took my face in his palms and kissed me so deeply my toes curled. When we parted, I felt empty, as if he'd drunk my soul. Remember, he whispered in my ear, his breath tickling my skin.
Serpents lie. They have since the dawn of time. Nothing in that will change.
Love heals all wounds, I shot back. Axel smiled widely, and the beauty of his face nearly made my heart crack in two.
I'll call you later.
I got out, my heart a bit lighter. At least we hadn't broken up. I didn't know what we were doing, but Axel didn't either. That at least made the mystery easier to bear. I unlocked the store. Morning, y'all. And how are you holding up, Sylvester? Axel and I had dropped off the snake before meeting with Garrick. The kittens and puppies had protested, but I reminded them that he was in a cage and couldn't get out. Sylvester remained coiled on a log. I bent over until I was eye level with those glittering black eyes. Now, you've spoken to me before, remember, when I was with my cousins? You can't be so sexist you won't speak to me at all. I will speak, but that is all. I rose. What in the world did Beverly do to you? Sylvester slowly uncoiled but said nothing. She must have been pretty nasty. Was the serpent lying about Bert and the divination? I had to know. In order to discover the truth, I first had to earn the snake's trust. You hungry? I haven't been fed in a week. Well, at least Beverly fed you, I murmured. How about a nice treat? I won't go into the details of feeding the snake, but let's just say he was hungry and I did happen to stock boa constrictor food at Familiar Place. I'd been at the store for about an hour when the door swung open. In strode Rufus wearing a soft black sweater, a black jacket, and dark jeans.
Pepper?
Rufus? We regarded each other for a moment before I spoke. Thank you for protecting me from Beverly. I guess I needed more than an amulet. His dark eyes flickered to my pants pocket where it lay snug against my thigh. Ugh. Yes, I was wearing the same jeans as the day before. I really needed to do some laundry. Anyway, how could wizards sense the object's location? But I couldn't find it even if it was the only thing in an empty room. Okay, maybe I'm being too hard on myself. Rufus's glance bounced off my skin like pinpricks of fire that washed from my toes to forehead. I did my best not to shiver. I mostly succeeded.
The amulet is supposed to help protect you if she'd actually cast the spell. I wasn't taking precautions, not with Beverly. She was a powerful witch.
She was, I agree. Rufus traced a finger over the edge of the counter. He stopped when his gaze sharpened on the snake.
You have her familiar.
I sank onto a chair and pointed limply at the serpent. Yes, the most sexist creature on the planet. Sylvester only offers information when there's a man around. Rufus chuckled.
Beverly must have screwed him up good.
So it would seem. Sylvester waved his head side to side as if the snake was attempting to put one of us in a trance. I know him. He knew Beverly. He helped her. My gaze darted to Rufus. The serpent knows you. Rufus nodded.
I'm sure it does.
He walked around the cage and studied the snake.
What did it say?
I focused on the snake. How did he help Beverly? Ask him. I rolled my eyes. He says I'm supposed to ask you how you helped Beverly? I folded my arms and sank back. I get the feeling I'm not going to like this answer. His expression sagged.
How much do you know about Beverly?
She gave fake readings so that innocent people would pay her more money to change their futures. He released a low whistle.
You know your stuff.
It's true, isn't it? The cold flash that filled his eyes sent a shock down my spine. It is true. My voice sharpened. Something in me broke as I realized Rufus had used his power for darkness.
You know I was a different person years ago.
Rufus's voice almost pleaded with me.
I knew Beverly. We had an intimate relationship, and yes, I knew what she did. Did I try to stop her? No, I didn't. Pepper, you know I'm not perfect.
I know that. What I don't understand is what you want from me. He stiffened. Rufus's fists tightened.
I only want to be your friend.
That's bull, and you know it. He shook his head and glanced out the window.
And what if I did want more? It doesn't matter, does it? I've been a bad person, Pepper. I have penance to pay, a big one. I'm doing my best to live in a good manner. I gave you the amulet, yes, for your protection, but not for anything else.
My voice hardened. You were only trying to help me? He flinched.
Yes, only trying to keep you safe.
From what?
From someone like me,
he snapped. The room stilled. The tension between us sharpened. I could almost reach out and touch it. Anger fell off Rufus in waves. I grimaced. I pushed you to say that. I'm sorry.
Why, for making me admit what I am? An evil person on the mend. If it's even possible for me to mend, I doubt it is.
Of course it is. You can be more, be better. I believe in you. My heart cracked for Rufus. He wanted to be better. I believed that lived inside him. His lips curled.
You believe in me. You're one of the few who does. And the wolf, does he believe in me?
He doesn't believe you should give me protection amulets. Rufus roared with laughter.
Of course not. He's an animal, and animals have primal instincts when it comes to the ones they love, don't they?
My breath caught in my throat. Rufus studied me as if he could read all my intimate thoughts, what Axel had told me about our future. I shook my head. I didn't want Rufus to know any more about my relationship with Axel than necessary. Time for a subject change. Have you ever heard that the Crapel family owns secret knowledge regarding witches and humans? His eyebrow hitched.
I have. Most of the town has, but I don't know anyone who believes it.
Gilda Goldenheart is apparently spouting that we have it. Betty and my cousins don't know anything. He rubbed his lip.
Dedra Tipple at the school may know. She studies genealogy and might have a clue about your ancestors. That's where I'd check.
Thank you. I hadn't thought of her.
You're welcome.
An awkward silence blanketed the room until Rufus broke it.
It was nice seeing you, Pepper.
Same here. He opened his arms and smiled.
You don't have to say that.
I meant it. He turned to leave. Rufus.
Yes?
He turned around slowly and waited. The other day, when Beverly tried to use her divination powder on me, you don't think she really wanted to harm me, do you? A nervous giggle escaped my lips. It didn't seem like Beverly would have done something horrible to me, not in front of so many people. Rufus's mouth tightened.
Oh, yes, she very much would have hurt you. If I hadn't stopped her, there's no telling what she would have done.
A stupid idea filled my head. You don't think she would have done serious damage, though, right? His mouth twitched.
Oh, yes, she would have done irreparable damage. Beverly would have killed you if she could.
My stomach lurched. Sweat sprouted from my palms. Because I'm a half-breed? That was ridiculous and stupid, very stupid.
No, not because of that.
Rufus licked his lips.
Because of me. Because I protected you. She would have killed you to get to me.
12. I don't know why I have to give a speech anyway, Betty grumbled. It's not as if folks don't already know me. I folded my arms. And what's their opinion of you? A short, bossy lady ready to hex anyone who says the wrong thing? Who's asking you? She retaliated. I chuckled and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. Oh, Betty, she was 1 in a billion. My cousins and I were helping Betty with a bit of clothes shopping. Tonight, the 2 mayoral candidates would be officially presented to the town. I hadn't followed up on what Rufus had said, that Dedra Tipple could help me with questions regarding the knowledge. Not yet, at least. I wanted to see how things went tonight. If Gilda didn't mention it, then I wouldn't worry about it. If she did, well then, I guess I'd be paying Dedra a visit. My cousins and I had brought Betty to the most fashionable clothing store in town. Trust me, my grandmother needed all the help she could get. When she thought a velvet tracksuit with racing stripes was appropriate for the evening, the 3 of us decided this little trip was in order. I turned to Cordelia. So, is Garrick making any leads on the Beverly murder? She shrugged. I don't know. I gave him a really good tip the other day about looking into some dealings Beverly had been involved in. Did Garrick do anything with that? Cordelia shot me a look full of pity. We try not to discuss cases, you know. It makes it easier on a relationship. If all we talked about was his work, we'd quickly burn out. Besides, he can't tell me anything about it. I'm not an officer. That's a moot point. Betty shot from behind the curtain. He should tell you everything so that we can be on top of things. After all, if I'm going to be mayor, I need to know the dish on this town. Everything, in fact. My gaze fluttered around the shop. There's still something that bothers me. What's that? Amelia bounded up, holding a sequined blouse. She tossed it over the curtain. Try this on. I sank onto the chair. I haven't spoken to Bert since I gave Garrick that information. Garrick seemed to think my source was unreliable, so I doubt he checked up on it. Your source was a snake, Cordelia said. One that was Beverly's familiar. Still, snakes lie. Amelia flashed a bright smile. If you wish for me to make the snake tell the truth, I'm sure I can talk my dad into lifting the block on my genie powers. No thanks, I said quickly. Cordelia and Amelia had recently discovered 1/4 genie blood pumped in their veins. They'd realized this when I made a wish, and Amelia proceeded to royally screw it up. Actually, she'd screwed up every single wish I'd made in her presence. So my cousins' fathers had decided it best to chain their powers, at least until they had some schooling. The curtain flew open. Well, how do I look? I shot to my feet. Perfect. Betty wore the red sequined blouse Amelia had tossed over and a black pencil skirt. She looked bright, colorful, and beautiful. "You should wear that outfit every day," Amelia said.
"It's pretty stunning," Cordelia added. "You'll certainly give Gilda Goldenheart a run for her money."
"Not unless she's wearing gold," Betty mumbled. As it turned out, Gilda did. She wore gold from head to foot. Betty gaped. What'd she do, encrust herself in the stuff? I hinged her jaw shut with the tip of my finger. It's not nice to stare. How can I help it? She looks like someone dipped her in 14 karat. Amelia laughed. She does. Gilda Goldenheart stood on a raised platform in front of the courthouse. Her hair was dyed yellow blonde, and every bit of clothing she wore shimmered with a golden sheen. I'm not joking. From the shoulder-padded jacket to her heeled pumps, Gilda was, in fact, gilded. "Guess she's trying to make a statement," Cordelia said. "Some statement?" Betty fisted her hands. "She's not going to intimidate me. I'm going to march right up there and give the best darn speech of my life." I gently pushed her forward. "That's the spirit. You go give Gilda some good old-fashioned Southern heck." Betty waddled up to the platform. The arrogant look she shot Gilda made me nearly burst into laughter. Amelia draped her arms over Cordelia's shoulders and mine. "Ladies, we are witnessing a once-in-a-lifetime event. Two old women who look more like they want to throw each other down WWF style than offer their platforms for mayor." Laughter spewed from Cordelia. I hugged my gut to keep it from hurting from my chuckles, because what Amelia had said was absolutely true. Gilda and Betty looked like they wanted to kill each other. I swear, they were half a moment away from circling each other to locate their opponent's weaknesses. I had to bite my lips to stop myself from laughing.
"My goodness, now this is the best display of fashion I've seen in ages."
I turned to see Bert and Dedra beside me. Bert smiled, which I took to be a good sign. That had to mean that Garrick wasn't breathing down his neck. I rubbed his arm. "How are you holding up?"
"Oh, nothing a little retail therapy can't help."
The punch in his voice didn't hide the fact that he looked tired. "Keep your spirits up." He shoved his hands into his pockets.
"It wouldn't have been so bad, but the sheriff showed up and started asking if I'd ever purchased a divination from Beverly."
"Absolutely absurd," Dedra said, her face pinched. "So, you never purchased one?" Which also meant the snake had lied or was obviously wrong. Bert shook his head. "No, of course I purchased one from Beverly. Heck, most of the teachers had. It's just absurd that he would think that since I purchased a divination, that it would make me a murderer." I clamped my mouth shut. How was I supposed to go about wiggling more information from Bert without coming out and admitting what I knew? Maybe I wasn't supposed to. Perhaps I just had to come out and say it. "The snake thought it recognized you." Bert's eyes narrowed.
"What do you mean, it recognized me?"
I swallowed the growing knot in my throat. Perhaps I should have just kept my mouth shut. "The serpent told me that Beverly and her friends foretold fake divinations, so they could turn around and promise to adjust the future by casting spells to change it."
"What?"
Bert's eyes nearly popped from his head.
"They did what? Scandalous."
He rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes.
"So that's why the police spoke to me. They think Beverly ruffled my feathers with some fake story of the future, and for revenge I poisoned her own divination powder."
He shook his head in disgust.
"Darling, if I wanted to ruffle someone's feathers, I'd grab a hairdryer and drink a frozen margarita in the process. Better to watch the show with a drink than not to watch it at all."
Dedra rubbed his arm. "You would never have harmed that evil woman." Bert sniffed. My heart leaped to my throat. I felt so bad for him being caught in the middle like this. It wasn't fair.
"I tell you who they should be looking at."
Bert adjusted his scarf to cover his neck better.
"Those friends of Beverly's.
Ever since the murder, they've been walking around the halls of the school as if they own the place. It's frightful. Dedra pushed strands of hair from her eyes. Absolutely dreadful. What about Salt Swift? Has he done anything about it? Oh, they're perfect angels whenever he's around. Bert shook his head. But once his back is turned, they unleash their claws. You're really missing out, Pepper. You sure you don't want to return and give one more lecture just for old time's sake? I laughed. No, thank you. Dedra grabbed Bert's arm. They're starting up. Betty moved to the front of the platform. Mayor Battle, the current mayor, stood next to the women. Apparently he'd introduced them, but I'd missed it because I had been talking. To be honest, I doubted that I had actually missed very much. Betty and Gilda stood on opposite sides of the platform, ready to face off in a death match. Mayoral platform talk. Betty stood stiff as a wall in front of the crowd. "Smile," I whispered. "Smile for the people." Finally, her mouth split into an awkward, if not genuine, smile. "First of all, I would like to thank Mayor Battle for his service to Magnolia Cove." The crowd clapped. It took a moment to gauge their reactions to Betty. Most of the townsfolk watched her hopefully. It looked like they wanted her to succeed, which was great. Winning them over was half the battle. My gaze snagged on Axel. He stood off to the side, his hands punched deep in his pockets. He watched me, his gaze steady. Warmth spread over my body as if his gaze was filled with light, fluttering kisses that brushed my face and neck. I smiled at him. His lips tugged in return. All was good between us. At least in this moment it was. Betty said something that pulled my attention back to her. "And since I pretty much already run this town, I figured it was a natural step for me to go ahead and make it official by being your mayor." The crowd's mood soured. Betty seemed to notice because she stuttered into her next sentence. "And as your mayor, I will make sure Magnolia Cove remains a safe place for witches to live. Thank you." Betty was crimson from her forehead to her clavicle. She'd botched the speech. It wasn't only evident to her, but to the entire town. "Oh, no," I groaned. "Maybe Gilda will be bad." Gilda smiled brightly, looking more like a governor than a mayor. Confidence dripped from every inch of gold that covered her body. "Hey, y'all," she said in that breathy voice of hers. "I want to just take a second to thank all of y'all for coming. Honeys, it is so good to see you. And before I get started on my speech, I'd just like to address something my opponent has said." I bit my lip. Please don't let her talk about the knowledge. Gilda continued. "Betty says she wants to keep us safe, but it's well known that the Craples own a scroll that will make us look like mortals to humans." Scroll? No one had said anything about a scroll. Gilda continued. "Right now, we stick out like sore thumbs. We may look mostly human, but even the smallest amount of magic will be noticed. It makes it dangerous for us to live around them. Don't y'all remember Salem? Honeys, I want to keep us safe, and keeping us safe means making us safe from humans outside of Magnolia Cove. Don't y'all agree?" A wave of encouraging murmurs washed through the crowd. Gilda pivoted toward Betty and addressed her. "Madam Craple, if you want to lead this town, you need to start sharing your secrets, starting with the scroll that will keep us safe from humans." Cheers spewed from the crowd. My cousins shot me worried looks. A sinking feeling invaded my soul. This scroll or knowledge would have to be investigated, or else the welfare of my family would be at stake. 13. Betty was in bad spirits by the time we got home. She didn't even pull out a corncob pipe and smoke a bowl of tobacco. She must have felt horrible, y'all. The whole scroll knowledge thing was a touchy subject. Seeing as I didn't want to broach it, I let it lie, at least with my family. Before we left the platform talk, I made arrangements with Dedra to speak with her about my family's history. I had to get to the bottom of this scroll business one way or another. "Betty, can I get you anything? Some cocoa or tea?" I pegged my purse and waited. She rocked back and forth, staring at a spot on the wall. I shot Cordelia a concerned look. "Betty," I said louder. Her head whipped in my direction. "Hmm? Can I make you something to eat?" "No." She shook her head. "No, I'll be all right." "You sure?" She didn't answer. My cousins and I headed off to bed, leaving Betty alone to suffer in silence. The next morning, everyone sat silent and stony cold at breakfast. Their grim faces killed me. I mean, almost every morning Amelia and Betty argued about something. Usually it was that my cousin should grow her hair out, or that Amelia should date a new wizard that just moved into town. Both conversations burned Amelia's biscuits so bad she always looked like she wanted to strangle Betty. But now the atmosphere resembled a funeral. Seriously. The only life in the whole place was Hugo chewing on a bone. Worse, I had no idea what kind of bone it was. "What's Hugo eating?" From the cauldron, Betty ladled up what looked like a bowl of gruel. Okay, I didn't actually know what gruel looked like, but if it was gray and resembled oatmeal but not quite, then that's what I stared at. Betty waddled over with a bowl. "I bought him a sack of bones from the barbecue place. He's slowly working through them." I sniffed. "What is this?" "Oatmeal." "It doesn't look like oatmeal. There's chunks of stuff in it." "Those are apples." Amelia narrowed her brows as if to suggest I not ask any more questions, because she and Cordelia had already found out all there was to know, and I wouldn't like the answers I received. She was right. If those tiny yellow chunks floating in a sea of gray, lumpy stuff were apples, then I didn't need to know anything else. I'd be eating breakfast out. No one said anything as they gazed into their bowls. Their long faces wormed into my brain, trying to drag me down with them. There was no reason for my family to take Gilda's words so seriously. They needed perking up, and I knew just how to do it. I laid my spoon on the table beside the bowl of yuck. "Axel says he'll mate with me for life." All movement stopped. Cordelia's lids fluttered as her gaze landed on me. Amelia's jaw actually dropped. A small smile tugged on Betty's mouth. Looked like I had their attention. Heat flushed my face. I hadn't meant to reveal such personal information, but his words had stuck in my head for days now, and I needed to talk about it. That's what he learned when he left town, that he would mate for life. Betty chuckled. "I take it you were ready to move to the next plane of your relationship?" Now my face really burned. "Well, that doesn't matter. I'm telling y'all because I'm not sure what to do. I love him. I definitely love him, but all this talk of mates is scary. I don't know if I'm ready for that." "But you wanted him back," Amelia said. "When he left, you were so sad. I mean, like you were moping and everything. Of course you want to be with him." "I mean, yeah." I didn't sound very convincing. Amelia's voice grew agitated. "Everything you've done has been to help him. Look, you even created a potion that tamed the werewolf so he wouldn't be slave to the beast. I don't understand why you're making such a big deal." "I don't understand why you're so angry." I raked my fingers through my hair. "I thought you'd find this amusing." Cordelia placed a hand on Amelia's fist. I think what Amelia's trying to say is that this should be a dream come true for you. You love Axel. Why wouldn't you want to be mated to him? Now agitation bloomed in me. A conversation I thought would be a humorous diversion had quickly turned challenging. I don't know. Mated is a dated word. It sounds like I'll be his cave woman or something. Amelia snorted. Does Axel seem like the kind of man who would make you be a cave woman? No, but then what's the problem? We're talking about the rest of my life. My words ejected from my mouth like bullets. We're talking about for life, like the rest of it. Amelia's face fell. She looked like I'd just stomped on her hopes and dreams. I thought that's what you wanted, she whispered. Happily ever after with Axel. I did, I do. I wove my fingers together and rested them to my nose as if in prayer. When Axel and I first got together, we joked that our relationship didn't mean anything, even though it obviously did. We got close, and then he left. Now he's back. My feelings for him haven't changed. In fact, they've grown, but we're talking about marriage, Amelia finished for me. A shiver ran up my spine. No one said that word, neither of us. But that's what scares you, isn't it? Cordelia said. Silence crept into the room like a stink you couldn't ignore. Yes, I suppose that's what bothers me. Mating means marriage, but he hasn't said anything about that. Maybe he's waiting to hear your response, Betty said. When you relax into the idea of being with him, maybe then he'll consider next steps. We haven't even known each other a year. I flattened my palms to the table. Don't you think we should know each other a long time before we make any type of giant leaps? Not necessarily, Amelia said. When you know, you know. Pink dusted her cheeks. At least that's what I've heard. Her words punched me in the gut. Of course. Amelia thought I was being immature and stupid. She wanted a relationship, but hadn't found the right person. Here I'd found the right person and was having frozen feet. Forget cold feet. I'd gone straight to walking in blocks of ice. It's not that easy, I said. We're talking about something I'm not sure I'm ready for. This is lifetime stuff. It's just a lot. Part of me wishes Axel had never said anything. Then I wouldn't have to think about it. We all have to grow up sometimes. Amelia's voice cut knife sharp. I am grown up. I think I've matured a lot since I moved here. I pressed my hand to my breastbone. I'm not the same person who stepped into Magnolia Cove all those months ago. That person couldn't pay her bills, and wouldn't have known a loser from a good guy unless he bit me on the butt. Heck, I didn't even know it then. I laughed to break the tension, but all I received in return were blank stares. I scrubbed my scalp with my fingers. Why did a conversation that was supposed to be silly go so wrong? I rose. I'm a horrible person. Is that what y'all want me to say? Yes, Cordelia shouted. Her face broke into a smile. All of us laughed. Finally, the tension eased. Amelia picked at her gruel. Sometimes, Pepper, I think you take your relationship with Axel for granted. The sting of her words sliced deep in my heart. I don't think so. You want to help him and be with him, but when he tells you the commitment level he's willing to give you, you freak out. You'll probably start blowing him off soon. I'm not going to blow him off. I think he thinks so since I accepted a protection amulet from Rufus. Why would you want to take a gift from Rufus? Amelia lifted her spoon and clumps of oats or whatever dripped into her bowl. Axel already gave you a locket for protection. What more protection could Rufus offer? I didn't know what to say. I don't know. The best protection comes from love, and a person who accepts that love unconditionally. Betty chomped on a bite of food. Axel has offered you that sort of love. He's even given it to you in the form of the locket." I glanced at Cordelia for help. She shot me a wimpy smile. "You did take the amulet from Rufus." I covered my face with my hands and groaned. "I know, but I didn't think I was doing anything really bad when I took it. I now know how Axel must have seen it, that I have a thing for Rufus. I don't." "But you're letting him get between you and Axel," Amelia said. "That's what's happening. You're not trying to stop it either." "I am. I have. Rufus knows how I feel about Axel. He knows I want to be with him. He did, right? I told him. Rufus knew. I hated that everything they were saying made me question myself, my words, my choices, everything." "But does Axel know how you feel?" Amelia prodded. It was enough. I'd had enough. For the past few days, all I'd done was explore my feelings about Axel, trying to find out if I was ready for a crazy lifetime mating thing. I'd come up blank. "Does Axel know how you feel?" Amelia asked again. "I don't know how I feel." I shouted it so loud the neighbors probably heard and were spelling their ears to grow so they could hear our conversation better. I sank back onto the chair. "I don't know how I feel. I thought I did. I love him. I don't want to be with anyone else. But I'm not ready to tell him that I want to be his life mate." "Why not?" Amelia had asked it. It was a simple question, and yet the words lit a fire in my gut that burned with frustration. "Because what if I'm wrong?" They stared at me in silence. "What if I'm wrong? What if for some stupid reason I've lied to myself about my feelings for him? Before I met Axel, I couldn't pick a good guy. Y'all know that. I'm so afraid I'm wrong. What if I ruin him?" They stared at me. "You'll see. It's not because I'm afraid of being dragged around by Axel. Heck, I'd probably let him drag me by my hair if he asked. Yes, I'm that crazy about him. But what if I'm the wrong choice for him? What if I'm not enough?" Betty frowned. "But you'll be mated." "And what if that still isn't enough? What if he's bound to me but later realizes that I'm not what he wants? He'll be forced to be with me because of the whole stupid mate for life thing. But what if that's not what his heart will want, in the future, I mean? He says it's what he wants now, but what if that changes and he eventually realizes I'm not a good mate?" Betty pushed her bowl forward. "Is this because he left you?" I quirked a brow. "What?" "Are you saying all of this because he left once?" I knuckled a tear from under my lashes. "Maybe. Yes, I don't know, I think so, but it's just what I'm afraid of." Amelia and Cordelia exchanged sympathetic looks. Cordelia reached across the table and took one of my hands. Amelia grasped the other one. "Have you told Axel this?" "What? Why I'm afraid? No. What's he going to say? He's already explained to me that he knows what he wants." "Then why are you doubting him?" Amelia said. I shook my head. "I don't know. Maybe because it's easier? Maybe I'm stupid? I don't know." Cordelia squeezed my hand. "You need to tell him your fears. You have to explain it. It's better that you let him know than to make him think something else." I spoke slowly. "That I have feelings for Rufus?" Cordelia nodded. "Your fears are something Axel will understand. What he won't understand is holding on to Rufus's protection amulet when he's made you one of his own." I wrapped my hand around the golden locket at my throat. It buzzed slightly, like holding a very mild live wire, like one that barely had any electricity blipping through. The amulet in my pocket hummed as if it had heard my thoughts. "I like being doubly protected," I said. "What's wrong with a little extra help?
Both of these might have helped when Beverly Unk nearly attacked me in magical elements.
I think you should ask yourself why you need the protection of more than one man,
Betty said.
I have a feeling when you look deep inside, you'll see the answer is simpler than you think. I sighed and dropped my hand to the table. Okay, yeah, all right. I leaned back and rubbed my sweating palms over my thighs. I hadn't realized how worked up I'd gotten over this conversation, but it had really yanked my chain.
Well, this was fun, I said cheerily. Amelia and Cordelia laughed. Betty eyed me soberly.
You need to tell Axel your fears. I think you'll find they make him feel better, too.
Right. It felt like a wall was pressing against my chest. Thinking about all this challenged me. The weight of this decision was more than I wanted to deal with.
Axel thinks you have feelings for another man.
Betty pulled out her pipe and lit it. I don't. I like Rufus, but not in that way. I think he's grown as a person, but I don't want to date him. I rubbed my temples. I think I was confused, but with Axel things are clear and right. There's always clarity. I shot them an embarrassed look. Except for this, of course.
That's good. Betty rose. Very good. Because Axel wouldn't have given you part of himself for protection otherwise.
My brow furrowed. I'm sorry? I don't know what you mean.
I'm talking about that locket.
She pointed the mouth of the pipe in my direction.
You think that's just a bunch of gold and a few spells?
Maybe, I said with a huge question in my voice. What else would it be?
Betty threw her head back and laughed. The best protection spells always use blood. Axel shed some to protect you. Now, the question is, will you accept what he's offering?
As I stared down at the locket, the answer popped in my head. 14. I decided to take Sylvester to my talk with Dedra. These halls hold secrets, the snake said into my head as we walked toward her office. I quirked a brow. Have you deemed me worthy to hear them? Have you forgotten I'm a woman? The snake tasted the air. I haven't forgotten. But I feed you, is that it? He didn't respond. Yep, I had a feeling that was the correct answer. Dedra answered on the first knock. Her eyes widened when she spotted Sylvester.
Oh, I didn't know you'd be bringing company.
Yes, he's a joy to be around. She flinched. You won't let him out of the cage, will you? No, he's staying right where he is. I pointed to an empty table. Is it okay if I set him there? She waved the air. Yes, of course, as long as you don't think he'll get out. She leaned over until she could see around me. He's slightly unnerving. You should talk to him. He's pretty sexist. Dedra puckered her lips as she spoke. I would be too if I'd been Beverly's familiar. Her gaze met mine and she smiled. Now, what can I do for you? I wanted to know what you had, if anything, on the Crapel family history. Dedra tapped a finger against her lips. There's a lot on the Crapels, actually. Let me see. She walked to a large bookcase that was filled from top to bottom with thickly bound tomes. Her finger traced across and down until stopping on one particular book. Ah, here we are. She heaved the book from the shelf and laid it on a lectern. The binding cracked, and the thick smell of old paper filled the room as she opened it. This book contains most of the history of the families that either found in Magnolia Cove or who lived in the surrounding area for a very long time. The Crapels should be in here. She flipped the pages until landing on a table of contents. Dedra found the listing for Crapel and slowly peeled back the sheets. Here we are, the Crapel family. Now, what are you looking for? I licked my lips. Here goes nothing. You heard what Gilda said last night, that the Craples supposedly own a scroll with knowledge that will keep witches invisible to humans?
I did.
My grandmother doesn't know anything about it. I was wondering if there was something in these older records, either about the scroll or about the ancestor who supposedly owned it.
Ah, I see.
She gave me a warm smile. Well, let's look. Maybe we can find something. I pored over every bit of information that Dedra had readily available about the Craples and our history, but most of it was little more than facts or names with ages and a genealogical tree. I had just about given up when I spied a book titled Magical Families of the South. I pointed to it.
What's this?
Dedra whisked to its side.
Oh, this is a book I've recently picked up. It's very volatile and difficult.
I laughed because the idea of a book being volatile was amusing. Dedra did not laugh in return.
Oh, you're not joking, are you?
She shook her head.
I most certainly am not. This tome is testy. Bert ordered it for me, but it hasn't wanted to give up any of its secrets.
Give up its secrets? You're talking as if the book is alive.
Once again, Dedra just looked at me.
So, I'm guessing the book has an attitude?
You could say that, yes.
She sighed and pointed to it lamely, as if she'd already given up on it.
It won't open for me.
How can a book not open for you? Then I remembered what Connor, Bert's assistant, had said in the shop, that he'd had to separate the book from the divination powder because the two hadn't gotten along. Could the book somehow be a clue? I crossed to it. The book was nothing special. It had a black cover with raised lines that swirled into decorative vines. They looked to have once been painted gold, but were now severely faded. I opened my palm and laid it over the book. It seemed to shrink back like it was trying to get away from me. Command it to open. Sylvester's voice popped inside my head. My gaze darted to the serpent which sat coiled around his branch. His black eyes glittered, and his tongue tasted the air as if a delightful treat were only inches from his face. Command it to open, he said again. That's what Beverly would do.
What?
But I didn't have time to ask for more information because the book bucked. Yes, it bucked. Out from under my palm, the tome contracted as if its thick binding didn't matter. Dedra appeared at my side.
What's it doing?
I don't know. Her eyes widened. She grasped my shoulders.
Maybe you can open it. I haven't been able to.
I'm not sure.
Dedra grabbed my hand and placed it over the book.
Open, she commanded. The book did nothing.
You'll have to say it.
Delight and something else, lust maybe, filled her eyes.
You have to command it to do your bidding.
Something about her desire made my stomach churn.
This book contains more information than just the first families in the area,
Dedra said quickly.
It contains some spells, chants, and other tidbits. It was written by one of the oldest settlers in the area. I know you are looking for a scroll, but if there ever was a scroll, it would have been this book.
I curled my fingers into a fist. So this book could hold that information? She nodded. Want filled her eyes. I bit my bottom lip. I don't know if I want to open it. A spell like that would be so powerful, I'm not sure if it's a good thing to have or not. I only wanted to prove that my family doesn't know its whereabouts.
But this would prove it, Dedra insisted. If it has the spell, or even if it tells us a little bit about the history.
I bit my lower lip as I thought it over. I was here to help Betty, after all. That was what I wanted, wasn't it? To help my grandmother? In the end, I splayed my hand over the book. Open. The book bucked again. It bent and stretched as if waking from 1,000-year slumber. The cover peeled back with a loud cracking sound. A Magical History of Alabama, written by Ernestine Crapel. I glanced up at Dedra. A Crapel wrote this. She nodded, probably while you could open it. Her fingers curled around the book. She raised it to her and stopped. Do you see that writing where it gives the title? I nodded. Yes, don't you? She frowned. No. She slowly peeled back the next page. Is there writing on this one? Yes. It gives a list of names of the first families in the area. Oh, I see Unc. The Crapels are just as old as them. Dedra snorted. Did she tell you that's why she didn't like you? I nodded. No, she didn't like me because I'm a half-breed. But if my family hadn't been as old as hers, Beverly's attitude probably would have been even more sour. I considered that. If such a thing was possible. Dedra rolled her eyes. That's what Beverly always did. Told people she didn't like them because they weren't good enough. She just plain old didn't like you. For instance, my family has been here for such an incredibly long time, longer than the Unks. My research has been in proving that. I glanced down the list of names, but didn't see Tipple. Beverly thought she could intimidate me as well and make me not say what I've discovered, that the Tipples are older than the Unks. But now she isn't here to challenge it any more. I said. The Tipples were very clandestine. My research shows they didn't live among the other witches back in the old days. I see. Dedra smiled at me. But now, let's see if we can find something in here about that scroll. We spent 2 hours poring over the book. Since Dedra couldn't read it, I had to go over all the text. In the end, it didn't have one word about some hidden scroll that the Crapels were supposed to have owned. Too bad. I thanked Dedra for her time, grabbed Sylvester, and headed down the hall. I hadn't gotten far when I met Prissy and Valerie on the opposite end of the corridor. Prissy stopped. Her lip curled into a snarl as she eyed the serpent. What do you have there? I glanced down at Sylvester. Oh, I have Beverly's snake. Do you want him? He's a bit sexist and not very much on conversation. But if you promise to give him a good home, and by that I mean feed him and not swindle him out of his hard-earned cash by promising to change his future, well, then you can have him. Prissy sniggered. How very funny. I don't know what you're talking about when you mention swindling. She's talking about what Beverly used to do, Valerie said quite honestly. She sounded young and innocent, sort of like how Prissy sounded before she'd taken Beverly's spot as leader of their little group. Shut up, Valerie, Prissy said. Her eyes narrowed as she pinpointed her focus on me. Do you think we gave people bad fortunes so that they would pay to have them changed? I raised my chin. I wasn't going to let this witch intimidate me. No, I don't think you only dished out bad fortunes for money, but I think you did that a great deal, yes. And I suppose you think that's what got Beverly killed? That it was someone who was so angry with her for cheating them out of money that she was murdered for it? Is that what you think? The thought had occurred to me. Prissy took a menacing step forward. Let me tell you something. What we did was a service. After we fixed people's futures, they were happy to be alive. When people think bad things are going to happen, then bad things will. That's how the universal laws of attraction work. Like begets like. So, for your information, we were helping get people excited about their lives, helping them shift and focus their perspectives. So, you were helping them by stealing their money? They always paid us, Valerie said. We never had to take anything by force, except maybe for that one time. Hush! Prissy snapped. She glared at me. You would do good to mind your own business. I can see now why Beverly didn't like you. At first I thought it was just jealousy, but you're judging us, and you don't even know us. You don't know anything about us." She threw her head back and laughed. "And you don't know anything about that man and Beverly? You think you do, because he protects you, but you don't know one thing, not one. You ask him what he knows about her. Ask him, and you'll see." I rolled my eyes. "I already know about Rufus and Beverly. I know he was aware of your scam." Her eyes glittered with malice. "I'm not talking about Rufus." I scowled. "Then who are you talking about?" A slow, evil smile curled on her lips. "I'm talking about Axel. Go ask him. He'll tell you." She threw back her head and laughed once more. "Or maybe he won't." With that, the two women turned and stalked down the hall, leaving me standing alone with knees so weak I collapsed to the floor. 15. What did Prissy mean by that I was supposed to ask you about Beverly? Axel's face tightened. Y'all might think I was being a bit dramatic by heading over to Axel's right after I left the school, but I didn't think so. Heck, I wanted this mystery solved, and I wanted it solved yesterday, at least in regards to what Prissy was talking about. "Why is your face turning red?" I said. Axel sank onto a couch and rubbed his eyes.
"What she's talking about is that years ago, Beverly approached me about certain spells. Certain divination spells that are generally performed by wizards instead of witches."
"Why's that?"
"Because the magic in them is dark, masculine. There are feminine and masculine forces in nature, and so too in magic. Beverly needed some help, and I assisted her."
He stopped talking. I kicked his foot. "You're not telling me everything. There's more." His gaze darted to the wall.
"There are things I won't say only because they might hurt you."
I shook my head. "We promised not to keep secrets, remember?"
"We did, unless those secrets are better left buried and never discovered."
My face burned with anger. "You got on to me about Rufus being between us, and now you're keeping something from me." I sliced the air with my hand. "Now, this is between us, and that's not on me, Axel." He rose. Fury filled his eyes.
"That's different. This is the present I'm talking about with Rufus. Beverly's the past."
"So, she was your past? Beverly was? That's what you don't want to tell me?"
"No, it wasn't like that."
"Then why don't you just say it?" His voice filled every nook and cranny of the room. His anger was so fierce, so deadening, that I wanted to shrink into a ball and hide.
"Because I gave her the spell that would help her divine a negative future for people. Beverly couldn't just lie about seeing the wrong fortune in someone's life. She actually had to see it so it could be changed. I'm the person who showed her how to work the spell, Pepper. Did I know what it was being used for? No. Should I have given it to her? Never. And I would never do it again if someone asked me for it. So you see, I'm at fault here."
He fisted a hand and tapped it to his heart.
"I'm not perfect. I'm far from it, but I don't hurt people intentionally. That's not what I do."
His words stung. "Oh, are you saying I'm hurting you intentionally by remaining friends with Rufus?"
"I didn't say that."
His voice lowered to almost a whisper.
"I'm saying... I don't know what I'm saying, but I know that I made a mistake by giving the wrong person a spell that they then used for harm. I won't do that again. Not ever."
He extended a hand and brushed a loose strand of hair from my cheek. A fissure of energy snaked up my skin and made my scalp tingle. I shivered. Axel took a step toward me and pulled me into his arms. I melted into his concrete body and let him take my weight. In that moment, I felt protected within the walls of his strong body. I curled my fingers into his shirt. "I'm not perfect," he whispered. Axel's warm breath tickled my ear. "Far from it. I've trusted those I shouldn't have. I never thought Beverly would use the spell the way she did." I pushed away. A curtain of hair fell into my face. I brushed it aside before Axel could. "Then what did you think she would do with a spell like that? A way to see the negative in someone's future? What possible good could that ever do? And are you saying you showed her a way to create a negative future for someone?"
"No."
He scowled. I'd rarely ever seen such a nasty expression on his face. Axel looked like he'd bit into a lemon, and instead of spitting it out, he decided to chew it up and swallow.
"The spell I taught Beverly showed her that if there was a possible negative future for someone's life, it would be revealed. It was that simple. And simple enough to correct as well. Once you know a negative outcome, it's easier to avoid. That's what she did. See the negative outcome and then divine on her own a way to change the future."
So she wasn't lying about someone's future? He shook his head.
"No, not exactly. Just seeing a possible negative outcome."
But if people thought she was deliberately deceiving them, he nodded.
"It would still give people a reason to want her dead, yes. Deceiving them into paying her more money to avoid a certain fate."
But it doesn't answer the question of why. Why would you give someone that sort of spell? He sighed and pulled away. Axel crossed to the window and looked out. His strong, atlas-like shoulders sank when he exhaled.
"Because she convinced me the spell was for herself. She'd recently had a string of bad luck and needed something to change. She wanted to know a way to see the future, the bad one. I was convinced she was being honest, so I showed her."
You didn't do it because you were involved with her? His shoulders tightened.
"No."
The word came out definite, and his tone hinted that if I wanted to ask something like that again, it would be best if I was on my way out the door first. He didn't like me mistrusting him, and I understood. I didn't want to be that person, someone who didn't fully trust the man I loved. That wasn't me. But wasn't that the situation I was putting him in, by refusing to cut ties with Rufus? I crossed to the window and placed a hand on his shoulder. Axel stiffened. "I'm sorry I asked."
"I'm sorry, too."
He turned and took my hands in his. My hands felt small in his strong, muscular fingers.
"Pepper."
His voice came out in a husky growl.
"I don't want to be here questioning each other. Yes, I should have told you that I'd played a part in Beverly's antics, but I only showed her the spell. That makes me responsible in part, but in my defense, I didn't know how she would twist the gift I'd offered her into something that would hurt others. If I'd known that, I never would have given her the information."
I rested my head on his shoulders. "I know you wouldn't have. It's not that. It's that I feel like I'm being so stupid." When I looked up into his face, with his blue eyes shining brightly, tears pricked my own eyes. "I'm not trying to deliberately push us apart. I just wish you could see Rufus the way I do, that he is trying to be good." Axel tensed. He gazed at the ceiling for a moment, as if to ask God for strength. He tipped his face down and studied me. Axel dropped one of my hands and slid his fingers over the chain holding the locket around my neck.
"This took a lot to make for you."
I sniffed and nodded. "I understand." His gaze bored into me.
"I have never, not once in my life, made something like this for anyone. Part of me is in this. and if the wrong witch got a hold of it, it could mean my life. But I've given it to you because of what you mean to me."
I nodded dumbly, unable to form words. Everything he'd said was true, and every syllable pierced my heart. I realized how foolish and selfish I'd been. Axel would give his life for me, and I'd been freaking out like a scared kitten. I know. I felt like an idiot. He held out his palm.
"Do you have the other stone? The one Rufus gave you?"
I slid it from my pocket and laid it in his hand. Axel closed his eyes. He was reading the amulet, I knew. His brow creased and his lips pinched. After several moments, he smirked and opened his eyes.
"This isn't what you think."
I frowned. "What do you mean?"
"What I mean is there is some protection on it, but this amulet isn't meant for protecting you."
I rocked back onto my heels. "Axel, if this is some sort of joke, then it isn't funny. I know you don't like Rufus, but come on. It's a protection amulet."
"Like I said, it's partly that, but it's also something else."
I waited an eternity for him to explain what he meant. When it was obvious I would have to drag it from him with wild horses, I gestured for him to return it. "Okay, so if it isn't what Rufus said, then what is it?"
"Perhaps you should ask him."
"I'm asking you." My jaw tensed. Why wouldn't he just tell me?
"If I tell you, you'll think I'm saying this to sway you."
I shook my head. "No, I won't."
"Yes, you will. You've already looked for ways to deny how you feel about me, about where our relationship could go. And now you'll use this."
I lowered my head. "No, I'm not. Listen, the only reason why I've been so difficult is because I'm afraid that if we mate for life, it won't really be for life. You'll get bored, find someone else, and I'll be devastated, heartbroken, like I've been so many times before. But this time, it'll be 1,000 times worse, like I'm being shot with 1,000,000 arrows straight to the heart." He quirked a brow.
"Have you been watching Viking shows again? The heart reference?"
"Yeah," I admitted. "All they do is fight." I shrugged. Besides, it seemed a correct comparison. He chuckled and pulled me to him.
"I thought I have explained this. If this happens that we decide to be together, the bond will be so strong, nothing can break it. Nothing. Do you understand?"
"Yes," I said in the wimpiest voice ever. He hooked a finger under my chin and raised it until our eyes locked.
"I want you to understand it in your toes."
I laughed. "That's ridiculous."
"No more ridiculous than you've been about this."
I rolled my eyes. Just because it was true didn't mean he had to say it. "This isn't a small deal."
"I know that. That's why I'm telling you now, before we go any farther. That's why I won't let us go any farther until you come to terms with what it means. We don't have to do anything, physically, I mean. I only want you to know what being with me will become."
"Selling my soul?" He threw his head back and laughed.
"So melodramatic. Which is why I love you."
He tugged me into a kiss that claimed me. I was Axel's and he was mine. His lips expertly reminded me of that fact. When we parted, I sighed and tucked my head under his chin. He wrapped his arms around me in a hold that told me nothing could or would break it. "Are we fighting any more?" I said quietly.
"I hope not. I don't particularly enjoy fighting with you, though I think a good make-out session will help make sure we're not."
I lightly punched him in the gut. "Be serious."
"I am. No, we're not fighting."
"Good. Now tell me about the amulet. Tell me what it is." He sighed.
"It would be better if you figured it out on your own, but that could take a long time. Months, probably."
Axel put me at arm's length.
"If I tell you, promise that you won't run off and confront him, but pay attention.
When the time is right, you can tell Rufus you know." He pointed a finger at me and said in a stern voice, "But not until then." "I promise." He inhaled deeply. "Okay. This is what the amulet really is."
16. By the time I returned home, it was late. I entered the front door to find Betty pacing the living room. I shot my cousins, who both appeared extremely bored, confused looks. What's going on? Cordelia glanced up from the magazine she was reading. Betty's making a battle plan in case Gilda and the townspeople decide to tear down our house in search of the scroll. "And I'm drinking hot chocolate," Amelia said in her overly chipper voice. "Oh, about that." I shrugged out of my coat and pegged it. "I met with Dedra Tipple from the school today. She has a book written by a crapple. She couldn't open it, but I guess since I'm a crapple, I could. We looked in it for information about the scroll, but couldn't find anything." Betty stopped and stared at me. "Who wrote this book?" I had to think. Ernestine Crapple? Betty darted over to me faster than a bolt of lightning zipping through the sky. "Ernestine Crapple? Are you sure?" I nodded. "Yeah, I'm sure. Why?" "Woohoo!" Betty danced around the room. "Ernestine is one of the oldest Craples to have lived in the area. If anyone knew about the knowledge, it would have been her." I sank onto a chair and kicked back into reclining mode. "But that's what I'm trying to tell you. There wasn't anything at all in the book about that." Betty clapped her hands. "First of all, could Dedra read the book?" "No, only me." "Because you're a crapple." She wiggled her fingers as if she was about to work a spell. "Secondly, did you go through the entire thing?" "Yes." She frowned. "It doesn't matter. There may still be more information in there. Things you didn't see because you're not as old or as wise as me." Now I really shot my cousins concerned looks. "Betty, I promise you, I pored over the entire book, front to back. I didn't miss anything." Betty moved to grab her coat. "And like I told you, there may be information you missed because you don't have my old witch eyes." Betty opened the door wide. "Now, who's coming with me?" Amelia glanced up from her cup of cocoa. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the school to find this book and inspect it for myself, see if it has more information." "At this time of night?" It was pitch black outside. "Why don't you wait until morning?" "Because, first of all, Gilda's people can't be trusted not to do something sooner rather than later." "Gilda doesn't have people," Cordelia said. "Beside the point. But also because I'm impatient, and I don't think that the book will reveal the good stuff in the presence of that teacher because she isn't a crapple. No, this has to be done clandestine-like." I smirked. "You're saying we need to break into the school and see what the book contains tonight just because?" "Not just because. Because I said so. There's a difference." I rolled my eyes. "Sure there is. But to make sure a mayoral candidate doesn't end up arrested, I'll go with you." "Us too." Amelia grabbed her jacket. "Come on, Cordelia, what are you waiting for?" Cordelia sighed and closed the magazine. "All right, I'll come." The four of us left on our cast-iron skillets. When we arrived at the school, it was quiet. The building's chimneys loomed high overhead. "This place is so creepy," Amelia shivered. "Are you sure we have to do this?" "Yes, I'm sure." Betty swung her leg off the skillet. "Pepper, lead the way. I don't know where this teacher's office is." So, yes, I led my family on a breaking and entering excursion. No, I can't say I'm proud of it, but it made me feel better to know Betty would have done it one way or another. Yep, she would have charged right into the school as if storming a castle, and she would have done it all by herself. So no, I didn't feel bad. Here it is. We locked ourselves inside Dedra Tipple's office. The book lay closed on her desk. Betty covered one nostril. From the other flew a stream of light. It curled into a ball and hovered above us, creating a glowing orb so we could see. Betty ran her hand down the cracked, leathery surface. So, this is Ernestine's writings. I can feel it. Amelia frowned. You sound as if you knew her, but I know this land was settled a couple 100 years ago. Amusement lit Betty's eyes. I did know her. Ernestine lived a very long time as a witch. She wrote for a lot of that, too. Had her books sent off to a witch library in Tennessee. Her finger traced the golden vines. That must be where Dedra got this from. I could feel my brow crease. I don't know. She ordered it from Magical Elements. They got it in for her the day Beverly died. You mean the day she was murdered? Cordelia said. That's the one. Betty splayed her fingers over the book. Open. It shuddered, and Betty peeled back the cover. Let's see what's inside this sucker. She made lots of hms and ms as her gaze washed over the writing. Are you seeing what I did, that it's mostly genealogy stuff? Hey, Amelia said sharply, did Ernestine know anything about the scroll? Betty hitched a brow. Know anything about it? She's the one who told me. I shot a look to Amelia. If she told you about it, why didn't you ask her where it was? If she was so old and all, she should have known. Oh, she was insane by the time I met her, Betty said flatly. Cordelia raked her fingers through her hair. If she was insane, why did you even believe her about the scroll or the spell? Because it seemed like a possibility. My cousins and I stared at one another. Wait a minute. I covered the book with my palm, forcing Betty to drag her gaze from it. You're saying a crazy woman told you about the spell and scroll. A crazy woman. You're not even sure the thing exists, but the whole town seems to think it does. We're searching in the middle of the night for clues about it. In the same crazy woman's book? Sounds about right. Betty nodded. Now, if you'll move your hand, I'd like to keep looking. I removed my palm. I give up. We're not going to find anything. There's no way. It's all probably a lie. Made up by a crazy woman, Cordelia added. I laughed. Yep. Aha! Betty glanced from the book and shot us a triumphant look. I knew we'd find something in here. My cousins and I gathered around. On a page filled with names and dates of folks who had died in the area drifted words written below the first set. The gold letters shimmered. They were almost impossible to see, but if you focused on the gold and not the black letters containing names, the writing surfaced and became legible. Here lies the way to be invisible to mortals. Amelia gasped. Oh my gosh, this is it. This is the secret. So it wasn't a scroll after all, Cordelia whispered. It was in this book. I leaned closer. What's it say? A scuffling noise outside the office made us stop. I shot Betty a frightened look. She snuffed out the light. We stood frozen in the room. The scuffling continued down the hall until we couldn't hear it any more. Betty grabbed the tome. I don't know about you girls, but I'd rather read this in the comfort of my own home. You can't just steal it, I snapped. I'm not stealing. I'll have it back by daylight. How? Are you planning on making a return trip before dawn? She tapped her nose. I have magic, my dear. Have you ever thought about using it? I rolled my eyes. Always have to be so darned smart. Betty thumped her belly. That's why I've lived this long." She hugged the book, and we hustled toward the door. A slice of light hit the corner of Dedra's desk. My gaze landed there, and I noticed a stack of papers. Written on top was a title, "The Origins of Witches in the Southeastern United States." "What's that?" Cordelia said. "Dedra's paper." "Come on." She yanked my sleeve. "Let's get out of here." As quietly as we'd entered, we left. Before we slinked away, I glanced down the hall, looking in the direction of the sound. I didn't hear anything, but I could swear there was a shadow tucked behind a doorway. I wasn't 100% sure, but it seemed the shadow watched us. Betty had been right. Poring over the book was more relaxing in the Crapel cottage than in Dedra's office. "What does it say about the spell?" Amelia cozied up to Betty, who had placed the book on the dining table. Cordelia and I took seats next to them. Betty peeled back the pages until she reached the correct one. She waited a moment, I assumed, so that the print would surface again. Her lips parted and she read, "The world we witches inhabit is perilous. There are those mortals who fear us and wish us dead. That is why we must take heart. There are those who have hunted us in the past, those who fear what they do not know. We know what we are witches. There is but one path to follow if we are to live with mortals and not be detected. There is but one path to walk if we are to stand side by side with humans and not be caught. There is but one road to maneuver if we are to belong with those who are not like us and live within a world of acceptance. That path is simple. Keep your secrets, don't use your magic. There is no spell that will hide you from humans every hour of the day. There is no cloak you can wear nor hole to hide in. There is no secret to keeping us strong and together. The only thing we can do is not draw attention to ourselves. Do not work magic in front of humans. For some of us, this is impossible, so the only way to achieve true peace is to live apart, to remain in our enclaves and not be found. There is no spell I can promise that will work whenever your path may cross a human's." Betty exhaled and dropped into a chair. She rubbed her eyes with the heels of her hands. "So that's it." Cordelia leaned over to inspect the book closer. "That's the scroll. First of all, it isn't a scroll, but it does give the answer about how to live among humans without being found and made to sink or swim." So she did have the answer. A playful smile tugged at my lips. "This is great." Amelia clapped her hands. "Now all we have to do is present this book to Gilda and Magnolia Cove, and everyone will know the truth." "There's one problem," I said. "Only Crapels can read it." Amelia's face fell. "That's true. How can we prove it?" We stared at each other. I'll be honest, y'all. I didn't have the first idea of how to help Betty with this. She was struck. Only Crapels could read the stupid book, which meant we were screwed. Betty tapped a finger to her mouth. "There may be a way." My eyebrows shot to peaks. "What way is that?" She waved her hand in dismissal. "I have to think about it first. Give me a second." I held my breath as she thought. Of course, Betty had to milk the moment by lighting her pipe. She shot from her chair. Betty nodded. "I have a theory. If you don't have Crapel blood, but if I touch you, can you then see the text? Test it on me." The snake lay coiled in his cage. "Sylvester wants you to try it on him," I frowned. "But you're a snake." "I can read." I shrugged. "He says he can read, but he's an animal." Betty marched to the cage. It doesn't matter. I think what does is the DNA running in your veins. Amelia wiggled her fingers at the book. Whoa, this is so scientific. Betty rested the cage on the table and slowly pulled out Sylvester. Tell me if other words appear on this page. The serpent moved his head back and forth, doing that whole hypnotizing snake thing. After a few seconds, the snake spoke to me. I see nothing. He can't see anything. Betty raised the snake until they were eye to eye. Sylvester tasted the air. She smiled. Good. That's all I needed to know. Amelia frowned. But what are you going to do? Who are you going to have look at the book? It's obvious, Cordelia said. Someone who's got a drop of crapple blood and who's trustworthy. She glanced at Betty, doubt on her face. But who? Betty gently placed Sylvester back in the cage. That's for me to know, and you to find out. 17. Betty still hadn't dealt with the real problem. To prove that there wasn't a secret the Craples were keeping from the rest of Magnolia Cove, we needed the book. It currently belonged to Dedra. So, after Betty magically zipped the book back to the teacher's office, I was to go to Dedra and ask if we could borrow it. Nothing strange about that. Of course there isn't, Betty snapped. It's a book written by a Crapple. You're a Crapple. Of course you would be interested in it. I guess, I said glumly. Fine, I'll do it. At lunchtime, I closed Familiar Place for a break. It would be good to check on Bert and see how he was holding up. When I entered Magical Elements, Connor greeted me. Hey there, he said from behind the counter. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I was looking for Bert. He should arrive in a few minutes. I smiled. I'll just browse then. Shoppers filled the store. Every nook and cranny seemed to have a body occupying it. I slid over to a section of powders meant to make soaps and spent a few minutes sniffing the scents. Well, I heard that Rufus Mayes was in the shop when Beverly was murdered. I glanced over my shoulder and spied two witches heads together inspecting a rack of candles and gossiping. I leaned in. I didn't hear that, the other one said. I heard the divination powder formed a hand and choked the life out of her. The woman raised her head in my direction. I quickly studied an intriguing bar of lavender and fish scale soap. She started up again. But you know, Prissy had said several times that she hated Beverly and was waiting for a chance to take Beverly's place as head divination teacher. And now she's done it, whispered the other woman. But just because she said something doesn't mean she did anything. Those two witches were close. The other woman shook her head. I hear there's proof. You didn't hear this from me because I'm not a snitch. But inside the divination room there are old foretellings that prove Prissy knew that Beverly would be murdered. The first woman gasped. She knew Beverly would be murdered? Knew it and hid it. Of course, why else would you hide something like that? Only if you were the person who would do it. Exactly. The two women walked away, and I stood frozen in the middle of the store. It made perfect sense. Of course Prissy would have murdered Beverly. Getting rid of her friend meant Prissy now had all the power. She was Beverly's lackey no more. Heck, I'd watched her transformation myself. She'd gone from meek to evil stepmother. Not really, but boy, did she have that attitude down pat. I shouldered my purse and approached the desk. Connor? Yes? He'd finished ringing someone up and was fixing the sacks used to hold goodies. The book that was ordered for Dedra, does it have to be returned to where she got it from? Or is she allowed to keep it? It's on loan.
He stacked the bags. I think it comes back to us next week, and we'll return it to the library it came from. I nibbled my bottom lip. Do you remember the day Beverly was killed? Connor's face sank into his hands. Unfortunately, I dream about it. It keeps me up at night. I squeezed his shoulder. I'm so sorry. But I was wondering if you could answer a question for me about that day.
Sure.
You mentioned that the book Dedra had ordered and the divination powder didn't get along. What did you mean by that? Connor laughed and pressed a palm to his chest.
Oh, that,
he said, relieved.
I thought you were going to ask me something more difficult. Yes, every couple of minutes the book would smack the powder and it would fall to the floor, so I had to separate them.
But why would it do that? I tapped a finger to my mouth. Seems strange. He scratched his head.
I don't know, but Dedra ordered it. She was in here when the book acted out. She might be able to tell you.
Thank you. I think I'll ask her. I crossed toward the door.
Didn't you want to wait for Bert? He should be here soon.
I shook my head. Nope, I'll catch up with him later. I shoved the door open. A cold blast of winter air whipped through my hair. I'd gone a few feet when I collided with a broad chest. Oh! I rocked back. A strong set of hands grabbed my arms.
Hold steady.
I righted myself and glanced up. Rufus, what are you doing here? Rufus's dark eyes snagged me in a hold.
Going shopping in magical elements. I thought perhaps I'll be able to enter and no one will get murdered. At least that's what I'd hoped.
His words came out lightly, but he couldn't hide the bitterness in them. How are people treating you?
He scoffed. The good people of Magnolia Cove? Like I'm a murderer and not someone who was trying to protect someone else.
I'm sorry. I meant it. It wasn't fair that people who hadn't even been in the shop at the time of the murder had found him guilty. What about Garrick Young? Rufus punched his hands in his coat pockets.
He hasn't charged me.
His dark eyes scanned the street.
For what that's worth.
I think it's worth something. I smiled. If he thought you were guilty, you wouldn't be strolling down Bubbling Cauldron.
Perhaps.
His gaze landed on me, and the harsh lines of his face softened.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Oh, haven't you heard? Other than the fact that we're afraid the town is going to start beating down our door for the secret to keeping witches safe from humans. Fine. He shook his head.
That's impossible. It's impossible for witches to live with humans without humans knowing what we are. We're different.
We use magic.
Well, there's more to it than that. Witches radiate magic. Same as werewolves radiate beastliness. Surely you've noticed that about your own wolf.
Rufus, I warned, he's off limits.
Suit yourself. Have you met a vampire?
I have.
Do you think a vampire could walk among humans and not be known for what it is? A creature so completely different from them that they wouldn't notice the vampire moved faster, reacted quicker.
I shrugged in that way that suggested I'd given up. I never thought about it. He snickered.
Let me answer the question for you. Vampires can't walk among humans and not be noticed. Neither can witches. We stick out. That's how it is. Witches stay with witches. It's the only way to remain protected.
Once I'd entered Magnolia Cove, I'd only left once to return to what I considered the real world. Not that Magnolia Cove wasn't real, but it was certainly a bubble. We weren't affected by things that people living in large cities or even some small towns were. There were no homeless wandering our streets or the jobless breaking the law. Everyone had plenty or more than enough. That was a perk of being magical, right? You didn't have to worry about money or food.
All you had to worry about was whether or not your shotgun-toting granny would unload a wad of buckshot into the seat of your date's pants. At least that was what I had to worry about. I didn't know about other folks.
You look hurt.
The concern on Rufus's face surprised me. He extended a hand. I took an instinctive step back. His expression fell. No, I'm not hurt. I just guess I haven't thought about it is all. He smiled gently.
You've lived with humans, but as one of them. You've never gone in as a witch and paid attention. We're different, we are. You are now. Now you have magic, and that magic is powerful.
The serious tone of our conversation was stifling. It felt like I'd been shrouded in a blanket and only my eyes could peek out. Well, anyway, I laughed nervously. The entire town thinks we have some sort of magical elixir that will solve the apparent human witch problem that I was innocent to.
But you don't,
he said flatly. No, but according to you it would be a miracle if we did. He studied me intently.
I can think of much more miraculous things.
Okay, I had no idea what that meant, but the tinge of innuendo in his voice made heat bloom on my cheeks. I cleared my throat and cocked a brow. Since you're so full of answers today, I have a question for you.
Hopefully it won't be serious.
There was a bite to his voice, but amusement lit his eyes. Well, maybe and maybe not.
Go for it.
Do you remember the day Beverly was murdered and Connor said the book Dedra had ordered didn't get along with the divination powder?
I do.
Do you know why that could be? Rufus stroked his chin. He stared away into the distance.
There are multiple reasons for such a thing.
Tell me, in your sorcerer's estimation, what that might be.
You could ask your wolf.
My jaw clenched. You always have to bring him into this, and you do it spitefully. You know that makes me like you less.
We wouldn't want that, now would we?
I rolled my eyes. Would you just tell me why?
There are several reasons. The most common and easiest explanation is that the objects in question are magical polar opposites.
Like magnets?
Exactly.
Rufus adjusted his weight. For the first time I noticed we'd been standing in the cold in front of magical elements for several minutes. People began to stare. So let them. So, if the book had one sort of magic, and the divination powder had another, the book might swat at it? He chuckled.
In a manner of speaking, yes. If one object was positive and the other negative, then that could create that sort of reaction. Why?
I shrugged. I don't know, it's just something I was thinking about. I'm confused why a book might not like a powder.
Your wolf could have told you.
I shot him a warning look. Rufus rocked back onto his heels.
Excuse me, I've already been warned once.
Yes, you have.
Why do you ask about the book?
I shrugged. Just trying to figure a few things out, like when the divination powder was poisoned. It sounds like it occurred before Bert and I ever reached the shop.
Who does that omit as murderer?
I nibbled my bottom lip. I suppose it leaves me out because Bert, Connor, you, and Prissy were already in the shop and around the powder before Beverly was killed.
Ah, but when I arrived, the book was gone. Dedra had already picked it up.
So I can count you out. He nodded.
Correct.
What about Prissy?
They arrived before me.
I raked my fingers through my hair. So I can count them in. I need to make sure, but if Prissy was in the shop before Dedra left with the book, that means she had access to the divination powder. I turned on my heel.
Where are you going?
Rufus called out. I glanced back. To do things I shouldn't.
Maybe you should take someone with you.
I nodded. You're right. I think I will. I pulled out my phone and thumbed through my contacts until I found the number I needed. My call was answered after one ring. "Hey, can you meet me at the school? There's something I need to do."
I can.
"Great. See you there in 15 minutes. I hung up. Looked like I was going to be late getting back to familiar place. Sometimes work could wait, especially when murder was involved. 18.
Did you bring the snake?
I stared at Axel. We stood outside the school. Frigid air whipped my hair into my mouth. Axel brushed it aside. No, was I supposed to? He cocked his chin toward the building.
For what you want to find, he'll be the best creature. He knows the divination room and could help us.
I'd called Axel to help me look for the rumored divination for telling Beverly's murder. He'd met me quicker than I had expected, but I hadn't known about the serpent. He glanced at the ground.
I should have mentioned it.
It's okay. We should probably sneak around at night to do that anyway. He threw his head back and laughed.
You're right. Let's go in at night when no one expects us.
I shrugged. It wouldn't be the first time. And it wouldn't have been. Only a few weeks ago, I'd sneaked into the school and almost wound up becoming a toad. For good. Thank goodness that old crazy mess was over. That was also the night Axel and I bonded while he was in his beast form. Like, for reals. He heard me calling him across the forest and was able to save me. Y'all, it was so cool. Come on. I tugged his sleeve. A boyish smile crept over his lips. It made my heart sing to see light filling his eyes when he glanced at me. Let's face it, his expressions had been fairly dark and gloomy lately. We reached Dedra Tipple's office a few minutes later. I plastered on my big innocent doe eyes. "Dedra, I was telling my grandmother about your book, the Crapple one, and she is so interested. She was wondering if after you were finished she could borrow it. She actually knew Ernestine Crapple. Can you believe that?" I could have sworn Dedra's face paled. She quickly recovered, though, and clenched her jaw. "I'm sorry, I don't have the book any longer." My hopes fell. "Oh, you don't?" She fluffed the ends of her hair.
No, I had to return it to Magical Elements so it could return to the library it came from. We witches don't get to keep books for too long.
"You don't? But you've only had it a few days." She lovingly patted a stack of papers.
I had all I needed to finish my work on witch history of the area. The evidence pointed to the Tipples being one of the earliest families here.
She smiled. "Almost as old as the Craples, but not quite." I frowned. Beverly seemed convinced the Unks had been here longer than any of us.
Beverly wanted to be right about everything.
Dedra tapped the stack of papers again.
Everything is in here. It will be presented soon to the academic witch world.
And you returned the book already?"
Dedra nodded. "Just today."
I clicked my tongue. I was at Magical Elements, and Connor didn't mention it.
Oh, they have a drop box. I used that.
Dedra smiled.
He must not have noticed.
Then there was still time for me to get my hands on the book. If I didn't nab it before it shipped out, I might not be able to get it in time for Betty. So back to Magical Elements it was. She shot Axel and me a big smile.
"Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a class to teach."
We left her office and stood in the hallway. Axel studied me.
"You're wondering why Beverly believed the Unks had been here so long."
Am I that transparent? He shrugged.
"To me you are. Maybe not to someone else."
"I am wondering that. I mean, they had been here a long time, don't get me wrong, as long as the Craples. But yet, Dedra is so convinced otherwise."
"It's genealogy, not murder," Axel mused.
I shook my head. "Yeah, I know, you're right. I'm being silly." I pushed a smile to my face. "Now, what do you want to do?" He swiped a thumb over his mouth.
You want this book for some reason.
I smiled. It's Betty's secret, and I'm not allowed to say what it is. He lifted his hands in surrender.
Please, don't tell me. I don't want to learn anything about Betty's business that could result in winding up either blind or tongueless.
Very funny. I hooked a hand through his crooked arm. Let's return to magical elements. I need to get a hold of that book. Connor looked surprised to see me at the store.
Bert called in today. I think he's feeling sick.
I grimaced. I'm sorry to hear that, but it isn't why I've come. He hitched a brow as his gaze swept from Axel to me.
Looking for something a bit more on the personal level, perhaps? Something for the two of you?
No. Heat flushed my neck. I had no idea what sort of thing Connor was talking about, but I needed to steer the conversation back to the book.
No thanks,
Axel said in a dark, clipped voice. Connor's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. Axel may be human most of the time, but he could be frightening when he wanted.
No, we're looking for something else.
Connor raked his fingers through his short brown hair.
Shoot.
I worried my hands. I'm embarrassed to ask this, but that book Dedra Tipple had received from here, she said she returned it into your drop box. Here's the thing. My grandmother wants it to prove something very important to Magnolia Cove, and she needs it now. I cringed. I hated asking for a favor like this, but I didn't know if I had any other choice. I'd love to learn how to check out the book, but I was wondering if it's not too much trouble. Could I borrow it, just for a little while? I'll bring it back way before it's due. I crossed my heart. Promise. Connor waved at me as if the whole thing was no big deal.
Of course you can borrow it.
He stepped out from behind the counter and headed toward one of the walls. Cut into the brick was a box that looked like a mail receptacle.
This is the drop box.
Connor pulled a keychain from his pocket, flipped through the ring until he found the right key and inserted it into a lock.
There's usually not much in here. We don't get many requests for books from other towns. The local library used to be the place to order them from, but they got mad at some of the other magical hamlets, so we started ordering for folks.
I quirked a brow. Why'd they get mad?
Oh, I don't know. Somebody's cousin's cousin, who also happened to be head librarian, said the wrong thing at a Christmas party. Connor rolled his eyes. You know how family feuds go.
I may have an idea of that. Not that my family currently feuded, but when tempers flared, they rose like funeral pyres.
Anyway, like I said, we usually don't have too much in here.
Connor flipped a handle and pulled the bottom drawer of the box. Connor frowned.
That's strange.
His back blocked my view so I couldn't see what was going on. What is it? Connor leaned away so I could see. My jaw dropped. I turned to Axel. It's empty. Axel's eyes narrowed.
So it is.
19. What do you mean it's missing? It was later that night. I sat at dinner with my family and Axel. For some reason, I'd been foolish enough to tell Betty that the book, the only in the entire world capable of proving the Craples didn't secret away knowledge, had vanished. Like I said, it's missing. Axel poured gravy onto a pile of mashed potatoes. How was it he could eat whatever he wanted and not gain a pound? It was totally unfair. He sucked gravy from his thumb. I almost died watching. His full lips puckering over his thumb made my insides tingle. I pulled a handful of hair over my face so no one would notice I'd turned red.
Like Pepper said, Dedra Tipple said she dropped the book off at Magical Elements in the drop box.
He added quickly before Betty could argue.
And when we arrived, the book was gone.
Maybe she forgot what she did with it. Betty twirled her butter knife. She held a cornbread muffin so it looked like she'd either butter it or stab someone. You're not going to hurt anyone, are you?
Amelia eyed the knife suspiciously before picking up her own. Betty scoffed. No, I ain't aiming to hurt nobody. I just want to know what happened to that book. Relax, Cordelia said. It's not as if the town is standing outside waiting to tear the place apart. The doorbell rang. We shot each other worried looks. Or maybe they are. Cordelia rose and headed toward the door. Garrick Young stood on the front porch. His head dipped low and his shoulders slackened as if something great weighed on them. I rose. When I did, I understood why. Half the town milled behind him. Cordelia whipped her head in our direction and grimaced. Y'all, I guess I was wrong. Come on in, Garrick. Betty waved him inside. Pull up a chair. You want to invite that angry mob in, too? It's supper time. I aim to be cordial. Tell 'em all, before they plunder my house looking for a scroll that doesn't exist, they're welcome to some creamed potatoes and gravy. Axel rose and gestured for Garrick to take his seat.
Tell them it's delicious. They're missing out.
Garrick shot Axel a dark look.
Y'all know I don't want to be here.
Then what are you doing? Gilda paying you overtime out of her own pocket? Betty laughed. I never thought you could be bought off, Garrick, but apparently I'm wrong. She's not paying him. Cordelia grimaced at Garrick. Is she?
Of course she's not. For goodness sake, y'all, this is serious.
He pointed toward the street.
Those folks think you're holding out on them.
Betty splayed her arms. What is this? The blizzard of '68, and I'm the only person with flour and milk? And they're going to ram down my door for provisions? Garrick scowled.
You know it isn't like that.
Betty pointed a finger heavenward. Or is it the 21st century, and I'm the one person who can help all those folks walk among humans without being noticed? Maybe you should remind them that they live in a magical town that only witches, for the most part, can enter. It's not like a gaggle of humans is going to step into Magnolia Cove and start drowning us by the cartload. She stopped. Her eyes narrowed. Garrick's expression darkened.
I am only trying to keep the peace.
If you want to keep the peace, you can march out there and explain the scroll doesn't exist.
I can't do that. They need more.
The heels of his boots hit the floor hard as he strode forward.
I'm here for your own safety.
Betty squinted. I don't need your protection.
Your granddaughters might. You can at least listen to me for their sakes.
He's got a point. Amelia nodded. I don't want to be trampled by an angry mob of witches that thinks we're hiding things. Betty dragged her gaze from Amelia to Garrick. What are you proposing? He fiddled with the brim of his hat.
That you come up with something, anything that will convince them you're not hiding anything.
She cackled. What do you think I've been doing all this time? Sucking my thumb like a baby?
I had hoped not.
Betty threw her napkin on the table. Fine. You tell that horde of folks who are no longer my friends that I will have proof for them. She raised 2 fingers. In 2 nights, tell Gilda I want another showdown. This time I'll have all the proof I need to convince the town, one way or another. I swallowed a knot in my throat. We didn't have proof. We didn't know where proof was. Heck, proof could have been hiding in the proverbial pudding, and I still wouldn't have been able to whip it out. Y'all, we were screwed. I shot Betty a look that said, Are you crazy? She replied by winking. Not very reassuring. A wink, when there were a couple hundred folks outside looking for a scroll that didn't exist. Worse, they were looking for an answer they would never have. But at least they would have an answer, one they didn't like. All we needed was to find the book. Right, that was all. No big deal. Maybe if we searched door to door and asked politely who had nabbed a book from a locked drop box, we'd have some luck. Then again, maybe not. Garrick rubbed his thumb on the rim of the fedora.
Is that what you want me to tell them? That you'll give them the answers they want in 2 days?
Betty nodded. That's right. Tell them that.
If you're sure.
Betty huffed. What are you doing lollygagging? Tell the good folks of this town what I said. She thumped her chest. I am a woman of my word. His lips set into a tight line.
That you are.
A resigned sigh bellowed from him.
All right, I'll let them know.
Garrick gave a nod to Cordelia and left the house. As soon as the door closed behind him, Betty rose. Y'all let me know when the crowd's gone. She grabbed her coat in one hand and her skillet in the other. We've got a book to find. If we have to overturn every toadstool in this town to scare it up, well, then that's what we'll do. Amelia loaded a stack of dirty plates into her hands. Don't you mean rock instead of toadstool? Betty whirled around. I do not. Magical books do not hide under rocks. They are much more selective. Or we could use a spell to find it, I suggested. It won't work, Betty said. Not with a magical book like that. It's too powerful for a simple finding spell to. The thing will have all sorts of protective shields placed on it. Cordelia glanced out the window. Looks like they're heading out. I need all hands on deck. Are y'all ready to go? Betty stood by the front door, pipe in her mouth and grit in her eyes. I nodded. Sure. Axel and I will look at the school. We've got a divination to search for anyway. Good. Your cousins will help me with the rest of the town. Betty buttoned her coat. Come on, Craples. Let's go find that book. This time, Axel and I took Sylvester to the school. The snake seemed glad to be out, but coiled into a knot when I told him where we were headed. We need to get into the divination room. I hear there's been a foretelling that could be useful. I haven't heard of such a thing. Just you wait, I'll explain it all. Axel got us into the school with no problem. His wizarding talents unlocked the right doors on the back side of the building. The dormitories for the school were located away from the main school, which I thought was good. There was no reason to have the classrooms and sleeping quarters in the same building. The school was quiet and creepy. Shadows loomed in corners, and moonlight broke through the glass, scattering slices of light across the floor. Where's the divination room? I whispered. Axel squeezed my hand.
I think it's this way.
I nearly stepped on his heels, I stayed so close. A chill raced down my spine. I felt eyes on me. Eyes I couldn't see, but that could see me. I shivered. I felt the same as the other night when it had seemed shadows watched me. Do you feel that? Like someone else is here? Axel grunted but said nothing more. I think that meant he felt it too, but he didn't want to talk about it. It's up the stairs. The snake says turn to the left. We hiked up the steps to the second floor. Up one more. To the third floor. We stopped at a heavy metal door. Axel pushed the bar and we entered a dark room. A light. The snake says, make light. Axel glanced over his shoulder and scowled.
I was about to.
He opened his palm, and an orb filled the cup of his hand. Wow. The room stole my breath. Silk scarves of every color covered the walls. A crystal ball sat on a table as if waiting to reveal someone's future. A row of books lined a case at the far end of the room, and in one corner, stacked high in small square cubbies, lay hundreds of slips of paper. Every divination ever told is there. I pointed to the wall. Sylvester says those are all the futures ever told. I frowned at the serpent. But if Prissy saw a future for Beverly that would have gotten her accused of murder,
Wouldn't she have taken it? They cannot be destroyed. They cannot leave the room. Well, that answers that. I released Axel's hand. The snake says the divinations aren't spelled. He nodded.
They can't leave.
How do you know that? It was irritating how he was always one step ahead of me. I mean, just for once, I'd like to have a tad bit more knowledge than Axel. Was that too much to ask? He shot me a seductive smile.
When you've lived around magic your whole life, there are some things you know. I know these papers can't leave.
He settled the light orb on a table.
Now,
he took Sylvester's cage and raised it until he and the serpent were eye level.
Sylvester, I need you to help me find an important divination. In this stack, there may be a slip of paper that will prove who killed Beverly. I need you to seek it out for us.
I shot Axel a confused look. The snake will find it? Axel's gaze darted to mine.
Just watch. He has to agree to it first.
Sylvester uncoiled from his knot and looped around the branch. You need my help? Yes, we need your help. I tipped my head toward the papers. Can you do it? The snake seemed to weigh the request. And what do I get if I help you? I gave Axel a panicked look. At least it felt panicked. My mouth twisted in a grimace, and I know my eyelids flared. A snake wants to know what he gets in return for helping. Axel leaned over and met the snake's glittering black eyes.
If you help us, you will get a new match. One who won't harm or cause you undue stress. One that will feed you and give you a good place to live. It's what you deserve. It's what every animal deserves.
Okay, well, I didn't know who the snake's match would end up being, but I almost didn't want to wish him on anyone. Sylvester hated women. Maybe hate was too strong a word. He wasn't crazy about women, and he wasn't exactly warm and cuddly. I'd have a heck of a time finding his match. I might have to take an ad out in the local paper or witch list, an online witch advertising platform. The serpent's forked tongue tasted the air. The snake uncoiled and slithered to the cage door. He tapped it with his nose. I will help. He says you've got a deal. I unhooked the latch. I hope you know what you're doing, I mumbled. Axel ignored me. He extended a hand, and Sylvester glided up his arm and coiled around Axel's bicep. Axel slid a finger down the snake's head.
We need a divination for telling Beverly's death. Can you do it?
The snake nodded its head. Then, in a flash that resembled lightning, Sylvester darted down Axel's arm and leg, slithered onto the floor, and moved like a spear into the cubbies of papers. I hitched a brow. I was more than skeptical of this. How exactly is that there snake supposed to find a needle in a haystack? Axel's mouth quirked in what I like to think of as delicious amusement, meaning his amusement was delicious to me. He draped an arm over my shoulders. I didn't know what agreement the two of us had come to. Nothing had been said, but I wasn't going anywhere. I wasn't sure about the whole mating for life thing, but in Axel's arms, I was safe. No, I didn't know what the future held, but I was ready to live and learn, be open to the possibilities, and not let fear encase my heart. Fear wasn't good, y'all. Axel snuggled me close.
The serpent can taste the divinations.
Taste them? He nodded. The faint brush of his hair sent a trickle of Axel's scent wafting up my nostrils. Coffee and pine.
Each one has a particular scent, based on who the divination was about. Since we're looking for one about Beverly and her death, that should have two distinct scents, Beverly and death.
But why can the snake do that?
Because it's essentially a divination snake. He was a familiar to a diviner, so that's how it can do it.
To pass the time, I rummaged through a few of Beverly's books. Buried under several lay one with a crackled black leather binding. I opened it and scanned the first page. It had been written by an ancestor of Beverly's, it seemed. A list detailed the names of the first settlers in the area. I saw Unc and Crapel and started to scan more names when the snake emerged. A thin slip of paper dangled from his mouth. Sylvester slithered up a table leg and dropped the paper by Axel. The divination. I pointed to it. That's it, according to him. Axel curled his fingers around the paper.
Are you ready?
I nodded. He smiled at me warmly and then unfolded the sheet. 20. Axel opened his mouth to relay the writing on the slip when someone crashed through the door. I turned in time to see a body hurtle toward me. Axel pushed me out of the way and raised his hand. The man came to a skidding stop. His arms and legs splayed like a pinwheel. I peered through the shadows cast in the room. Bert? Bert, is that you? Bert ran his hands over his hair.
Yes, it's me. Here I am, caught breaking into Beverly's old divination room.
Well, so were we. Once Bert had time to think about it, I'm pretty sure he'd figure out that Axel and I were doing the same thing. Axel released the magical hold on Bert, who slowly came to rest, toes first, on the floor. He threw up his hands.
You caught me. I came here looking for something that could help me. The police are still looking at me as a suspect, but now I look even more guilty.
He paused and stared at us. Bert blinked, as if realizing for the first time who stood in front of him.
Wait a minute. The two of y'all shouldn't be here either.
I shook my head. No, we shouldn't. As much as I hate to say it, we're doing the same thing, looking for clues that will help you. He wrapped me in a hug that sang of desperation.
Oh, bless you, Pepper.
He released me and pressed a palm to his heart.
I have been sick since this whole thing started. Then Connor overheard something about a divination, so I came up here to check.
He pointed dramatically at the clutter of papers in cubbies.
Don't ask me how I was going to find 1 in a million, but I would have given it my best shot.
I nodded to Axel. We found it and were just about to read it.
Please, don't let me stop you.
Axel glanced down at the slip. His mouth quirked bitterly.
It talks about Beverly's death, all right. Read it for yourselves.
I took the paper. Bert nearly launched himself over my shoulder to get a better look. He gasped.
Beverly,
you will die if you don't keep your mouth shut. I inspected the paper. It was handwritten with distinct penmanship that looped at the start of the M for mouth. I glanced at Axel. Is this a joke? This isn't a divination.
Yes, it is.
Axel took the slip and tucked it into his pocket.
It's a threat divination. But why would other people even know about it? Bert said, assuming this is what the two ladies in town were talking about.
Axel rubbed his bottom lip.
Could be that Beverly let it be known she had been threatened.
But if that was the case, wouldn't Garrick be looking for this? I raked my fingers through my hair. And how did two random women know about it? Bert settled a fist under his chin.
Maybe Valerie is letting folks know?
I snapped my fingers. Valerie is Prissy's new minion. She has good reason to get rid of Prissy. It's easy to let a rumor start that Prissy had murdered Beverly and there was a divination to prove it.
And Valerie looks innocent if someone else finds it, Axel said.
The three of us exchanged a long look. Axel spoke first.
I'll make sure Garrick knows about this.
Bert exhaled a deep breath.
Bless you.
He glanced over his shoulder.
Come on, let's get out of here. This place gives me the creeps. Ever since I got here, I've felt that someone is watching me.
Little blades like thumbtacks spiked down my spine. You too? And here I'd hoped that Bert's eyes were the ones I'd felt.
Yes, me too.
Bert nodded toward the door.
Let's get out of here.
We vacated the room and tromped downstairs. Bert headed for the door, but I tugged Axel's arm. There's still one more thing we need to do.
You go on, Bert,
Axel said.
We'll catch up in a few.
Bert glanced around.
Okay, but be careful. This place is making the fine hairs on my chest stand straight up.
I choked back a laugh. The way Bert put things, even in a crisis situation, he was hysterical. Axel, Sylvester, and I headed to Dedra's office. Axel lit his orb again, and I started riffling through the stack of books. Dedra said she'd placed the book in the drop box, but nothing was there.
I don't think she wants you to have it.
I rested my finger on a leather spine and glanced at him over my shoulder. Why wouldn't she want me to have it? It's just a book, one that she can't even read without a crapple to help her. I returned to scrolling book titles. There wasn't anything I read to her that was worth hiding from me. He slid a tome from its spot in the bookcase and opened it. The binding crackled as the pages peeled back.
Positive there isn't anything she wouldn't want you to know?
Yes, I'm sure. The sound of leather gliding over wood filled my ears as Axel replaced the book.
Just because something wasn't important to you doesn't mean it wasn't important to Dedra.
Please. All Dedra's trying to do is prove that the Tipples have been here for ages. Axel shot me a charged look.
Are you sure about that?
I shook my head in frustration. Sometimes I just wished the man could answer a question without throwing another question on top of it. Why are you being so evasive? I fisted a hand to my hip. Is there something you'd like to say?
It just seems like she's going to a lot of trouble to prove something about the Tipples.
I started to protest, and he flashed his palm.
Calm down. I'm not saying Beverly was any better because she had a deep prejudice against anyone who wasn't a blue-blood witch like her. I don't understand why these two women would work so hard to prove the other wrong. Dedra wants to prove the Tipples are an important family, and Beverly didn't want anyone but an unk to be able to walk the streets of Magnolia Cove.
I don't know if that's true about Beverly. You're being dramatic.
Am I? There are witches who would wipe out all half-breeds if they could.
I scoffed. You're saying Beverly Unk was one of them?
Without a doubt.
His fingers traced the spine of a book.
But is Dedra also someone like that?
No way. He hitched a brow.
Can you be sure?
Of course I can be sure. The book's missing. Someone stole it from the drop box, or she was mistaken. He shot me a dark look.
You're being too nice.
I'm not being too nice. Dedra's done nothing but help me. He nodded, but said nothing. You doubt me.
Not you. Her.
I dug my hair over one shoulder and braided it to kill the frustration growing like a mound in my gut. Otherwise I'd snap at Axel. So, you don't think the book's here?
Could be. Could be somewhere else.
If it's at her house, Betty should be able to get it.
If Dedra gives it to them.
Will you stop? All we're doing is going round and round. He dropped his finger from the binding it currently poked and sauntered to me. A testosterone cloud filled the air. I nearly choked on Axel's manliness. When he wove his arms around my waist, my breath hitched. Pure, unbridled energy flowed off Axel. It was like someone had used a bellows to puff him full of power. Thing was, no one needed to use a bellows. He simply possessed more power than most wizards or witches. Mistrust filled his eyes.
Let's hope Betty's able to get a hold of that book.
What's going on with you? I tugged his bicep. You're acting weird.
Because it doesn't make sense to me why a witch would lie about something like that.
We don't know she lied, I argued.
Yes, we do, he said firmly. The easiest explanation for the book not being in the drop box is that Dedra never placed it there in the first place.
Okay, I shrugged, giving up. You win. She never put it there. Since we've come to an understanding, I'm ready to leave. I hope you are too. He uncoiled his arms from me and gestured toward the door.
After you.
It was cool outside. I pulled Sylvester to me to give the snake extra warmth. His eyes glittered, but the snake made no move to thank me. Oh well, it's not like I was surprised about that. Though I had to admit it seemed as if Sylvester was slowly warming up to me. I glanced over at Axel and found him staring at me. I smiled shyly, and he winked.
You look gorgeous in the moonlight.
Thank you, sir. I must say that you do. Something crashed in a bush beside the school. I jumped and whirled to face whatever it was. Axel placed an arm protectively in front of me.
Stay here.
I will not, but if you get hurt. His expression turned so dark I decided it best not to argue with Axel ever again. Kidding. I'm sure we'd argue again, but not on this. Without waiting for my answer, Axel launched himself into the bushes. I heard a scuffle, a howl, and when he reappeared, Axel held someone by the scruff of the neck. My jaw fell. Rufus? He shrugged in embarrassment.
In the flesh.
What are you doing here, creeping around at night?
I came to work some late-night experiments.
Axel shook him.
Tell her the truth.
Rufus answered quickly.
I am telling the truth.
A nervous laugh escaped his lips.
It's just that I heard the two of you and didn't want to intrude, so I stayed out of sight.
I tapped my foot impatiently. In the bushes? You stayed out of sight in them?
That's exactly right.
He raised his palms in surrender.
I know how this looks, but believe me, I was only going into the school.
Axel's voice filled with disgust.
Right. I'm sure all you were doing was hanging out because you were about to make some sort of midnight amulet. Am I right?
He wagged a finger.
Funny thing about that, you are. Whoever would have thought the wolf would be right about something when it came to me?
Axel's jaw tightened. He glowered at me.
Do you believe me now?
I rocked back on my heels. I fisted my hands to my face and exhaled a staggered breath. I'd been so stupid, so stupid. I'd believed this person was my friend, but here he was at night appearing out of thin air. My fingers trembled as I slid them into my pocket and pulled the charm from its resting place. I held it high for Rufus to see. This isn't a protection amulet, is it, Rufus?
Of course it is.
He jerked his chin at Axel.
What lies has the wolf been filling your head with? What's he been saying?
I brought the stone to my forehead. I've been so naive. Here I thought you wanted to be friends, you wanted to protect me, but you've been spying on me. His expression sobered.
I would never do such a thing.
You wouldn't? Now it was my turn to be infuriated. You just did. It's been you following me around. When I felt an extra set of eyes on me, it's been you. I shoved my finger in his face. You betrayed me. Rufus's face twisted in anger.
I betrayed you? Are you insane? I'm trying to keep you safe, protect you. For goodness sake, you've given yourself to a werewolf, a creature that would devour you without thought, and you think I'm the bad one? He tugged at his collar. Would you release me? Gladly.
Axel opened his hand and Rufus dropped to the ground. He rose and brushed off his jeans. His voice trembled with rage.
You are so naive to think you can just prance around Magnolia Cove and that no one will ever harm you. Why? Because you're Betty Craple's granddaughter? You have power that makes others jealous, very jealous. They'll want to steal it the same as me. I'm only trying to help you, Pepper."
His ire dampened. When Rufus spoke next, it was with a feather-light voice.
"Why can't you see that?"
I gripped the stone in my fist. "Because friends don't spy on friends. That's how it is. You don't tell me it's a protection amulet when it's a homing device. That's not how it works." He opened his arms wide.
"And would you have taken it, knowing what it was? Of course not. Not on your life would you have accepted help from me, Rufus Mayes, the scourge of Magnolia Cove."
My voice was barely above a whisper. "I might have. You don't know." Our gazes locked, and pain radiated from my heart. It had felt good to know Rufus was on my side, that he was trying to be someone different. But this agony felt like a fiery spear had lodged itself in my ribs. He'd used our friendship to spy on me. Axel had been right all along. He'd told me what the amulet was, but I hadn't wanted to believe it. No more. There was no doubt in my mind what the thing was. I lifted the charm into the air and threw it at Rufus. It skidded across the grass and landed at his feet. Slowly he stooped to palm the stone.
"I did it for the right reasons."
I scowled. Fury filled every nook and cranny of my body. What was wrong with him? I couldn't school Rufus on how to be friends. I didn't have time for that crap. Heck, I barely had time to run my shop and freaking deal with murders every few weeks in Magnolia Cove. Hardness I'd never known lashed from my tongue. "I don't think you know the difference between good reasons and wrong ones." I inhaled deeply and lifted my chin. "From now on, Rufus Mayes, you are no longer welcome in my life. You have crossed a line that can never be erased." Rufus's jaw dropped. He recovered by throwing back his shoulders and lifting his chin.
"You think I'm the bad guy. You've always thought that way. Even when I've tried to help you, it's me who's seen as wrong as doing something I shouldn't, when all I want to do is help. Yes, I should have told you about it, but you never would have accepted the gift."
He shook his head in disgust.
"But if this is what you want, to think I'm evil and that I haven't changed, then you have your wish. From now on, I will stay far away from you, Pepper Dunn. I'm leaving Magnolia Cove. It's a place that will never accept me."
He pointed a finger at me.
"But know this, our truce is off. Whatever friendship we built has been destroyed."
He splayed his arms.
"The old Rufus Mayes is back, and the one thing I want above all else,"
his lips coiled into a smile that made me shiver,
"is to own your power. And one day I will have it."
He threw down his hand. A cloud of smoke erupted from the ground, enveloping him. Axel thrust open his palm. A wind blew the fog away. I coughed as it dissipated into silky strands. My gaze locked on Axel's. I curled inward, hugging my gut. He strode over and wrapped me in his arms. I placed my fingers on his biceps and realized I was trembling. My knees quaked, my teeth chattered.
"Come on, let's get you home."
I pressed my forehead to his chest and bit my lip to stop the tears from falling. Did I do the right thing? I pushed him, Axel. I pushed him to become like he was before. If he hurts anyone, it's my fault.
"You did exactly what you should have done. He was wrong to give you that amulet without telling you. I don't think Rufus knows how to be good. His views are warped."
I squeezed my eyes shut tight. I feel like I did this. Axel hooked his finger under my chin and lifted until our eyes met.
"Pepper Dunn, don't you ever question that decision. Rufus Mayes made it perfectly clear who he is. He's pure evil. He's placed you in his crosshairs.
My fingers curled into Axel's jacket. Everything I'd tried to help Rufus had been useless. I didn't know why I was so upset. Was it because he couldn't be the person I wanted? Or because he'd become that person but couldn't control the lust for evil in his heart? I pondered this as Axel wrapped me in his arms.
We're taking a shortcut to Magnolia Cove, by magic.
I nodded and held on tight as power surged around us. The earth trembled beneath my feet, and it was then that I knew why I was so upset. The pain in my chest buoyed because I wanted Rufus to be something he couldn't possibly be. Power would always be his undoing. Apparently my power was at the top of his list. I dug my fingers into Axel harder. Well, this was one girl's power that Rufus would never own. The only way he would take it would be over my dead body. Let's hope it didn't come to that. 21. I had hoped when we reached the house my mood would lighten, but it didn't. Still, I shoved aside my irritation at Rufus, even though I was the target of his anger. Axel and I stood outside the cottage. I stared at the door, not wanting to go inside. Axel tried to tell me that none of this had been my fault. Rufus was who he was, and no amount of my wanting to change him would alter anything. Axel gripped my shoulders and stared at me with such intensity I swore he could see the pit of my soul.
It would have turned out this way, even if you turned back time and changed something. Say you didn't take the amulet. It wouldn't have mattered. Rufus will always be Rufus. At the end of the day, the darkness wins in him. Always.
He stroked my arm.
The only thing to do is let your light sing. Don't give in to his darkness, or think it's because of you that he's turned toward that direction.
Axel crushed me against his chest. I wanted to melt into him and disappear. His scents of leather and musk whirled around me. I inhaled deeply. The one thing I wanted in the entire world was for him to be the werewolf. I'd climb atop his back and we'd ride the night together. My head snapped up.
What?
He said. I shook the thought away. The craziest thing came to me. I saw myself riding atop you as the werewolf. His eyes narrowed to slits. I could feel anger rise in his chest. I curled my fingers into his biceps. Don't you see that's where we are? We can communicate. You can control the beast. It's a natural progression. He turned his head to the left with a sharp movement. The corded muscles in his neck bulged. You have to trust me, I said. I created the potion. This can happen. He shut down the conversation with a look so dark it made me want to hide behind a tree. I forced myself to stare back at Axel, though. He was the alpha male, but I wasn't about to back down. It was only a thought. Besides, if we're to be mated, why wouldn't that be a natural progression? The look of surprise on his face was picture-worthy. His eyes bulged and his lips parted. He took my hands and studied them, rubbing his thumbs over the delicate veins.
You're considering it then?
I laughed. I've been such an idiot.
That's true.
I punched his shoulder. Don't even pretend like that hurt. I know not much hurts you. But yes, I've been stupid. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. We're connected. I sighed. If I lost you, I'd be lost. Forever. He ran the pad of his thumb over my cheek.
So dramatic.
I want to be with you, and only you. I had to be afraid for a while before I could accept it.
Glad you finally decided to.
He smiled, and my world opened up. It was like a ray of sunshine beamed straight into my heart.
But there's no rush. We have all the time in the world. I want you to know that. This isn't something to take lightly.
I exhaled softly into the cup of his hand. I don't take it lightly, and I agree. No rushing. He took my hand and we pivoted toward the door. We entered to see Betty sitting by the hearth fire, rocking back and forth. I shrugged off my coat. Well, how'd it go? The witch claims she doesn't know where the book is. Says she dropped it off and that someone else must have stolen it. It wasn't in her office either. I nodded to Axel. He thinks she's lying. Betty took a pull of her corncob pipe. Smoke curled from the bowl and dissipated into the room. I think Dedra might be too. It makes no sense. Who would be interested in that book besides her? She's the one who ordered it. I shook my head. I don't know. I don't understand any of this. But, on a side note, I ticked off Rufus Mayes. Her brow hitched. Oh? Yep. I clicked my tongue. And he's promised to exact his revenge on me, but I'm guessing Magnolia Cove is going to be in there too. Thank goodness something's back to normal. My jaw unhinged. Are you kidding? You're glad about that? It fits the status quo. She pushed out of the rocker, nearly catapulting across the room. I'm going to bed. I've got a spell I want to work that may help us track down the book. Fingers crossed. Betty waddled up the stairs. I yawned and stretched my arms over my head. Axel pulled me into a swift kiss that made my groin tingle. Off to bed with you, too. I'll call you in the morning. I nodded. I love you. My teeth snagged on my bottom lip. I don't know, I guess I was feeling shy. I love you, too. We parted, and I went upstairs, ready to collapse on my bed. Hugo and Maddie were in the room, waiting and ready to pounce on me. I played with the dragon for a few minutes, scratching him behind the ears, and told Maddie about the book. Sometimes animals can find things better than humans. You said the book was written by Ernestine? Yeah. I pulled my sweater over my head and smoothed my static-infested hair. Betty said she lived to be really old. She did. I knew Ernestine. She must have been close to 300 when she died. I did a double take. 300? Oh, yes, Sugar Bear. She was ancient when she passed. That's how it works sometimes. Often witches live to be old. Sometime. Ask Betty how old she really is. I think you'll enjoy her answer. I sat on the bed and yanked off my boots. Okay. But the book? Maddie blinked her green eyes and yawned. I remember how Ernestine smelled. I'm betting I can find it if the leather still has any traces of her scent. Are you kidding? Sugar, do I ever kid? I thought about that. No, I guess not. Then open up that window yonder and let me out. I'll go hunting for you. I shook my head. It's cold outside. And what do you suppose I got this winter coat for? Looks? I shrugged. You've got a point. I unlatched the window and tugged. Sucker was stuck, so I hit the frame with the heel of my hand. It finally gave. Be careful. Will do. Maddie disappeared into the blackness. I prayed silently for her safety. I finished undressing, changed into my pajamas, and crawled under the comforter, hoping sleep would take me quickly. I awoke the next morning feeling refreshed and well. Then it hit me that we only had a limited amount of time to find the book. I showered and blew my hair dry as quickly as possible. I really needed Cordelia to teach me how to instant dry my hair with magic. I finished up and searched for something to wear. When I opened my closet, I came face to face with a frigidly cold truth. I hadn't done laundry in a while. I grabbed a pair of jeans, draped over the arm of a chair, and sniffed them. I'd worn them the other day, but hadn't hung them back up. They smelled like outdoors, earth and leaves. Since they weren't so dirty that they stood by themselves, I counted it a win. I headed downstairs for coffee and a quick breakfast. Betty was in a great mood, mumbling to herself about how we were all going to die, while Amelia and Cordelia simply rolled their eyes. I said my good mornings, grabbed a biscuit, and headed out the door carrying Sylvester and followed by Hugo. The two still didn't like each other. Hugo puffed smoke from his nostrils at the sight of the snake, while the serpent tasted the air constantly as if trying to figure out a way to strangle my dragon and eat him. "You two need to call a truce," I muttered as we walked to Familiar Place. Neither animal answered. I did not take that as a good sign. I unlocked the shop, fed and watered the animals, and settled in for the day. I honestly wasn't sure what to do. Maddie hunted the book, which hopefully she would track down. Axel hadn't yet called me. Maybe he had an idea to recover the book since Betty's plan to find it hadn't fruited any apples. Y'all, that meant it hadn't worked. I raked my fingers through my hair and clenched two big handfuls. This was so frustrating. I was contemplating how unsuccessful I'd been at finding answers when the door opened. In strode Dedra Tipple. Her eyes flared wide as if in surprise. She reached for me like I was her only lifeline in a sea of sharks. "Pepper, I heard about what happened to the book. I can't tell you how shocked I am." I remembered what Axel and Betty both thought, that Dedra was hiding it. I remained reserved. Yes, it's so strange. You say you placed the book in the drop box, but it wasn't there." I kept my gaze steady on her. "It's very weird." She pressed a fist to her heart. "I know how this looks. I know it seems like I'm keeping something from you, but trust me, I'm not." She pressed her temples. "I was so worried about the book that I stayed up all night, working a spell to find it." "You did?" "You must understand how horrible I feel." Her lips twitched as her eyes tightened with concern. "I feel responsible for this. The book was in my possession, and now it's missing. It's horrible. I wanted to help, so I worked a spell." "Like you said." She nodded quickly. "Yes, I worked it and received an answer." Dedra paused. Her expression conveyed she was being as open and honest as possible. I didn't feel she was hiding anything. I mean, she meant to help, to make the situation right. "What was the answer you received?" She steepled her hands and touched her chin. "I don't think you're going to like it." My heart pounded against my chest. "It doesn't matter if I don't like it or not. I have to know the truth. We need that book." "Well," she glanced out the window to make sure no one was about to walk in. "It took me a while to finally pin down the person who did it, but when I did, I was as shocked as you're going to be." My patience thinned. Sweat poured from my palms. "Who? I have to know. I've got to get that book. My family's counting on it." Dedra closed her eyes and exhaled. "Bert has it." The floor fell from my feet. I rocked forward and grabbed the counter before I toppled forward. "What? Bert? How? He hadn't even been to the store that day. Connor told me that." Dedra shook her head sadly. "They're in on it, together. Bert has the book. I'm not wrong." "But why?" This made no sense. Why would he have it? Dedra shrugged, palms raised. "There must be something in that book, revealing why he killed Beverly." I gasped. "He killed her?" Dedra knuckled a tear from her eye. "He did. And I think that book has the proof." I grabbed my coat. "Come on. Do you know where it is?" Dedra nodded. "Follow me." 22. "But Bert's your friend." Dedra and I hid behind a bush down the block from Bert's house. We didn't want to stand directly in front of it and talk business, because it might look suspicious. I mean, it might look like we were about to break in or something.
Dedra's eyes narrowed. He's my friend, and never in a million years would I think he could commit murder, but my spell wouldn't lie, not about this. I exhaled a deep breath. Okay. What do we do? She hitched a shoulder. We go around back and get in. Do you know an unlocking spell? Her lips coiled into a mischievous grin. She fished something from her pocket and held it up. A key glinted in the sunshine. We're good friends. I have a way in. My stomach clenched. My bowels churned with anxiety. This wasn't good, but what choice did we have? We could call the police. She tugged my arm. And wait, how long for them to come over? No, we need to do this now, strike while the iron's hot. I closed my eyes and steeled myself. Okay, let's go. We crept to the back door. Dedra's key unlocked it without a glitch. I followed her inside. Y'all, the place was immaculate. No surprise there. It was fashionable with Art Deco decor and crisp white furniture. Fresh-cut flowers dropped in vases sprinkled the surfaces. Wow, sometimes I wish I was a gay man. To have all this interior decorating sense would be a dream come true. Dedra flipped her hair over his shoulder and laughed. I'm sure you've got plenty of decor sense. Don't sell yourself short. I don't know, I mumbled. Okay, where should I look? Start in the living room. I'll take the bedrooms. Right. I headed out of the kitchen and into the living room. I realized I hadn't heard from Maddie. Surely she would be back at the house by now. I mused aloud as I scanned the room. I still don't understand how the book fingers Bert in this. It was strange because I'd seen Bert the night before when we'd found the divination. He had acted like the slip of paper was his saving grace. He hadn't tried to take it from us. He'd pointed the finger at Prissy. But wouldn't you point the finger at someone else if you'd committed murder? I'm not sure what's inside, Dedra admitted. I nibbled my bottom lip in thought. Maybe it has to do with the divination powder. Apparently the book and the powder weren't getting along. I opened up a side table that had cupboard-like doors and peered inside. No book. Oh, really? Dedra said. I didn't know the book and the powder had issues. I frowned. I thought you were there at the time. Connor said you were. I shut the door and noticed a note sitting atop the table. It was handwritten. Mama always said to keep your chin up. Dedra had signed it to Bert. There was something about that M that tickled a memory in the back of my head, but I couldn't remember what it was. I must not have noticed about the book and the powder. I had a lot of other things to purchase that day. Ah, I said, barely remembering what we'd been talking about. I slid my hand over a glossy-topped antique table. Not here. My gaze snagged on Bert's couch. Resting flat on a cushion sat the book. If you find the book, be sure not to open it, Dedra said. My fingers curled around the leather binding. Why not? Oh, I don't know. Bert may have placed a spell on it to harm anyone that opened it. That seemed unlikely, seeing as the book was simply sitting in his living room. Also, he couldn't open it, could he? Not without a crapple. It wasn't like he expected anyone to break in and find it. If he had, Bert would have hidden it in his closet or under his bed. I was sure of that. I peeled back the front cover and stared. Thick black ink filled the pages. It was all wrong. This isn't how the book had looked before. Before, they had been blank, and only a crapple could read it. But now it looked like someone had gone over the pages with their own pen and changed everything. The list of Magnolia Cove's inhabitants had been altered. Sitting at the very top were the Tipples. The Tipples. Puzzle pieces clicked into place. It all made sense. Every single thing I'd seen and heard.
It had started in the beginning when I'd taught my first class at the school. I'd been such an idiot. I quickly shut the book and rose. I found it. Found the book. I whirled around. Dedra stood a foot away from me. I did my best to keep the tremble from my voice. I found it. She frowned. You opened it. She sighed dramatically. I really wish you hadn't. All you had to do was find it, then I'd do the rest. I shook my head. I didn't open it. You must be mistaken. Anger filled her eyes. I'm not mistaken. She raised a finger. Before I could knock her hand away, she tapped me in the center of my forehead. Sleep, she whispered. I did everything I could not to sleep. I turned to run from the room, but my knees wobbled. My legs gave, and I slumped to the floor. The last thing I remembered were Dedra's feet standing in front of me. Then blackness swallowed my vision. 23. I woke with a stuffy head that felt like I was swimming in fog. I didn't know which way was up. I sure as heck couldn't find down if I didn't know where up was, could I? The feeling of compression vanished when I remembered that I'd been in Bert's house. Suddenly, everything shifted. My mind snapped to attention. I blinked. A heat pump kicked on. The smell of coffee wafted up my nose. It also smelled of something else. Laundry. The blinds were drawn and the curtains cinched shut. The house was dark. Dark wood, burgundy cloth covered the couches. I wasn't in Bert's house anymore. I raised my head. It felt like a boulder. So did my arms and legs. I glanced down. I sat on an old horsehair cushioned chair. My arms and legs were free, but they wouldn't move. Try as I might, I was plastered to the darn thing. She got us both, Sugar Bear. My gaze snapped up. Mattie the cat sat on the couch. She looked like a perfect Egyptian cat statue with her long neck and coiled tail. The sound of humming drifted in from another room. Dedra. Oh my gosh, I remembered everything. Dedra had zapped me with her magic after I'd discovered that she'd manipulated the book. She'd rewritten it to suit her academic paper, that the Tipples were one of the first witch families in the region. Mattie, I whispered, can you get us out of this? No, Sugar, I'm spelled same as you. Crap. Is that talking I hear in there? Dedra. I had to think fast. There must be a way out of this. Maybe, if I concentrated on my powers, I'd be able to free us. Dedra appeared in the doorway. She draped her arm on the frame and smiled. How are we feeling? Like you can't move a muscle? Maybe you got a cure for that. I mean, what else was I supposed to say? Something horribly cliché like, you'll never get away with this? Problem with that was, Dedra held an entire deck of cards against me. It appeared that she might get away with whatever she planned. She picked her teeth with a fingernail. I do have a cure, but I don't think you'll be getting it. Why? I pushed the fog from my brain as hard as I could. Why are you doing this? Me? Oh, haven't you guessed? Because you want the Tipples to be more than they are? She raised her hands like a hallelujah choir. For too long, the Tipples have been a second family, never regarded for the powerful witches we are. It was easy, really. I made sure you never shut that book, so once you left my office, I swept in and wrote my own history. Beverly discovered your little plan, didn't she? Have you rewritten more books than the one by Ernestine Crapel? Dedra tossed her head back in laughter. Of course she discovered it. Beverly was going to out my achievements before I even presented them. So I did what any good witch would have done. Her expression soured. I poisoned her divination powder that day, yes, when no one was looking. I did it and thought the whole thing was over. I shook my head sadly. You would let your friend go to jail for a murder he didn't commit? She shrugged as if it was no big deal. We can't all be winners, now can we? She clasped her hands. And if you hadn't sent your little kitty to find the book, I would have let you live, Pepper. But you sent the cat, and now both of you have to go. She tisked. Shame, too. I did so like you. Plus, you helped me. If it hadn't been for you, I never would have been able to read the Crapple book. Dedra took a menacing step forward. Now, you and Kitty will disappear, and no one will ever find you. Think, Pepper. I had it. Beverly divined that she would die. Did you know that? Dedra stopped. What did you say? I said she knew you wanted to kill her. Dedra laughed nervously. You can't prove that. I hitched a brow in superiority. Oh, can't I? I've seen the divination. I know where it is, and do you know how I recognized it? I paused, waiting for her to chomp my bait. She sniffed. How did you know it? Because of that little loop you make on your M's. It's on the divination paper, and I saw the same loop on a slip at Bert's house. I licked my lips and glared at her. So, all anyone has to do is match the handwriting, and you'll be found guilty of murder, Dedra. She folded her hands. That's preposterous. If it's true, why didn't Beverly turn in the paper? I laughed. Are you kidding? You're talking about the most overconfident witch around. Beverly thought she was invincible, but she wasn't. Tell me, she snapped. Where is it? Where's the paper? You have to release me and I'll show you. How about I just kill you and bury your body? Okay, Pepper, must come up with a reason not to kill me. If you do that, Axel will go to the police with it. He was going to the police today, but Dedra didn't know that. Can you get the paper? If you let me go, I will. I can command it here with my mind. Her eyes narrowed. How do I know you're telling the truth? I smiled brightly. I'm a head witch, don't you know? I can do a lot of magic. Dedra chewed her bottom lip and studied me. She wafted on the brink. She needed a reason to tip over to my side. What have you got to lose? Then I saw it. The split decision to release me from the spell she'd put me under. Immediately the heaviness dissolved. I was free. I launched myself at Dedra. She fell to the ground, knocking her head against the floor. She groaned and rolled to the side. I pulled myself off her and reached in my pocket. Dedra's gaze snapped to me. She flung out her hand and a spear of magic shot into my shoulder. Pain, like fire, radiated throughout my body. My breath caught. My stomach clenched. I couldn't think as my shoulder throbbed in agony. My back slammed against the wall, and I realized I was pinned. I hiccuped from the pain and watched as Dedra peeled herself from the floor. Her mouth twisted into a snarl. You thought you'd be able to win this? You stupid girl, you can't win. Now I'll finish you and bury your body so far under the ground no one will ever find it. I blinked away tears and dug deep, needing to recover the last bit of strength I had. My free hand touched my pocket. Something bulged inside. Oh my gosh, I'd forgotten all about that. I slid my fingers into my pocket and pulled out a bag. What's that? Dedra said. She raced forward, her arm high, to whack the pouch from my palm. I needed to be way faster than her. I worked it open, dipped my fingers inside, and tossed a wad of tobacco in my mouth. Ugh! It tasted horrible, like sawdust and brine. I swallowed. Magic swirled around me. It licked my skin, leaving traces of energy everywhere it touched. Fingers of power reached for Dedra. They wound around her and pulled the witch to me. "What is this?" She struggled against the ghostly tendrils. "Get me out of this." "Dedra Tipple, you want to release me and my cat from your hold. Then I want you to call the police and turn yourself in." Dedra blinked rapidly. Slowly, she raised her hand. I cringed, hoping the secret spell worked. The magical spear disappeared from my shoulder. I fell to my knees. Maddie scampered over as Dedra picked up a phone. "Sheriff Young, this is Dedra Tipple. There's something I must confess." 24. So that's pretty much how it went down. Dedra called Garrick Young, who appeared in like 3 seconds, to arrest her and set me free. Thank goodness, because I almost became Dedra's next victim. As I'd theorized, Beverly had been on to Dedra's attempts to make the Tipple name more than it was. Apparently Beverly had proof, the book I'd discovered in the divination room, that would once and for all put Dedra's aspirations that the Tipples were Southern witch aristocracy to bed. Dedra couldn't let that happen, now could she? So she killed Beverly in an attempt to silence her. Murder, for the sake of a little fame, but definitely not fortune. I suppose it wouldn't be the first time in history that's happened. I stood outside Dedra's house. A throng of police officers swarmed around, jostling me in their attempts to get inside. "Watch where you're going there, sucker," Maddie said from the relative safety of my arms. "Sorry," the officer replied. Axel broke through the crowd and swept me into his arms. "Are you okay?" His warm fingers stroked my cheek while his worried eyes searched me for damage. The panic he felt for me made my heart split in two. I swept his hand from my cheek and squeezed it against my chest. "I'm fine." "Hey, y'all are squeezing me." Maddie struggled against my arms. "Sorry." I released the cat and she sprinted forward. "I'll see y'all back at the house." Maddie scampered off, and I rested my head on Axel's bicep. An overwhelming sense of calm floated over me. I was home. Axel was my home. Betty's secret spell saved me. His eyebrow arched in question. A soft laugh escaped my lips. It's a spell that can only be cast once a year, and makes a person change their mind about something. Fascinating. I'll have to learn it. I rolled my eyes. I'm sure you know spells 1,000 times better than that one. His lip curled into a wicked smile. Maybe you can teach me. I tipped my head forward. I thought we had all the time in the world. He howled with laughter as I threw his words back at him. "We do. We most certainly do." He kissed me tenderly and hugged me to him. "Thank goodness you're safe." "Yep. You were right. Dedra was hiding the book all along. She'd written all over it in order to prove that Tipples were an old, important family." "Ah. Some people get caught up in that sort of thing." He swung an arm around my shoulder and tugged me close enough to brush his lips against my forehead. I sighed. He brushed a strand of hair from my face. "What is it?" "It's silly." "Nothing you say is ever silly." I shot him a dark look. "You're being too kind." He kissed the back of my hand. "Never. I'm being honest." He nudged me. "What is it?" I curled my arm around his bicep. "I was just thinking that I was home. That you are my home." He tugged me close and whispered in my ear. "Finally, you're catching up." I elbowed his ribs. "What are you saying?" The corners of his blue eyes crinkled as his face melted into a look of pure tenderness. "My love, I've known for a long time that I was home with you. I just had to admit it to myself." My gaze darted to the ground. I guess it took me a little while to catch up. Axel tipped my face until I couldn't help but look at him.
Hey, better late than never.
You're right. We walked away arm in arm, and like I said, I knew I was home. The night of the big reveal arrived. The entire town gathered in the park, waiting patiently for the two mayoral candidates to speak. Betty stood in one corner and Gilda in the other. They looked like geriatric WWF wrestlers readying to rumble. Mayor Battle introduced them, and Gilda wasted no time. "Betty Crapple, honey, I know you promised that tonight you would give Magnolia Cove the truth about the scroll that's been in your family for generations. Knowledge that's supposed to teach witches how to remain unnoticed by humans." Triumph filled Betty's eyes. "Yes, I did promise." "Are you ready to prove it?" Betty waddled to the front of the platform. She pulled Ernestine's book from behind her back and held it high. "Within these pages is the secret all of y'all have been waiting for. The problem is, only someone with Crapple blood can see it." "Phooey!" someone catcalled. I gripped Axel's hand. He pulled me close. I prayed to the heavens this worked. Betty thumbed the book to the correct page and turned to Gilda Goldenheart. Luckily, Betty had been able to work a spell that dissolved all of Dedra's black pen marks, leaving the manuscript as it had been originally, blank to anyone lacking Crapple DNA. "It is a little-known fact that 3 generations ago, 2 Crapple sisters split into 2 different families. One family became mine." Betty stood solidly in front of the crowd. "The other sister lost the Crapple name when she married into the Goldenhearts. It was quite the scandal at the time for a Crapple witch to give up her last name." Gilda gasped. "Honey, what are you saying?" "I'm saying," Betty said, "that way back yonder in our bloodlines you are a Crapple and should be able to read this page. Say it loud so everyone can hear." Gilda fumbled with her glasses, which dangled from a chain around her neck. Her hands trembled as she opened them and slid the frame up her nose. And then she read. The crowd stood silently as Gilda Goldenheart relayed the passage that Ernestine Crapple had written, putting to rest once and for all any controversy about a secret scroll. The crowd audibly exhaled as they learned there wasn't a scroll, the Crapples weren't keeping secrets, and we were all friends once again in Magnolia Cove. Well, at least that's what I hoped. That turned out well. Amelia sauntered up and grinned like a cat. "Best thing ever," Cordelia chimed, stalking up behind Amelia. "I agree." Phew! I waved my hand across my forehead. "Glad that's over. Now no one will try to break into our house." Cordelia exhaled a sigh of relief. "Who knew Gilda was related to us?" "I knew," Betty barked, waddling up. "I knew it, and that's how we got out of this mess." Amelia shot her a wide grin. "So, how's it going, Madam Mayor?" Betty rolled her eyes. "I'm not going to be mayor." "Why not?" I frowned. "You'd be great." She thumbed toward Barnaby Battle. "Looks like Barnaby's decided to withdraw his resignation. He's staying on." "Bummer," Amelia said. "I really wanted you to be mayor so I could call in favors." "What favors?" Betty said. Amelia shrugged. "I don't know. Favors." We laughed. Axel's phone rang, and he excused himself to take it. "I'm glad that whole mess with the Beverly murder is over." Cordelia jutted her chin toward the audience. "Looks like Bert is happy, too." Bert and I locked gazes, and he smiled. I gave him a little wave, and he winked. "I'm glad," I admitted. "But to be safe, I'm going to stay away from the school for a while." Amelia nudged my elbow. "That sounds good. Too many bad things happen there."
I agree. Our conversation waned and my cousins yawned, obviously ready to head home. "You coming?" Betty said. "I'll make a pie with magic. That way no one has to wait to eat their grief." I laughed and threw an arm over her shoulder. "Your grief? You must have been pretty sad on being mayor." Betty hitched a shoulder. "I thought I'd be good for this town." I kissed her temple. The smell of baby powder wafted up my nose. "You're great for this town. You don't need to be mayor to prove that." She squeezed me tight and then drifted off while I waited for Axel to finish up his phone call. After a few more seconds, he thumbed the screen, disconnecting. His blue eyes darkened as he watched the crowd. "What is it?" He dragged his gaze from the crowd. When it landed on me, a jolt of desire snaked down my spine. Axel looked absolutely fierce and ready to tackle an army. "Why?" "What was the call?" I pressed him.
That was about a haunted house.
I narrowed my gaze. "A haunted house?" He nodded.
Yep, one in a town called Haunted Hollow, Alabama. That was a woman named Blissful. Said she needs a private investigator.
I quirked a brow. "Does she know you're a wizard?" Axel slid his phone into his pocket.
Not sure. Want to come with me and find out?
I glanced around Magnolia Cove and decided that for a few days I could leave. I could pretend to be human again and do my best not to attract attention. Axel zipped up his leather coat.
What do you say?
His lips coiled into a seductive smile. I slid my hand into his. "Watch out, Haunted Hollow. Here we come." This has been Southern Fortunes, Sweet Tea Witch Mysteries, written by Amy Boyles, narrated by Hollis McCarthy. Copyright 2019 by Ladybug Books, LLC. Production copyright by Ladybug Books, LLC. Edited by Sean Toole.